of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
Hello, and welcome to Newlands for the third Test match in this South Africa and India series. My name is Bumrah, and you're listening to One World Sports Radio's coverage of this Test series. And it is an interesting one because India have never found themselves in this position before. They've come to South Africa. Never have they ever been in this position, being 1-1 on day coming into the final session. And interesting enough, South Africa stand on the precipice of something else. They are looking to win another game and win an important series, one of the most important series in 10 years, as Captain Dean Alger says, largely because this team has had some not so great news, hasn't played great cricket, but they find themselves on the cusp of beating a world number one side, something that they haven't done since they last won the Test match in 2012. My name is Bumrah. I've got Tim Delace here on One World Sports Radio. We'll be bringing you the first session. Hi, Tim. How are you doing?
Hi, Paul. Hi, everyone else that's listening into this broadcast. This should be a very interesting Test match. It's a little bit overcast at the moment, so from a South African perspective, they will hope that the overcast conditions do play a part early on, particularly in the first hour.
Yes, so team changes from the last Test match. Virat Kohli comes back in for Humana Vihari. He had a back spasm at the Wanderers, so he's back. And Umesh Yadav, I beg your pardon, is in for Mohammad Siraj. We're now ready to go. 3 slips. Gully, the world's tallest gully. Rabada will be chasing the first ball, bowling the first ball from the Weinberg end. 3 slips, Gully, backward point, mid-on, mid-off, fine leg. As the players right now take a knee for Black Lives Matter. Rassie van der Dussen is at short leg. It's going to be a very interesting contest, Tim. What are you hoping for from what is India hoping for with them having won the toss and choosing to bat first?
They ideally would want to get to 350. It's potentially the slowest wicket of the series. Mm-hmm. They've got the initiative with the win of the toss, so they will want to have 3 or 4 guys to go on and make big scores, with one guy making a big 100 preferably, get to 350 and put the pressure back on the South African batsman. So
pitch looking a little bit green, with a tinge of green. There are lots of green spots on the pitch. Looking like a good wicket. Outfield looks great. KL Rahul will be the first batter to take up to face the first ball. He has his 43rd match. He averages 36, but in this series, he scored 204 runs, the top run scorer in this series. And he has a high score of 123. He has an average of 51 in this series. So India will be hoping for him to start off very well. We're just waiting to see Rabada coming in now for the first ball of the day. Past umpire Maria Rasmus. This one's a full straight on to legs, middle stump. KL Rahul plays that out to Lungi Ngidi for no run.
Good to see Rabada early on, right on the money there. We've seen he's had a slow start the last couple of Test matches, so it's good to see him starting off on a good rhythm, good line early on.
And it's his 50th Test for Rabada. coming into Rahul. Second ball, this one on the fifth stump line, driven on the front foot by Rahul. Was a touch fuller. Is Kagiso trying to put that ball, and the Indians take 2 runs. First runs of the match off the bat of Rahul as the ball squirted out to mid-on. It is 2 without loss.
Good piece of bowling from there on Rabada. Looks like he's bowling good pace as well, which is good to see. He was down on pace for much of the last test match.
Remember, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR on Twitter or at GorillaSA as Kagiso comes in. Third ball of the innings. This one going down leg side with the angle. Rahane can't bring it in. It will be 4 runs, 4 byes, and it was the first boundary of the day, not off the bat. And India's total goes up to 6 with the first concession of extras by South Africa.
Not much Kar could do about that one. He's had a torrid time with conceding rather a lot of byes the last test match. Mostly none of his fault, just the deliveries are way over, out of his reach.
Kagiso into KL Rahul. This ball, a good length ball outside the off stump. KL Rahul just defending that on the back foot, just coming in with that bat behind the pad, beating the batter. You could say that it's beaten the batter, and it is a dot ball from that. Is that last ball just going past that fifth stump line with KL Rahul being the same KL Rahul we know. Next ball brings KL Rahul forward. It's a little bit fuller than the previous one, on the same line, but it beats the batter this time. KL Rahul presenting that the full face of the bat, but not South Africans not getting an edge there.
This one was much closer to KL Rahul's bat. This one he definitely played at. The previous one you could argue perhaps not. This time round he's half forward and very lucky not to get an edge.
Kagiso into KL Rahul. This one is a lot straighter on that off stump. Though KL Rahul was squared up there, ball missing the bat again. A very good end to that first over from Kagiso Rabada.
Fantastic to see KG right on the money throughout that first over, putting pressure right on the best bowler, best batter for India in the series so far. Really good testing over.
It's a very testing over from the South Africans now. We're going to see someone Tim's been waiting to see at Newlands for a very long time. It is not in Lions colours, Tim. It is in Protea colours. Duan Olivier comes in to play his 13th match for South Africa. He's taken 52 wickets and he has a best score of 6 for 37. That was against Pakistan and Centurion before he decided to go Kolpak. He was bowling a lot slower in the previous test, so that's something we'll be watching to see whether he will be a lot quicker. Bowling from the Calvin Grove end, 3 slips. The world's tallest gully, Marco Jansen. The world's shortest backward point, Timber Bavuma. You've got short leg, mid-on, mid-off, and fine leg, Kagiso, out in the deep. Duan Olivier from the Calvin Grove end. Duan Olivier on the money with a full ball that Mayank Agarwal defends off the back foot. It is 6 without loss after 7 balls.
Once again, Olivier continuing in the similar vein of Rabada. Good line, good lengths. Batsman has to get solidly in behind it and protect his wicket.
Yes, good thing about Kagiso, it looks like he's up for this 50th game of his. Duan Olivier, another ball. This one slightly shorter than the previous one, is a good length. He bowled the first one full. This one's a good length on off stump, defended off the back foot by Mayank Agarwal for no run.
Interestingly, on that 50 test cap for Rabada, Dale Steyn and Adam Donald both had more wickets than KG at that particular time when they got to their 50th test cap, which was quite remarkable. So we know what a good bowler KG is.
Duan into Mayank Agarwal. This one, Mayank Agarwal defends outside the off stump. It was on that fifth stump line, fuller length. This time he left that go, and that one bounced just outside. It was going to bounce over the off stump, but good to see that the bounce here. There's a little bit of something for the bowlers. It seems this morning that they can hope to get to make some early inroads.
Most definitely. It looks a promising wicket, particularly early on for the South African bowlers. It was a good leave there, though. Very, very good leave. So that's also good from an Indian perspective.
I have a break in play that made me think we were the ones who were stopping play, but it's not. Duan Olivier coming into Mayank Agarwal, the first short ball of the day. Agarwal ducks underneath it, no run. It's still 6 without loss.
Fairly easy duck there from Agarwal, but it's good to see that Olivier is interested in using his short ball. He didn't use it much at the last test. The ball just sat up, but that really looked like he was bowled at a good pace.
Yes. He looks a little bit quicker than Johannesburg, but we'll wait for the speed guns to tell us the truth. Duan Olivier, this one's full outside off stump, and Agarwal comes forward and shoulders arms to that. He got out to a similar ball at the Wanderers, just shouldering arms, and the ball just coming in, and the umpire having no chance just to say that he's out. But this time, trusting the line, trusting the bounce, and him letting it go through to the wicketkeeper for no run.
Also, Duan Olivier is predominantly a bowler, gets the ball to go away from the right-hander. Doesn't really get the ball to come in on a consistent basis like Rabada can. But he has his own skills.
Yes, and that's what we want. The next ball just outside the off stump to close out that over, as South Africa has bowled their second over. India are 6 without loss. KL Rahul with the 2 runs off the bat. The other runs coming off of buys that went down the leg side past Calvarena.
Lots of oohs and ahs there by the South African team in the field. The reason being it cut Agarwal up. It didn't necessarily come in as much, but it kept going in straight with the arm, and it went between Agarwal's bat and his pad. Agarwal certainly did not have much clue about that particular delivery. Good bowling there from Olivier.
Yes, good ball from Olivier Kagiso starting his second over of the day. This one, good length ball on the middle stump. KL Rahul plays it out to the leg side to that fine leg that is Duan Olivier. There is a short leg, regulation short leg, and that is Rassie van der Dussen, that ball just beating him on the right side.
Just on the Indian batters' reactions at the moment, it does look like both South African bowlers are bowling a couple of kilometers faster. We can't see the speed gun from here, but it does look like they're both bowling a couple of Ks faster. 7
without loss. KL Rahul on 3. Kagiso into Mayank Agarwal. First one is full and driven, bump ball straight to the fielder at extra cover. Mid off extra cover. That's Keshav Maharaj for no run. First sign of regression from Mayank Agarwal. KL Rahul's been very compact and very defensive. Agarwal's got a full ball outside off stump. He drove at that with some hard hands.
That's the approach. Agarwal does like to take the attack to the bowlers. It does open up in areas where he might get out, but it's his way of playing.
Next ball from Kagiso beating the off stump of Agarwal. He tried to play at that one, but he missed it. Kagiso finding rhythm in his 50th test. Agarwal did come forward to that, try to push at that. No edge off it. The South Africans will feel very buoyed by this because KL Rahul's come forward already in this test to a 2-1 outside the off stump. Mayank Agarwal's doing the same as Kagiso bowls the next ball. Edge and it dropped. It went in and out of the hands of the third slip. That's Keegan Peterson. It was a full ball outside the off stump. Agarwal played that with it was Rahul actually who played that with some it was Agarwal, I beg your pardon, played that with some hard hands and got the edge, and Keegan Peterson diving to his right low the ball just hitting him high on the hands and bouncing out. The Indians did run 2, and the score goes up to 9 without loss. But those 2 runs coming with some heartaches from the Indian camp.
It would have been a spectacular catch, but a bit unfortunate there.
Kagiso again, this one slightly on a gooder length, straight on off stump, getting a finish edge off the bat of Agarwal, who defends that off the back foot out to the fielder at gully for no run. That is 9 without loss now. Agarwal on 2 and Rahul on 3.
You can see that Agarwal likes sort of a wicket where there isn't a lot of movement around. He likes consistent pace and bounce.
Kagiso full on off stump, driven by Agarwal on the front foot to Keshav Maharaj at mid-off for the end of the 3rd over. 9 without loss. South Africa with the half chance.
Indeed. Good opening 3 overs there so far by South Africa. Very unfortunate not to get a wicket in that last over. Really good effort by Keegan Peterson.
It's a tough one, hey, because you're diving onto your right and it kind of has to stick. There's nothing more that you can do. You've got no support from a second hand.
Yeah, either it sticks or it doesn't. There's no in between. You got all the way across, did everything right. It's just a little bit unlucky that the ball didn't stay in his right hand.
Duan Olivier to bowl his first ball to KL Rahul. 3 slips, gully, backward point. You've got mid-off, with slightly wideish, more extra cover, actually. And you've got a mid-wicket as well on the square. Short leg and fine leg. Duan Olivier passing umpire Holstock. Right on the money, Duan Olivier, good length into those pads of KL Rahul, who defends that off the back foot out to the offside for no run. So the one thing we were discussing is about the mentality of both sides. Momentum in the series has shifted quite a lot, mostly on sessions. How much of that momentum with India bowling very poorly in that final session and losing it, do you think the South Africans will feel like they have the upper hand?
I think at the moment,
Duan into Rahul, and this ball is on that 5th stump line, fuller length. Rahul letting that go through to Carl Verena for no run. If you can go to our YouTube page, you'll see the gloomy Newlands that we are all experiencing today. We managed to get that up and going. We're live on YouTube. We're also on 1WSR.com. We're also on TuneIn. So let everybody know, share with the world. We're trying to get it as far and wide as possible so that everybody gets to enjoy the beauty that is ball-by-ball commentary brought to you by One World Sports Radio. Duan into KL Rahul. That's full on off. And Rahul coming forward, defending that out to the offside for no run. And yes, Tim, we were talking about the mentality. How much would the India have, or South Africa think they're on the front foot in the series? Or who do you think is on the front foot in the series?
India will have wanted to bat first. That is certain. Both teams would have wanted to bat first, I feel. But the way that the South African bowlers are going about it.
Olivier into Rahul. This ball turning into the right-handed batsman, but it swung away just as it passed the batter. It was full. Rahul coming forward with the bat behind the pad, as he always does with that front step forward, and the ball just swinging into Carl Verena past the bat.
Lovely delivery there from John Olivier. Really good lines and lengths this morning. None of those half volleys that we saw in the last test match. Really good line and lengths.
Yes, Duan Olivier into KL Rahul, and this one good length, a little bit shorter than the previous one. On off stump this time, defended off the back foot out to the offside. No run there. You can see Keshav creeping, but we're talking about the momentum, Tim.
Yeah, I think South Africa will be happy with the way things are going at the moment, because Indian batters are under a cosh at the moment. They are under pressure. They're not getting away from the situation. But South Africa do need a couple of wickets in the first hour.
Duan into KL Rahul. This one beats the bat on a good length. Rahul playing that off the back foot, trying to push at that, but no edge coming from it. End of the 4th over. Another maiden for Dwan Olivier. It is 9 without loss. Rahul on 3, Agarwal on 2, 4 overs into play. And that's where South Africa need to find themselves. Once you can break this opening stand, which has been where most of India's runs come through, you can then come into Virat Kohli, who is off form. You know, lots of questions in the press yesterday about his form. He says it's an expectation that he created, that everybody wants him to be batting well and doing all those things, which is a good thing. And he's like, it's not the first time. As Kagiso comes in, 3 slips, gully, backward point to Agarwal. It's full on leg stump. It is a half volley and driven past that fielder at mid-on. It will race away to the boundary for 4. Really good timing from Agarwal. Beautiful 4. And first 4 off the bat for this test.
First piece of slightly poor work from South Africa. That should have been stopped from Lungi. It was nicely timed, but he should have got behind it.
Yeah, some
stop
bad fielding there.
To stop that going for 4. South Africa have been right on top, bowling really well. They don't want to be letting the pressure go away with poor fielding like that.
Next ball again, Kagiso with that leg stump line. This one pushed out to mid-wicket. That's Lungi Ngidi. He does better this time, saving the eventual 3 runs. The Indians running for 1 now. So score now goes up to 14. Agarwal now on 7. And Rahul on 3.
Yeah, much better effort there in the field by Lungi. That was actually more difficult because he had to get across to his right quite a bit. And it was really good. Good to see. Commitment.
Yes, good commitment from Lungi, backing up his senior bowler in his 50th test match. Next ball is good length outside the off stumps, slightly tailing away from the right-handed KL Rahul, and it will go to Calverena for no run. Leah, not a good number 8. Unlike Shardul Thakur, says, morning everyone, forgive me for supporting India. We forgive you, Leah, because you're our number 1 supporter after Ravi. This one down the leg side and pushed by KL Rahul. Kagiso's not finding his lines here. His lengths are good, but his lines aren't great, and goes to find leg for a single off the bat of KL Rahul, 15 without loss.
Yeah, that was a little bit strong down the leg side. What has happened in the series at times with bowling attack is they've got a little bit frustrated.
Yes.
They've tried to look for the money ball rather than just keep it nice and tight.
KG, this one on a good length, bouncing over the off stump. Agarwal just letting that go through. It was the 5th stump line. He just came forward, shouldered arms like he normally does, and it goes through to the keeper and a run. He likes coming forward and just lifting his arms to let the ball go. So just a couple of key numbers for everyone to look out for throughout this innings. Average first innings score here at Newlands is 200, I think it's 57. Kagiso getting a ball on the hip, so good length down the leg side. It bounced, it came off the bat of Agarwal, but bounced straight into the ground just in front of that short leg to end the over. 15 without loss. Rahul on 4, Agarwal on 7. Also, some of the other things we wanted to look at. South Africa's record at Newlands is 23 wins and 5 losses. Second best win ratio after Centurion. In the last, since 2010, it's been 9 wins and 2 losses. Couple of other things. India haven't won at Newlands. However, they have 4 batsmen who scored 100. That is Sachin scored twice, Wasim Jaffer and Mohammad Azharuddin. As Dwan Olivier starts the 6th over to KL Rahul, full ball on off stump, to defended out on the front foot by Rahul for no run.
India's last Centurion was 25 years ago on this ground, which is quite a long time. There've been quite a few series and test matches between the two sides since that occasion. Just a reminder that the last time these two sides played, nobody made 300. Just a reminder.
It's looking gloomy here as first short ball that is played. It was the line helped KL Rahul there. It was going down leg, an indication of the pace off of Duan Olivier in that short ball. Easily to be checked. A check call behind square by KL Rahul for a single.
Wasn't in control of the shot there at all. If I was Olivier, I wouldn't be too worried. I'd be happy that he's happy to pull so early on in his innings.
16 without, lost one into Mayank Agarwal. He bowls full on off stump. It is a half volley and it's a punch through to mid off. And Keshav Maharaj is chasing it. And he does not get there. The ball wins the race. It will be 4 runs to the Indian cause. And Mayank Agarwal starting off really well. Just all timing there, Tim.
That was pure timing. The ball travelled at such a speed. All it was push from Agarwal. He didn't go through with the shot. He just held his shot. Really, really special. It looks like this outfield at Newlands is rather on the quick side.
Yes, 20 without loss. Agarwal on 11. First 5 runs off the bowling of Duan Olivier this over. He's bowled 2 maidens. Next ball, he bowls it outside the off stump on a fullish length. It goes to Carl Verena for no run. We've got some crowds here, some members, people in the box. If you own a suite at Newlands, you are here. We're looking into the south stand, which is the Weinberg end where Kagiso started the test match. A lot of hospitality boxes have been opened. 6-gun grill is here, giving us the spice of the century, as they call themselves. Duan Olivier into KL Rahul. It wraps him. Actually, Mayank Agarwal, I beg your pardon, it wraps him on the pads. It was a lot straighter, but it was too high for no run. You can hear the voice of Tepo Taela encouraging the Proteas here. He'll be next on commentary, so you'll have his lovely voice as well. We're 22 minutes into the session. India 20 without loss. 3 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover mid on now as Lungi is a lot straighter and good length defended back by Agarwal off the back foot to end that over. It is 20 without loss.
Good to see that Olivier is not afraid to use the short ball. It's also good to see that the ball is not sitting up like it was in the Wanderers test match when he was bowling short. It just sat up like a tennis ball. This pitch is telling him that he can use the short ball from time to time.
Yes, and what the groundsman was trying to get to, and I think it was discussed in the press conferences, in the previous 4-day games, it was very slow, more of a spinner-friendly wicket. This one looks like they've tried to get it more pacer-friendly. We've gotten some edges, some balls coming through the bat, beating the batter. So it's up to the bowlers to try and make sure we have an even contest. Now, this one is full and straight, and from Kagiso Rabada from the Weinberg end to KL Rahul, and gets a leaning edge as KL Rahul tries to defend that out to the offside for no run.
Yeah, the last 4-day series game here, Simon Harmer picked up 10 in the match, and Simon was turning it square. So that would be good for India's perspective if that happens as the test match wears on.
Down the leg side, there's an edge off the bat, and it will go all the way to the fine leg boundary. Really lovely fine flick by KL Rahul down to the fine leg boundary for 4. He'll go up to 9. But some wayward bowling starting from Kagiso Rabada.
Yeah, that ball was pitching outside the leg stump and just kept going down even further. Wrong line, wrong length. Tanger needs to correct himself. He needs to be bowling that 4th stump. You've got the 3 slips at the gully. You've got to utilize them.
Kagiso, the leading wicket taker in the series, coming in on middle stump off of a good length, and it's defended back out off the hip by KL Rahul. That field at short leg is now out. That field at short leg, I'm trying to find where Rassi is now back in. He's been moving, so he went to silly mid on, and now he's back at short leg. Edge, and in the air, this ball was pitching on a good length outside the off stump. It got the shoulder of KL Rahul's bat. It went over the very tall Marco Jansen for no run. Nobody could get that ball. It just landed behind the slips, and the single was taken. Score goes up to 25.
Much better from KG. Really good delivery. Could have easily had a wicket. One of those ones that just flies just over Marco Jansen. And we know how tall Marco Jansen is. If he can't catch it, nobody can.
Kagiso into Mayank Agarwal. It's a leg stump half volley to the square leg boundary. Really lovely timing from Agarwal for 4. So this time he bowled one slightly short down the leg side, punched off the hips. Now Agarwal just plays that one straight through a fuller one for a half volley to Agarwal, and it goes to the boundary for 4. Really lovely shot.
That's 2 deliveries down the leg side of this over from KG. Disappointing to see.
Kagiso into Agarwal, this full on off stump. He defends that out on the front foot, driving that straight to the field at mid wicket. That's Lungi. End of that over. Very disappointing over from Kagiso. 29 without loss after 7. And we see the first messages being relayed to the team. It was Ryan Rickleton wearing the number 44 in an orange bib, letting Aidan Markram know a message from the ether or the changing room about the lens.
Good. That is good to see. Assuming that is the case.
Look, I think
you don't want things to
the bowling coach has seen enough.
Yeah.
To make initial adjustments.
Yeah.
And this is the part where you now need to start adjusting. Duan Olivier, 3 slips, Galley back at point, short leg, mid on, mid off, and fine leg. And it's a back of a length and punched off the back foot, off the bat of KL Rahul. Temba will chase that all the way to point. He picks it up. 2 runs coming off of that. Really good, secure batting. And they look comfortable right now as Rahul goes to 12 and India go to 31.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that delivery. It was a good delivery with decent pace. Just really, really well played. Got on top of the delivery, so there was no chance of going in the air. Fully in control of his shot making at the moment. Both these batters.
Duan Olivier coming past umpire Adrian Holdstock. Fuller ball on that off stump line, defended out on the front foot to extra cover, no run. So one of the other storylines of the series, everyone was talking about India's the one press conference with Virat Kohli yesterday. They spoke about when is the right time for the transition, talking about Rahane, talking about Pujara. But if I look at that squad, the bulk of that top 6 is over 33. As Duan Olivier comes in to KL Rahul, this one on a shortish length. KL Rahul defending that with high hands out to the offside for no run, still 31 without loss. It's Rahul and Mayank Agarwal who are the youngsters, but it's 33, 33, 33. Yes, Rishabh Pant is 24 and Ravi Ashwin is 35. It's a lot of statesmen. This team has been around the world. You know, Virat Kohli speaking about when he started his captaincy, they were 7th. And now they've been on top of the world for 3-4 years now.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting to make some changes in this particular series.
Duan into KL Rahul, and he comes forward and hits him on the back, then the pad as he comes with that forward press that leads with the pad. The only difference here is that the height was a little bit too high with a little bit of a stifled appeal from the chorus of slipmen. behind the batter.
And the DRS timer is finished, so South Africa don't bother reviewing that, and I suspect that's a good decision. Yeah, I thought that India would go in with a couple of youngsters early on in the series, but perhaps because it's the final frontier.
Short ball from Duan, and KL Rahul tries to climb on top of that. He pulled that and he missed it all entirely. It goes straight to Kyle Verreynne, and a good sign of aggression from the South Africans, from Olivier.
Yeah, as I said in the previous over, Olivier will not be too concerned about the batter taking that shot on. He's going to be more than happy for the batter to want to take that shot on, because he is getting the extra bounce on this particular pitch.
Duan into a KL Rahul, straight on off stump. He bowled short one, now he's bowled a fuller one. It's a little bit too straight, more middle, getting the straighter bat, and KL Rahul playing that out to mid on. Good over there, only 2 coming from it, and it is 31 without loss after 8.
Yeah, Olivier has been pretty much on the money throughout his spell. I can only think of one half volley that he bowled. I think it was the last over, which was driven for 4. Outside of that, he's been right on the money.
That's very, very good indeed. Kagiso Rabada. There's a lot of context with KG coming in, starting a little bit slow. Kagiso into Agarwal, short ball, and Agarwal rides that one. It came straight at his body, and he defends that one with high hands down back to the bowler for no run. Remember, there was talk at the end of the previous test of Dean Alga having words with Kagiso Rabada about his conduct, about how many teammates and people in the change room look up to him, and he gave us that fiery spell with the 3 wickets that he took. As Kagiso comes in past umpire Maria Erasmus to Agarwal. This one a lot more on off stump, shorter length like the previous one, squaring up Agarwal a little as that one goes out to the offside for no run.
Yes, indeed. I think, as I said earlier, as we said earlier, off air, I think that's the way that Dean Alga is going to lead from the front with his batting. Mm-hmm. And if he's got an issue with somebody, he's going to make it known. If he feels that it's important, that it needs to be done, then that is what he's going to do.
Kagiso with a ball on the back of a length, and it swings away from the batter, that's Mayank Agarwal, as he shoulders arms to a ball that's on that 5th stump line for no run. Abai Soka says, got to get a wicket on YouTube. Need India to be at least 2 down by lunch. Abai Soka says, no, I'm assuming that was the drop. And then Ella Mazai says, already a drop catch, albeit a tough one, and India keeps winning the toss all the time. Kagiso into Mayank Agarwal, this one on a good length, and Agarwal letting that go outside the off stump. It's more 6th stump line, and he lets that go through, no run. And then Johan Livesey says, Kagiso working hard again to give the game away. Too much runs. Not the best of starts for South Africa. I would say Duan Orofi's actually bowled well. It's the man on the 50th test that hasn't done the job that South Africa expects him to, as he gets a ball on a good length. It hits Agarwal high on the bat on off stump, and he defends that out to the offside. A little bit of squaring him up there, but not good enough to get the edge. More outside half of the bat than edge.
Yeah, look, Rabada's got a good record at Newlands. It's not as if he hasn't. Mm-hmm. He's got 38 wickets at 22 at this ground, which is only bettered by his performances up in the high felt.
Kagiso into Agarwal, and this one's a good length. Agarwal defending that on the back foot in front of that off stump, and it is a good end to an over. Actually, no, it's been a good over. It's been a maiden over from Kagiso. He gets his first maiden of the day. India 31 without loss. Rahul on 12 of 27. Agarwal on 15 of 27.
Good. You need to keep the Indian batters under pressure. You don't want somebody like Agarwal to make the start count. He's had a couple of starts in the series, a couple of 30s, and not quite gone on. But you can see the quality in him. You can see that he's a very good looking batsman.
Look, and he's given India, some semblance of calm at the top. These two, you're no longer coming in as first job 1 for 1 or 2 for 1. It's 31 for 1. It's 40. It's a really good partnership with Rahul as Duan Olivier bowls a full ball on off stump, and Rahul defending that off the back foot out to the point region for no run. It is 31 without loss, and you need that. And to some extent, even South Africa, yes, over the past couple of series hasn't been like that with this partnership. But if you look for like 3 years, this partnership has given you a sense of calm with Aiden Markham and Dean Alga, similar to this Agarwal and KL Rahul partnership.
Yeah, particularly in this format, opening partnerships are very important.
Duan with a beautiful ball outside the off stump on a good length. It is fifth stump line, and Rahul letting that go. We've seen how compact KL Rahul has been throughout this series.
Annoyingly so. From a South African perspective, he's been annoyingly compact.
And this is work he's done from the Australia to England, and also to South Africa now. He's very compact outside off stump, playing with soft hands, and he's done a really great job. Olivier into KL Rahul. This one's a good length ball, defended off the back foot out to the offside for no run. As an opener, you also need to be able to play with those soft hands, Tim. That's the mark of an opener. Whereas Agarwal and Aiden Markham fall in a different category where they play with hard hands. They go for anything outside off stump. But KL Rahul, similar to Dean Alga now, in being able to play compact, leaving balls outside the off stump, and playing with soft hands for balls that you want to play behind the wicket.
Yeah.
Duan into Rahul. This one is straight. And there is an appeal from the South Africans. It wrapped him on the pad. Umpire Holtstock says not out.
This automatically looks a lot closer than the previous shot for LBW. But South Africa still decided to turn down the use of the DRS. I must say, it did look a lot closer.
Yes.
Probably height again.
Yeah.
You're just looking at the visuals here on the big screen.
And with that gives you a good indication of this wicket. You're getting good bounce, you're getting true bounce, and good bounce obviously is relative, but from a South African perspective, that's the bounce we want. I'm not sure about that game, that 4-day game that was played here, as Duan Olivier comes in to KL Rahul. The ball pitched and turned into the batter as it went past the bat. It swung way in as Calvarena picked it up on the leg side. Not sure what Duan was trying to do there, but an interesting ball nonetheless.
Indeed. Did you often see the late movement going through the air like that?
The one thing about that LBW shot, while we get to see the replay from that previous ball from Olivier, is that it was an inside edge that let the umpire decided not out. Duan Olivier into KL Rahul. It is a full ball outside the off stump, and it's a front foot punch out to the offside. End of that over. 31 without loss. We're going to have a commentary change now with Colin Bryden coming in with our very own James King. Very excited for this. These guys are a great commentary team, and Tim and I will be back later on in the day.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark.
Good morning, it's Rabada to continue from the Weinberg end. Some sharp work there as that one short of a length into the body of KL Rahul. Is there, Colin? Welcome. And it's great to have you with us here at Six Gun Grill Newlands.
Yeah, thank you, James. It's terrific to be here. It's just such a pity that we're almost alone.
Yeah.
Yes, we are. We are down on the second level at the commentary box end, at the Kelvin Grove end, as Kagiso Rabada in again to Mayank Agarwal, and that one played out into the covers, coming forward and just squeezing it out to Temba Bavuma, who is in the point position. So yes, a good morning perhaps for bowling, with a bit of overcast conditions here at Newlands, and certainly South Africa could have had the breakthrough. Colin, 7 it was when Agarwal put down by Keegan Peterson at third slip. Rabada in again, this one short of a length on a fourth stump line outside the off stump, and Agarwal is neither really forward or back, just puts his foot down the crease, rides the bounce and plays it out once again to Bavuma at that point position. So just to give you the field quickly, as the score remains 31 without loss in the 11th over, 3 slips, a gully, a point, mid-off, mid-on, forward short leg, and a fine leg, more like a long leg down here in front of us. Rabada in again from the Weinberg end, left alone outside the off stump again, short of a length, and that one is taken behind by Kyle Verena. So a good toss to win, potentially on what looks like a good deck, Colin.
Well, there's certainly a bit of life in it. It's greener than I expected. There's quite a lot of grass on the pitch. We've seen a bit of movement. Rabada has threatened a few times, but it's a little bit on the slow side at this stage.
Rabada again into Agarwal, and this ball is a bit fuller, so it comes half forward and defends into the leg side, where it's picked up by Van der Dussen, who's under the helmet at forward short leg.
I think Rabada's certainly looked the more threatening bowler. Of course, he's given away a few runs, but he's tended to err on the fuller side, which I think is quite a good thing. He's making the batsman play. A couple down the leg side.
As he's in again from the Weinberg end, and once again making Agarwal play as he's forward to that one, but not fully forward. So doesn't commit himself fully onto the front foot. Just squeezes out once again into the point region. It is the end of the 11th over. It is 31 without loss.
You mentioned the chance to Keegan Peterson, and I think in fairness to Peterson, it probably would have been a good catch for fourth slip, Keegan Peterson at third slip, and he's certainly not the tallest man, and he was pretty much at full stretch, did get a hand to it, but couldn't hold on. So it was certainly a tough chance, but of course, as they always say, if you have to take your chances when to win test matches.
You do indeed, as it's going to be Dwan Olafir to continue from the Kelvin Grove, and he runs away from us now, bowling to KL Rahul, and that is a very good delivery outside the line of off stump, just again short of a length, and Olafir impressed this morning with his line and length, Colin.
Yes, and he seemed to be bowling a little bit quicker than he did in Johannesburg. Well, I think he said a little bit offended when somebody challenged him on his lack of pace, because the speed gun had him in the 120s at time, and he said he's not sure what's going on with the speed gun, but he seems to be reasonably rapid today.
He's away from us again, past umpire Holdstock. That is an absolute beauty. Short of a length outside the off stump. It takes the edge and is taken behind by Verena, and that is the end of KL Rahul. Caught Verena, bowled Olafir. The score 31 for 1. The second delivery of the 12th over, and he is on his way. Really great delivery there in that channel once again, Colin, outside the off stump. He's been bowling so away, just well there, kisses the front, or kisses the face of the bat to Verena.
Yeah, that was a really good delivery. He's been challenging just on that sort of fourth stump line, a ball that Rahul had to play. But it climbed on him. So it climbed on him, he had to adjust, and just got that feather through to the wicket keeper. So the breakthrough that South Africa needed, because I think, as Dean Elgar said at the toss, he would have preferred to bat. I think generally teams prefer to bat at Newlands, put a score on the board. But the conditions are unusually overcast here today, so certainly the bowlers would have expected to get something out of it. So, as Elgar said at the toss, he would have preferred to bat, but he's not unhappy about bowling. But if you're not unhappy about bowling, you've also got to make those breakthroughs, and that is a key breakthrough because Rahul's played important innings to set India on the way in both tests so far.
So, have you been impressed with the discipline that Olafia and Rabada have shown this morning, Colin? Far better, it seems, than they have done in the previous 2 test matches when they opened the bowling. As Cheshwar Pujara joins his partner, Mayank Agarwal, at the crease. And just to continue with that question.
Yeah, one of the things that in modern cricket, and especially what with bio bubbles and things like that and multi-formats, I'm sure it was a problem, certainly in the first test, and maybe still to some extent in the second test, that the South African bowlers haven't really bowled a lot. Duan Olafia has, because he's done so well in the 4-day competition. But the likes of Rabada and Gidi just haven't bowled. So hopefully they're finding their radar more now.
Well, certainly Kagiso Rabada has bowled particularly well this morning. He's a little bit more expensive than Olafia. Olafia now 1 for 7 into his 6th over, third ball of the 6th over to Pujara, and that one strays a little bit down into the pads of Pujara, and that's a bit of a gimme first ball as he tucks it past the man at forward short leg. That's punted distant into the deep, fielded by Ngidi, and there is 2 for Pujara to get off the mark. Indeed, 2 for Pujara. He's off the mark as we now on 33 for 1 in the 12th over.
I don't think Duan Olafia will be very happy with that delivery. That's playing to Pujara's strengths. He likes to play it off his pads, and a nice friendly delivery to get off the mark.
This ball is shorter of a length. It goes past the shoulder of Pujara. That's probably a better delivery, the one that he would have preferred to have bowled probably first up, just to say hello, welcome to the crease. And so it is Olafia now into his 6th over, and he's looked very impressive this morning. Perhaps that calibration on the speed gun has been rectified. He's feeling a lot happier with his speed away from us now. This one on the line of sort of 4th stump line, short of a length. Pujara is forward, pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Keshav Maharaj, who's in at a shortish mid-off. The field to Pujara is 3 slips a gully, a man at point, man at a wide-ish mid-off, sort of between extra cover and mid-off, a man at a wide-ish mid-on, short, wide mid-on, forward short leg, and a man at long leg. Steaming in now from the Kelvin Grove end to Pujara. He lets that one go outside the off stump. It's short of length once again on 6th stump line, and that is the end of the 12th over. A successful one for South Africa and for Duan Olafia. The score now 33 for 1.
And it looks as though we're going to get a bowling change. It seems to me that Lungi and Gidi's walking up. Oh, maybe not. No, Kagiso Rabada's. Lungi was standing next to the umpire at the bowler's end, but Rabada just tossed his cap to Temba Bavuna. Maybe he wants one more, because I think he has been threatening, and of course there is a new batsman in.
He has, and he deserves that one more over. He's bowling to Mayank Agarwal. That one's down the leg side and a little bit shorter, but wayward, and Rahane takes going smartly to his left in front of us as Rabada continues into the 7th over of his opening spell here at a cloud-covered Newlands, a 6-gun grill Newlands, in this the 3rd Betway test of the series between South Africa and India. Into us again, and this one is off the outside edge, goes straight to second slip, and Markram takes the catch. Rabada successful, given the extra over by his captain. He rewards him with a wicket. That's Agarwal on his way caught by Markram, bowled by Rabada for 15 of 35 balls, 50 minutes at the crease, 3 fours, and now India losing their second wicket on 33. It's 2 down. South Africa really must be cock-a-hoop about that.
Well, that is a significant breakthrough, because of course that now brings in the captain, Virat Kohli, and that's exactly what South Africa would have wanted. Kohli in with a bit of cloud cover, 45 minutes into the test match. And I'd love to know the conversation that might have gone on just before the start of that over, because it seemed that Lungi Ngidi was expecting to bowl, normal 6-over opening spell.
Yeah.
But presumably Rabada convinced his captain, Dean Elgar, that maybe he's worth one more. And he has made a very good breakthrough. I mean, that was a good delivery, pitched up, just playing at it and getting an edge to second slip, and a good catch by Markram.
Was a good catch, right into the bread basket. He took it exceptionally well. Sometimes those are difficult, not to know whether you're going to put your hands in the Australian catching position or standard catching position. He cupped his hands over the ball and took it gratefully for South Africa to reduce India to 33 for 2. And it is, talking about great, it is the great Virat Kohli, who is now at the crease facing his first delivery from the Wynberg end. It's Kagiso Rabada, and he says, welcome to Cape Town, Mr. Kohli, with a short one that he ducks underneath through to Rahane.
Well, Virat Kohli, I think quite a lot has been made of the fact that he's played 14 test matches since he last got 100.
Okay.
And his average over that period, in fact, the period really started just after the South Africa tour there a couple of years ago. He hasn't averaged more than 30 since.
Rabada into us again. This one, a beautiful delivery, just on a length outside the off stump, about a fifth stump line, and wisely Kohli lets that one go outside the off stump through to Rahane.
Yes, and Kohli at his captain's conference yesterday was rather bristling at the suggestion that he's out of form, and he said quite indignantly that he's very happy with the way he plays. He's at peace with the way he's playing. He's made vital contributions.
Rabada again, this a beautiful delivery. This one going probably over the top of what will be a fourth stump. Kohli leaves on length this time, and it's through to Rahane. Definitely Rabada in this, his 7th over of his spell, a successful over so far, one delivery left. He is cranking up the pace with his partner in crime from this end. Olivier also looking very threatening this morning. Rabada in from the Wynberg end, a similar delivery to the previous one. Kohli leaves alone as it's short of a length on the off stump line. The end of the over. 13 gone, another successful over. So wickets in the last 2 overs for South Africa. Both the openers gone. Rahul for 12 and Mayank in the over from Rabada for 15. Remember a life that Agarwal had on naught when Peterson put down a very difficult chance. That has not proved to be too expensive for South Africa, which is fortunate. Olivier, unsurprisingly, to continue, Colin, from this end.
Yeah, both opening bowlers getting 7-over spells.
Just a bit of a disruption. Ngidi not ready down there at long leg. The field for Olivier, 3 slips of gully at backward point. Mid-off, Weidman on forward short leg and a long leg. Olivier from the Kelvin Grove end. This one is played confidently by Pujara into the offside on the back foot. Slightly short of a length on the line of off stump. He plays it to Maharaj, who's in at that. This is a shortish extra cover position, really. It's sort of somewhere between extra cover and mid off. So, Colin, here the India's record at Newlands. It's 5 matches played. They haven't ever won here. 3 defeats and 2 draws. It's once again Olivier away from us now. That is a beautiful delivery on the line of middle stump. It's going to be going over middle and leg and just into the pads of Pujara as he's pushing forward, and it just drops in front of him. There is no run. 33 for 2.
Well, Joe, The one thing about records and history is that they are always there to be altered. And of course, up until last week, India hadn't lost at the Wanderers. South Africa hadn't beaten India at the Wanderers.
So this is why records are there to be broken, as you say, Con. This, again, a similar line and length, and this one played a little bit shorter of a length, played more confidently by Pujara into the offside. Maharaj does the fielding from extra cover.
So if you take a line through that reasoning, you then look at the first test at Centurion, which has been Fortress South Africa. India won there. So on that line, I don't think history is necessarily a reliable guide.
No, it's not a good indicator. South Africa chasing their third highest ever total at home in 244 test matches at home. This one is short, and it is punished by Pujara to get that down to the long leg area, and Ngidi can do nothing about that. It's 4 runs signaled by umpire Holdstock at the Kelvin Grove end. Good shot, not such a great delivery from Willifia, and one senses perhaps that bowling change is not that far away after this over, perhaps.
Well, I think what that delivery showed is that the pitch is on the slow side, and if you pitch it too short, the batsman has got plenty of time to get into position to play a shot.
And that we have seen so far in the 14 or 13.4 overs that have been played. This one is, as Colin Bryden says, pitched up, which is the line, which is the length to be bowling, line slightly off there as it angles into the pads. Pujara can ease it into the leg side of the front foot, and that is what we got here. So it was Rabada down at fine leg. We have got Ngidi actually here at mid-on who fielded that one, and another single, 38 for 2 into the 14th over. Yeah, so it does seem to be a bit slow coming off the pitch. Definitely not a wicket that you want to be bowling too short on. We've seen that throughout the season, in fact, and that's a very good delivery once again. Pitching on the line of off stump, straightening to Virat Kohli over the off stump, or over a 4th stump on the offside, and it's the end of the over. 38 for 2 after 14. Pujara on 7. Kohli yet to get off the mark, and the 2 opening bowlers for South Africa, as we are going to see a change. It is going to be Marco Jansen, it looks like, who's going to be bowling from the Wynberg end, and that I do find a little bit unusual, perhaps, and I'll tell you why I find that unusual just now. But Jansen coming to bowl 3 matches. He's got 12 wickets, and this youngster bowled exceptionally well in the SAA versus India A Tour, and he's got his chance. He's taken it with both hands.
Yeah, and he's looked like somebody after a fairly nervous first innings, but since then he's very much looked the part. He seems to have that ability to generate a lot of pace without seeming to be putting in excess effort.
So his first delivery in Test cricket at Newlands, Jansen in from the Wynberg end, and that is on the spot immediately to Pujara, angling across the right hand. So Jansen, all 6'8", I believe it is, of him, bowling with a high action, gets a lot of bounce, and that one just outside the off stump. Pujara pushes it out to the man at mid-off, who is Kagiso Rabada. So the field to Pujara for Marco Jansen is 3 steps, gully, point, man at mid-off, mid-on, forward short leg, and a man at long leg. He's in again from the Wynberg end. That is 2 full on the pads of Pujara, and there's a long chase for Ngidi. I don't know if he's going to get there. It's going down to the long on boundary, and it looks like he has just pulled it back, but not before the batters are through for 3 runs. Pretty easy 3 there to Pujara, and that will take him into double figures. He's on 10. The score 41 for 2 in the 15th over. It's going to be Jansen bowling to Kohli for the next delivery. So yeah, looking. He has looked very impressive with his lines and lengths in the SAA series as well against India A. That was one of the most impressive features of his bowling. This one just angled across. Kohli defends on the front foot to mid-off. Rabada does the fielding. There is no run.
Well, you mentioned angled across,
Yes.
and of course from he's bowling over the wicket, the big tall left armour, and in fact he did get Virat Kohli in the second innings of the first test. So Kohli will be watching him fairly carefully, I would imagine.
Jansen in again. That one is left alone outside the off stump, short of a length, and just angling across. Rahane takes behind. Good delivery once again from Jansen. So one of the features in the first two test matches in the first innings, Colin, was that Ngidi and then Jansen were able to tighten it up quite a lot after the initial spell, where South Africa were not successful in breaking the opening partnership. On this wicket today, that has not happened. So this one, once again, outside the off stump, and Kohli can easily leave that one alone as it is angling across him.
Well, so far, Kohli, they've bowled a reasonable line to him, but he actually hasn't had to play a shot. He's been able to leave the ball. So maybe just a slightly tighter line.
Yeah. Yes, he hasn't. I don't think he's put the bat on ball yet, has he?
No, I don't think he has. And the old uncertainty corridor.
So this is his 8th delivery that he's about to face. This one he can leave alone yet again, and this one's angled very wide outside the off stump, short of a length. Rahane dives across to his right, and he can just get a hand on it, and it bounces off into the slips, but no damage done. That is the end of Jansen's first over. Conceded 3 runs that pushed down to mid-on. So was chased by Ngidi. It's 41 for 2 after 15 overs as the drinks are upon us. And it just gives us a chance to assess what has happened this morning so far. Colin, so a good start, a good toss potentially to win for India, and then all action from ball 1.
Certainly has been. And again, I'm interested in this pitch because just looking at the 4-day games that have been played here, there have been big scores in the first innings. Dean Elgar played for the Titans and he got 100. I think, did they get, they got over 500?
They did.
600 or
over
so?
600 in that match. We were here for that match. And Gregory McQuena getting double 100. And fantastic batting from him and Elgar, breaking the Titans' opening partnership record, actually, and then their highest ever score in 4-day cricket. So I think once they got through the first couple of hours, it then became a lot easier to bat on.
Yes, and so clearly, and again, history says that whatever we say about the history and the fact that India have yet to win here, but history does say that the first innings is important. Getting a good score on the board gives you a definite advantage as the game wears on. And I think it was probably one of those tosses that Kohli might have thought a little bit about, because the conditions are certainly there's a lot of cloud about. So it does help the bowlers a little bit. It's nice and cool. So there's certainly something in it for the bowlers. And I think a feature of this test series is that both batting lineups are a little bit short on quality down the order. And so it puts a big responsibility on the top 6 of both sides. And in the case of India, you've got Rishabh Pant batting at number 6,
Yes.
whose reliability is probably a little bit on the suspect side, and especially against the pace of the South African bowlers. And that would then, leave India vulnerable if 3 or 4 wickets fall on the first morning.
I mean, a lot was made in the media, certainly around Rishabh Pant's shot in the second innings at the Wanderers, where he was out for a duck, caught behind off Rabada, going for what seemed like a wild swing outside the off stump.
He does seem to be a fairly volatile individual who responds to a challenge, and I think there was a little bit of byplay there, and I think his response was to go hard. Where was it? Yeah, it was Rabada. Rabada was bowling a good spell at that.
That was part of that. Was his? I think it's the third wickets in that spell of his when he took the wickets of Pujara, Rahane, and then punt. So Pujara and Rahane putting on that 111 for the it was for the third wicket for India, which was potentially proving to be something that could have taken the game away from South Africa, and a really big spell. As a change of bowling from the Kelvin Grove end, it's Ngidi running away from us now. He's bowling to Cheteshwar Pujara, and he's on the money straight away with that one on a fifth stump line, short of a length, outside the off stump through to Rahane to Pujara. He's still got 3 slips of gully. Same field we've had all morning so far. Point man at between extra cover and mid off, a shortish mid on now though. That is Keshav Maharaj, shortish mid on, forward short leg, fun distant under the helmet, a little bit deeper perhaps than a conventional forward short leg. Although he took that excellent catch in the Wanderers Test match, and then we have at long leg, and we have Rabada, Ngidi again. This one wide outside the off stump. And there's absolutely no need for Pujara to try and play that ball that was short of a length. But some really good breakthroughs as South Africa was conceding about 4 runs and over at the stage when both Olivier and Rabada tightened up significantly outside the off stump, rewarded then with the wicket of KL Rahul when the score was on 31, and then Agarwal in the very next over from Rabada caught its second slip by Markram at 33 for 2. It was a great delivery here from Ngidi, making Pujara play, which is something that has not necessarily been happening in the last couple of overs.
One of the things that I think the South Africans will be very pleased about from this series is the form of Ngidi.
Yes.
Because he's had his problems, he's had injuries. Of course, he made such a brilliant debut against India 4 years ago at Centurion. But since then, you feel that he hasn't really advanced. But he bowled well in the West Indies. He then got injured again. Yeah. But he's bowled very well, very consistently in this series.
He is away from us now, past umpire Holdstock at the Kelvin Grove end. This one is short of a length into the body of Pujara. He just pushes it out. And Van der Dussen does the fielding running from his position at forward short leg. He's probably about, so would you say 5-10 meters away, probably 7 meters away from the bat there, Colin.
Yes.
At a conventional sort of square leg position. That's an interesting position for that one popping up off the shoulder of the bat, one thinks.
Yeah, it's got to carry a reasonable distance.
It does, yes. That's right. Ngidi will be looking to continue his excellent form that Colin has been mentioning as he's away from us now. This is outside the off stump, and a little bit of swing as the ball goes past, probably at about 8th stump outside the off stump, way too wide to worry Pujara for that short of a length delivery.
But there was a little bit of swing, a bit of movement away. Ngidi's running away from us. We're sitting at the Kelvin Grove end, and he's just got a nice. He seems to have refined his action, nice and smooth run up. Doesn't look as though he's overstraining himself. Rolling sort of gait as he comes in at the wicket.
Yeah, very smooth, and that is another very good delivery, making Pujara play, which is exactly what South Africa will want. That's been an excellent first over from Lungi Ngidi. It's a maiden, and India remain 41 for 2 after 16 overs. Pujara on 10 of 17. Kohli yet to get off the mark. In fact, I don't think he's put bat on ball yet in the 9 balls that he has faced. And it will be Virat Kohli who will be facing Marco Jansen once again. It will be bowling from the Wynberg end. Colin, your thoughts? It's very interesting when we were here for the Titans game and commentating on that on the Pitch Vision feed into Supersport, was that Nandre Berger Wayne Parnell were telling us that left armers normally bowl from the Kelvin Grove end here. As Jansen's in to Virat Kohli. This one he does have to play out. It's angled into the left-hander, pitching short of a length. He comes forward, pushes it out into the offside, and Bumrah does the fielding at point. Look a little bit tentative going forward there, Virat Kohli. Am I reading too much into that, Colin?
Well, I think he's just been watchful at this stage. I don't think he was troubled too much, but Jansen has got that ability just to get the ball to straighten in.
Jansen again from the Weinberg. That is a really good delivery, slightly shorter this time, and angles away from Kohli. It can only be a matter of time before he brings the one back in to the right-hander, one feels. These balls have been going away from Kohli, not having to play them, not coming into the body as much. It'd be interesting to see.
Just maybe it's a bit of an ego challenge because Kohli likes to assert himself.
Jansen over the wicket to Kohli. That is short of a length once again. Kohli leaves alone outside the off stump. A nice bounce from the young South African left armour. It goes through at above head height to Rahane, who seems like he's standing a long way back to the young paceman out of the northwest, but currently plying his trade in Abeja with the Warriors. A good choice for the Eastern Province team to get him into their team. He's in again to Kohli, and once again left alone outside the off stump through to Rahane. Another ball short of a length on about a full stump line.
I was just interested, you mentioned that the two left armers from Western Province talking about bowling from the Kelvin end. Is there a reason for that? Must be
yes, there is.
The wind?
It is, funnily enough, because I always thought that the wind would come, southeasterly would come through here. And Andre Berger telling us that you like to bowl as a left armer from the Kelvin Grove end, and I'll explain that as Jansen's in again to Kohli, yet again a carbon copy of the previous delivery, short of a length outside the off stump. Score remains 41 for 2 with one ball left in the 17th over. And he was saying that the wind actually funnels through where the railway line is, which is very interesting because that's to the southwest of the ground, not the southeast of the ground. And running up the hill from the Kelvin Grove end, there seems to be some kind of magic for the left armers from this side. And they've taken, they tend to bowl that from this side in provincial cricket. Another very good delivery from Jansen is again short of a length. The bounce is what Kohli can leave on. He probably played one or two shots. That's a maiden over from Jansen. And it is again still 41 for 2 after 17. India now not scored in the last 2 overs, maidens from both Ngidi and from Jansen. 14 balls for Kohli.
Yeah, I was just looking at this little screen that you've got in front of you. 14 balls. What's he played? 1 or 2 shots?
I think he's probably hit the ball twice, yes.
Yeah. And again, for someone who likes to impose himself on the game, you wonder how patient he can be.
You do indeed. Let's see if Pujara can be patient against Ngidi. That is a lot fuller from Lungi Ngidi, and as a result, Pujara is forward nicely as it's angling into middle and leg defends out into the leg side where it's fielded by Maharaj at mid-on.
One man you don't have to question the patience of is Pujara. I think if you bowl the ball in the right place to Pujara, he'd probably pat it back to you all day.
He probably will. Over 6,000 runs in Test cricket, and he has got the patience of Job. Is it from the? If one is talking of that, it's Ngidi again from the Kelvin Grove end, and that is a delivery that actually comes into the right-hander this time. So he's been bowling that ball consistently away from the right-hander. This time the delivery pitching short of a length outside the off stump, and probably goes over a fourth stump. There, good delivery from Ngidi, not quite close enough to off stump to get Pujara to play. So it's been impressive from the South African quicks this morning. India going to 31 without loss, scoring at a good rate before the first wicket fell, that of KL Rahul to Dwayne Olivier. This is a good delivery from Ngidi once again, short of a length, and neither back nor forward. Pujara rides the bounce and plays it down straight in front of him. Quickly onto that is Temba Bavuma from point, and there is no addition to the score of 41 for 2.
You talk about how the wind funnels through. Of course, in the old days, I don't know if you're old enough to remember the old Newlands, but there was quite a big gap, and
Yes.
the southeaster came funneling through, and it certainly helped people like Dennis Hobson, the leg spinner.
And Ngidi away from us at the Kelvin Grove end. That's a very good delivery outside the off stump. Pujara comes forward and leaves that on line, which is a very good leave. It is probably a 5th stump line outside of off stump, and it goes through to keeper Rahane. Rahane in his home debut at Newlands, the young Western Province player who has taken over the glove work from the recently retired Quinton de Kock, and only in his 2nd test now as a gloveman. The 2 test caps he had in the West Indies as a batter. He'll be looking to add to the number of scalps that he already has, as it's Ngidi away from us again. This one is short outside the off stump, well fielded in that backward point position by Temba Bavuma, diving to his left. You may have heard on the microphone that crunch as that hit the bat. That was a really good shot. Given some width and a bit of short of length, he really played a very good shot there, but no reward for Pujara. Great fielding to back up his bowling.
That's
partner.
exactly the sort of fielding that South Africa want. When there's a bit of a run drought at the moment, and that would have relieved the pressure. As you say, he struck it very well. Bavuma moved quickly and stopped it very well.
And Ngidi in from the Kelvin Grove end, right on over. And that one is over the off stump, well left on length by Pujara. And just shoulders arms, puts his pads together and lets it go through. It's the end of the 18th over. It is still 41 for 2. That is the 3rd consecutive maiden over bowled by South Africa. Lungi Ngidi in this spell so far, 2 overs, 2 maidens. Marco Jansen, who is going to continue from the Wynberg end, 2 overs and 0 for 3. So 3 overs where no runs are on the board. That probably won't bother India. One feels the experienced pair, vastly experienced pair of Kohli and Pujara at the wicket at the moment. They just want to make sure they get through to the luncheon interval, one feels. Oh, that's beautifully played by Virat Kohli. Given some width outside the off stump, he plays that off the front foot on the up through the vacant extra cover region, and he's off the mark.
Well, that was played almost contemptuously. He just put bat to ball and didn't bother to run at all. He knew that was going to the boundary. Through the covers, beautiful shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, that is the way to get off the mark. We've been waiting for him to do that off his 15th or 16th delivery, getting off the mark as Jansen's in again from the Wynberg, and he just leaves that one alone. Angled across him from outside the off stump, and that goes through to the wicket keeper, Rahane. There is no run. Beautifully played off the front foot. Absolutely classic cover drive, Colin. You can't hope to look for something better. If you're going to look at the textbook, that's what you'd want to look at.
Well, that's quality batting because, of course, Jansen's been bowling a bit short.
Yes.
At the moment he pitched it up, Kohli was onto it.
Jansen again. This one is angled across the right hand. He gets bat on ball, trying to angle that one. One feels down into the vacant 3rd man region, goes to gully where Maharaj is in at that gully position. Marco Jansen, who's been at the gully, in the gully for every other bowler so far, replaced by his South African spin bowling teammate, also fellow left-hander, Keshav Maharaj, as it's going to be Jansen.
I think the only similarity is that they're both left-armed.
I think so. And that is a short delivery, probably the 1st or 2nd short delivery we've seen from Jansen this morning when he's going over the head of Kohli, well over the head of Kohli, and it goes through to the wicket keeper, Rahane. And there is going to be a commentary change at the end of this over. 2 balls to go here, and we will be welcoming in to the commentary box. It's going to be Simon and Tepo who are going to be joining you. Simon Gear, Tepo Taylor. And we see this the 5th delivery from Jansen over, once again left alone by Kohli outside the off stump, across him to Rahane. There is no run. So, Colin, as we come to the end of this first commentary spell, just some thoughts on where the game is at the moment?
Well, I think the game is fascinatingly poised. And once again, it just comes back to the disappointment that the public can't be here to watch it in person, because you've got one of the best batsmen in the world.
The last delivery of this over from Jansen is just defended back down the pitch, short of length, on the line in middle and off stump. And that is the end of the over, 45 for 2 after 19. Thank you to Colin Bryden. And we'll be back again with you a bit later. Over now to Simon Gear and Tepo Taylor.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
Once one.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
And welcome back. My name is Simon Gear. With me in the hot seat is Tepo Taylor. You've missed 1 ball of Lungi Ngiri's 3rd over. He runs away from us, a right arm over from the Kelvin Grove end. He gets the outside edge of Pujara's bat, and it goes on the bounce to a tumbling Keegan Peterson, I think it was, yes. At I think he's at 3rd slip, or he's at 2nd slip. He's at 3rd. So an action-packed first ball for us. Welcome, Tepo.
Yes, good to be here, Simon. India still 45 for 2 at the moment. Pujara, as you heard, at the crease with Virat Kohli on 10 and 4 respectively. The wickets to fall, Rahul for 12. He edged it from the bowling of Duan early feed, caught by Rahane, and Mayank Agarwal. Rabada was his bowler, and Aiden Markham at 2nd slip the catcher.
Lungi again back of a length, left on length as much as anything else by Pujara through to Rahane, and no run.
And they were Rahul was out for 12 and Mayank Agarwal for 15. Once again, India 45 for 2 at the moment. Great day for some cricket here, Simon. We've already seen that the bowlers are keen to ply their trade on this pitch. A little bit of movement, a little bit of nip off the surface from time to time, just jagging into the right-handed batsman. So we're in for a treat of some cricket here today.
Yeah, it hasn't been the easiest pitch to bat on so far today. Certainly the bowlers on top, 45 for 2, and a run rate of just 2.3 as Lungi's in that channel, and it's left alone through to the keeper, no run. So I think South Africa will be happy to have been put into bowl. And I suppose India, if they can keep it at just 2 down to lunch, they'll consider that par. And I think the hope is that as the sun comes out a little later today, that the batting will become easier.
Now that's the key. They just needed to negotiate the first period, the first session. And as Colin was saying, it's a real shame that there aren't any fans here in the stands to just cheer on the South Africans, to watch one of the best batsmen in the world right here at Newlands.
Lungi coming from the Kelvin Grove end, it's on the pads, and that's just flicked away imperiously by Che Pujara, and runs to the mid-wicket boundary. Keshav Maharaj jogs along to go and pick it up. And that is 4 more to the total. 49 for 2 now. Pujara's on 14 and Virat on 4.
A little bit too straight with his lines. Lungi Ngiri also a little bit full. All Pujara had to do was just clip it off the pads. A very classy shot here. pierced the gap between the short square leg and the man here at mid wickets. And as soon as it came off the bat, that was going all the way for 4. So it's important for the South African bowlers that they keep their lines, keep their lengths, make sure that they keep the pressure on the Indian batters.
As someone moving behind the South, they're looking straight at us, which is a little bit concerning.
What's happening?
Did someone move around?
It was James behind us.
Okay, so we did have a little bet. We are right behind the bowler's eye line. We had a bit of a bet as to how long it would take us to hold up play here at 1WSR, and we've managed to do it just before the 20th over. And they are, Adrian Holstock, looking across rather accusatorily at us now. It is the change of over. 20 overs gone, 49 for 2 is the score, and 1WSR has held up play once.
So far.
So far.
I thought I saw them look at us earlier as well when I was in the stands just doing a little bit of cheering, but I couldn't be sure of that. We won't count that one. India still 49 for 2, yet to cross that 50 mark. Virat Kohli, the captain, and Cheteshwar Pujara, the season campaigner, are in the middle, and Marco Jansen will be coming in from the Weinberg end.
Yeah, this is going to be the fourth ball of the fourth over rather of his morning. A tall, lanky man coming in, left arm over the head of Marais Erasmus, and it's played into the offside and no run. It is a strange thing to be in an empty stadium like this, because you almost feel that the players can probably hear every word you say. They can't. I've umpired enough to know you genuinely can't hear guys talking loudly on the side.
Except if you have someone loud enough that makes sure that you can hear them.
Yeah, I think you're cheering earlier this morning. I'm sure that they heard every word.
I hope so.
Jansen just angling it across the right hand of the right-handed Virat Kohli, and it's left well alone through to the keeper. There are 3 slips and a gully in place. The slips are Dean Elgar, Aidan Markram, and Keegan Peterson. And a gully is that Keshav Maharaj?
Yes,
it's Keshav.
18.
At point is Temba Bavuma. At mid-off is KG Rabada. Marco Jansen, obviously the bowler. Mid-on is Dwan Olivier. Under the helmet is Rassie Erasmus. Left arm over again, left on length through to the keeper, and no run. And the only man I haven't mentioned is Lungi Ngidi. He's down here to our left. He's at fine leg.
You also forgot to mention Rassie van der Dussen. The score's still 49 for 2. You mentioned Rassie Erasmus.
Oh, did I say Rassie Erasmus? My apologies. No, Rassie Erasmus hasn't snuck in under the lid instead of doing his water boy duties. He's
can't get to a rugby field, so decides to come.
It is very definitely Rassie van der Dussen. Left arm over again, and outside edge of the bats. Temba Bavuma takes it on the second bounce, fires it back into Kyle Varane, and no run.
So yeah, still 49 for 2. Virat Kohli on strike. He just has the 1-4 to his name. A very classy cover drive. Not playing at every single delivery, leaving quite well when it passes over the stumps, when it goes across his body with the left-handed Marco Jansen. If he does get bat to ball, and it's a bit of a tricky one, he does have soft hands. Pujara is at the non-striker's end on 14, still 49 for 2.
Marco Jansen, back of a length, just left alone by Virat Kohli. I suspect that someone has probably been reading him the riot act over the last week or so. Who's senior enough to shout at Virat Kohli, I wonder? You've probably got to have the rank of
coach, really.
Yeah, well, I suppose
Rahul Dravid, really.
Yeah, I think Rahul Dravid probably is respected enough within this group. There have been Indian coaches in the past who would not have been able to tell the stars what to do, particularly in the Mahendra Singh Dhoni era, I think, as a shorter ball, and Virat Kohli just sways out of the way. A tumbling take by Rahane. That is the end of the over. Jansen has now bowled 4 overs, 0 for 7. He's been very economical indeed. India 49 for 2 after 21.
Interesting conversation that can be opened up here. Just talking about the seniority of the players in the team. And in Virat Kohli's press conference, he was asked about transitioning, because I'm sure Umpo mentioned it in his stint. The age of the Indian players, everybody well over 28, except for Rishabh Pant in this team. Everyone's seasoned campaigners. You can see it in their caps as well. So a very interesting conversation about transition. He said that it will happen naturally, but we'll have to see. Lungingiri.
Certainly, these days, India has a pipeline of really quality players, ready to step up. Lungi bowls this in a sixth stump line, and it's left well alone.
Don't forget, you can tweet us here at OneWorldSR. We have a tweet that goes to Simon and also Rassie Erasmus saying, according to Simon Gear, Rassie Erasmus is fielding at short leg for the Proteas. How long before he decides to ignore all the instructions and just say, F the batsman up physically?
I was curious to know how you were going to read that tweet. We maybe need to make some editorial decisions over lunch, TT. Right arm over and full worked into the onside. They're going to come through for 2, probably for 3 as well, as it is hauled in by Keshav Maharaj right on the boundary. 3 runs to Chitesh Pujara, and that also brings up the 50. 52 for 2 in 91 minutes, 128 balls, a run rate of 2.4.
They're doing well, India, to consolidate this period, losing 2 early wickets. Their opening partners that did very well with their opening partnership, especially in Centurion. Big wickets for the South Africans, and it's vital that these two just slow it down. They don't need to score at a quick rate. There's still 4 days left to play. It's still 5 days left to play here.
Plenty of crickets to come. Right arm over and still in a slightly wide channel, I think, is Lungingiri. Probably needs to get ever so slightly closer to the stumps to try and excite a drive from Virat Kohli. Bit of a battle of patience here. The South Africans know that if they can becalm Kohli, he's very, very vulnerable to having a bit of a slash outside the off stump. Kohli knows that the South Africans know that. And as we were saying earlier, that we're pretty sure someone must have read him the riot act about the way that he lost both his wickets at Centurion. And I think that if he takes that to heart and really battles through to lunch, leaving well, we could see a vintage Kohli this afternoon. Again, left alone and no run. There has been some criticism on Twitter from Pranjal Messi fans saying 2.4 overs and Ngidi hasn't bowled 1 delivery in the channel. I think they are deliberately keeping it wide of that usual channel, that corridor of uncertainty. Which would normally be 4th stump line, they're very deliberately bowling 6th or 7th stump line to Kohli.
Maybe even to generate some movements away. We know that Lungingiri's natural swing movement goes towards the bowler, but this one maybe trying to just towards the batter, now just trying to go away from him.
He comes away from us, and Kohli plays this one out of the inside edge of the bat and runs down to find a much straighter ball that, and they come through for a single. Kohli goes to 5, the total to 53 for 2.
Pujara on strike at the moment, and what's important for the South Africans is that they try to build pressure on the Indian team. How you build pressure, you minimize the runs, especially with Virat Kohli at the crease. You said it in Centurion, when he threw his hands at a very wide wayward delivery, you could see that there was some sort of scoreboard pressure put on him. He was keen to score, and if you could just get that itch to come, make him want to scratch that itch, you could potentially get yourself a wicket here. South Africans have noticed that. We're just seeing a fielding change here. Butma 1000, Rassie van der Dussen is moving from a conventional square leg to a short square leg, just getting the helmet. Dean Algo must have seen something.
Yeah, I suspect we might get a little bit of chin music here for Pujara.
Sweet chin music. Shaun Michaels
running away from us. We're at the Kelvin Grove end. He comes past Adrian Holstock and just again in that channel left well alone. And that is the end of that 22nd over. 53 for 2. Pujara is there on 17. Virat is on 5.
You know what? Mentioning that Pranjal Messi fan tweet that we saw about Lungingiri bowling in the channel, one thing we did notice with KL Rahul, especially in the first test, was that once it's in that channel, the Indian players don't want to play it. They will leave that ball. They will not play at that ball. So you're going to have to manufacture a wicket somewhere else. If it's a wayward delivery that gets you the wicket, then that's what you do. Maybe you bowl a few half volleys, lull the batsmen into playing their strokes, then give them a wide one, get their eyes flashing up, get them throwing their hands there, and you could potentially get the edge. But you need to think of different ways to get wickets here.
Marco Jansen to resume from the Weinberg end and bangs it in to Virat Kohli, who just rides the bounce very, very well, drops it onto the leg side and no run. They certainly are interested in Kohli's outside edge. They've got 3 slips in a gully and a backward point, all waiting for that slash outside the off stump. There was that fantastic meme where they were he was slashing at the 12th stump line, I think, in Supersport Park in that first inning. The problem is he's such a class act that he is capable of hitting those balls for 4. But very, very watchful Virat this morning as he lets the second ball of the over go and no run.
At the same time, I mean, going back to what I said about manufacturing our wickets, that's the type of stroke that would be a run-scoring opportunity. If you deny yourself the balls that just go outside off stump, if something goes outside, you're saying to yourself, that's where I need to score, because you need to select where you want to score from. So I don't blame him for wanting to score for wide delivery. When it's short, wide in the slot, you need to punish it.
Marco Jansen again bounces it, and Kohli ducks underneath it, goes through harmlessly to the keeper. They've even got the classic hole through the covers, inviting him with no man at all between Temba Bavuma at point and Kagiso Rabada at mid-off. So a huge gaping gap there, inviting the drive, and they're just going to keep on bowling it outside the off all day, waiting for Virat to have a go at it.
Score still 53 for 2 as Marco Jansen comes in.
Coming from the Weinberg end, fuller ball, and Kohli does drive this safely on the bounce to KG Rabada, who collects. So no run there. 53 for 2.
Yeah, 53 for 2. Vital innings here for both the Indian batsmen. We know that Chicheswa Pujara has been under a lot of pressure of late. Before scoring that 50, I saw that him and Rahane scored like under or averaged under 20 in 20 games.
But again, class act as Kohli leaves this one on length, and it bounces probably over off stump, maybe slightly wide of off. Remember, we've got the left-handed Marco Jansen who's coming over the wicket and then angling it across the right-handed Kohli. And so he's just allowing the angle to do most of his work. I don't think he's a bowler who swings it an incredible amount. He's very much uses his height, and not dissimilar to Morne Morkel, to bounce batsmen out.
And his pace, express
pace. Nothing wrong with his pace at all. And again, short. Does he get an outside edge there? Oh, there was hands on the head by the South Africans. Dean Elgar looked like he turned around and met my eyes. We are that close to the action here. It's actually quite a lot of fun. We're low down at the Kelvin Grove end. That's the end of the over, by the way. 53 for 2. We're quite low down. So if you're familiar with Newlands, there is the press box, which is on the opposite end from the main grandstand. That's on the 3rd floor. Then the Supersport and SABC TV crews, they're on the 2nd floor in all of the commentary boxes. And because they are spreading themselves wide across all of those commentary boxes, we are on the 1st floor. In fact, sorry, it's the 4th floor, the 3rd floor, and then we're on the 2nd floor, and just above the side screen and slightly to the offside for the right-hander. And so we're close enough that if we move around, we disturb the batsman. Here comes Lungengidi in, running away from us at the Kelvin Grove end, and he's 2 straight, works into the onside, but Rassi Federson has been dropped back to that forward square leg next to the umpire, and he just collects and no run.
It's still 53 for 2 at the moment, and Lungengidi's been erring a little bit too straight. Just having a quick conversation here with Kagiso Rabada, Rabada coming in from the cover region, just to have a quick word with his bowling partner. That's good to see. Good to see the experience, the 50-game experience that KG Rabada, just having a chat with Lungengidi. He does have the potential to take a wicket, an explosive bowler, Ngidi.
It shows you how little test match cricket South Africa actually plays. Full and driven, not very convincingly. I think he got the inside half of the bat there, and it went through to mid-on. where Keshav Maharaj does the fielding, no run.
A little bit of a half volley, a little bit straight. You'd feel that if Cheteshwar Pujara really got hold of that and just punched it down the ground, he could have gotten some big runs there.
It was the shot of a man not particularly informed, to be honest. He was trying to drive into the offside and just squirted it through to mid-on instead. As I was saying, Lunky feels like he's been around forever. And to have only played 50 test matches at the age of, he's 26, 27, short and outside the off stump and left alone.
KG Rabada?
Sorry, KG Rabada.
Yes,
Did I say Lungi Giri? My apologies.
No worries.
KG Rabada. If he had been playing for England, he would have had probably close to 100 test matches by now, almost.
Nice.
He would have needed a rest, I think, mostly.
You know what, Simon? Resting is a very vital part of all sports. In Virat Kohli's press conference, he was asked about the injuries that he sustained, the injury from Mohammad Siraj, and you can see the toll that playing endless cricket sort of takes on players. And it's important that they do get some rest, but game time is just as important.
As Lungi runs away from us, and it's a ball that is far, far too straight, and it is just flicked into the onside by Pujara, and that is going to run all the way down to the fine leg boundary. It disturbed Harry the Hardydar as well, who likes to field down at fine leg in that corner of the field. So 4 runs to Pujara. He goes to 21. The score goes to 57 for 2 after 23.4 overs. And Ngidi, his 4.4 overs have now cost 12 runs. So hardly desperately expensive, but that was a poor ball by Ngidi.
Yeah, straying down the leg side was even, if he left that, it would have been a wide in a T20. But that's where he's erring on his lines a little bit. Just needs to find his rhythm once again. We do have something interesting that Tim gave us here.
Right arm over, left alone outside the off stump, no run.
In the 7 years that Kagiso Rabada has played Test cricket, he has only missed 5 tests.
Wow!
Only 5 tests. That's crazy, and I mean that's the demand that is put on these types of athletes. The athletes in the 21st century. Just thinking of even in football, like Mohamed Salah has to play game after game after game for Liverpool. The talismanic player has to go to Egypt, play game after game after game there. During the festive season, there's games. The games even pick up then. So we need to really think about how we manage players during this time, this era.
Right arm over and on the front foot, defended into the offside, no run. That is the end of that 24th over, 57 for 2. Perhaps Tim can tell us how much crickets the English fast bowlers have played in the same time. I suppose Anderson, who's their strike bowler, he's rested a lot. He's probably only plays 2/3 of the matches that they play, if that. In fact, maybe even only half. But it'd be very interesting to know if Ngidi was English, how much, what would his tally be now? So I'm sure Tim will beaver away in that. It's really, really nice to have Tim here. He's a resident of Cape Town and is making his Test debut today as a commentator. He's commentated extensively for us in Tests as well, but when we were in our informal guise as Guerrilla Cricket. But now actually at the ground, he's done a 4-day match time here as well. But this is the first time that he's been in our commentary. It is left alone on length by Virat Kohli. This is Kagiso Rabada's first over of a new spell, and a gasp by the Proteas. No run.
India still 57 for 2. Virat Kohli on 5. Cheteshwar Pujara on the non-strikers end on 21. And that was a fantastic back of a length delivery. But it was a no ball. So if it was a wicket, it would not have mattered. And that's Kagiso's first no ball of the game. I want to say I hope it's his last, but it probably isn't.
He bowled a lot of no balls at Wanderers. Again, bending the back and getting plenty of bounce out of this Newlands wicket. Left alone by Virat Kohli.
And even more at Centurion. And funny enough, we found an interesting stat from one of the scorers at the Wanderers when they just followed Kagiso's no balls, just wondering or checking when they came. They normally came during the first half of the over.
Yes, in fact, I think more than half of them were the first ball of the over, weren't they? Yeah.
In the first innings, the 3 no balls he had, all 3 of them were the first ball. This one as well.
Right arm over and straight flicked away by Kohli. It is going to be collected by Lungiangiri right below us, and they come through 4-2. For a moment there, I thought he had flicked it straight at Rassie van der Dussen.
It was airborne for some time. I would have went straight down the throat of a leg slip if there had been one. But the man here on the leg side is saving the 3 runs. We have a fine leg, a short square leg, mid-wicket cover, 3 slips, a gully, and a man at backward point.
Possibly a sign of a little bit of impatience there from Rabada, and as he goes back into his channel, and it is once again left alone by Kohli. They can't give him those release shots because it makes it that much easier for him to leave alone outside the off stump.
Maybe trying something there. He was very disciplined. We saw some tweets just talking about how disciplined him and Olivier had been at the beginning to set the tone for the South Africans. The score now 60 for 2. After Kohli scored 2, he's on 7. Kagiso Rabada coming in once again over the wickets. It's a full half volley outside the off stump, and it's driven down the ground. The man at cover has to go fetch it. Keshav Maharaj diving to the boundary, but his dive in despair and for nothing, as that goes for 4. India now 64 for 2. Virat Kohli on 11, not out.
It's a really, really good shot, just leaning into that and driving hard through the offside. A straighter ball. He wasn't having to reach for that at all. It was on off stump, and Kohli, vintage Kohli there, driving it all the way out to the cover boundary. Rabada is going to continue, and again straight and short and worked into the onside. They're going to scamper back for 2. Good running there by the Indians as they took on Dwan Olivier, who had to run out and make a diving stop on the sponsors' logos in the mid-wicket area there. He's jarred his knee into the grass there slightly, as Olivier. So hopefully he's going to be fine.
No injuries.
He returns to mid-off. 3 slips. The world's tallest gully in Marco Jansen. Here comes KG again. Right arm over again, banging it in and left alone. That is the end of the 25th over. India 66 for 2. KG Rabada, the 1 wicket, and 29 runs off 8 overs.
Pujara on 21. He'll be on strike to face Marco Jansen coming from the Calvin Grove end. And just to answer your question, Simon, you asked him about how many games an English player would have played in the same time. So in the same time that Kagiso Rabada played his 50 test matches, James Anderson played 70. An entire 20 more games. And it's for James Anderson.
Anderson, who's rested a lot.
Mabu.
Yeah, so he would have, Rabada would certainly be sniffing, 75, 80 test matches easily.
Playing game after game after game. Also, the IPL, KG Rabada has to play, and he also doesn't just play tests. So he plays tests, one-day internationals. Broad played 77. Wagwan.
It's a problem at the moment, how little test match cricket everyone outside of India, England, and Australia are playing. With the beginning of Marco Jansen's new spell coming from the Calvin Grove end, and is defended into the pitch by Pujara and no run.
Still 66 for 2, but Simon, whenever this conversation opens up about the big 3, about how many games they play, about how the World Cups are always there, guys share the World Cups, one thing that we can't argue with,
as Marco Jansen comes left arm over, and it is straight through to the keeper, who fluffs it a little bit, and they're going to come through for a bye.
Those are 3 runs there, just bouncing just before it got to Calvarena. The worst thing for a wicket keeper is a ball that bounces just outside your reach, because you need to keep your head away from that. I actually got once got hit in the eye with a ball that just bounced randomly. But yes, going back to the conversation, 67 for 2. Fans, they have way more fans right now. The stadium is empty. It's because of the pandemic, but generally with tests, with the domestic scene, you're not seeing a lot of fans, and that's the problem.
Marco Jansen left arm over, bangs in, left alone outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper, and Virat Kohli remains on 13. So it's going to be interesting to see where South African cricket is when crowds return, because a lot has happened in 2 years, and that's a massive understatement. We've had some big retirements and
forced retirements.
There might still be more to come when you look at what's coming out of the SJN hearings. As a change of action by Marco Jansen, he now comes left arm around the wicket, trying to angle it into Kohli, left alone on length again. I think probably went over his stumps through to Rahane, no run.
G just joining the conversation here on YouTube, or on YouTube One World Sports Radio. You can check us out there. He says Anderson was injured during that period too, talking about the period where Kagiso got 50 test caps, he got 70, as was Broad. So they both could have played even more actually, which is crazy, but they have the fans to watch it, so it brings in the money.
It does. Bangs in, and Kohli ducks underneath this one. No run. Yeah, look, I mean, Rabada wouldn't be able to play all of those test matches, obviously, because he plays everything.
Yep.
And he is. There have been times when I've worried that he just looks tired. He looks off the boil, and then he'll produce spells like he did at the Wanderers, where he removed the Indian middle order just about on his own.
3 wickets, just like that.
Left arm around the wickets, and perfect forward defensive by Kohli. That is the end of that over. Jansen has now bowled 6 overs, 0 for 7. Good maiden over there. The score is 67 for 2 after 26 overs. Pujara is on 21. Virat is on 13. The partnership now 34.
Not going to lie to you, Simon. I really enjoyed when Marco Jansen comes from around the wickets as the left-hander. That angle that he generates for the right-handers, it's very difficult. Sometimes the balls even straighten up, but he's in that channel, that fourth stump channel, on a constant basis. He looks fantastic coming from around the wickets.
Coming around the wicket, banging it in like that with a short backward square leg and a leg slip or a leg gully.
All day.
Could be the number.
All day, every day. All day, every day. LBW into play, edges into play, a short bounce, the bat pad into... Everyone's in play, man. Sure, he's Rabada coming in.
Yeah, coming from the Weinberg end, he's right arm over in that channel, left alone, no run.
Still 67 for 2 here. Pujara on 21, Virat Kohli on 13. But yes, it's our duty as fans to actually step up, come to the crickets. South African fans, do what you can. Your team needs you. It's a team in transition. It's a team that's growing. So if there's any time to really watch some cricket, I believe this is the team to watch. Dean Algar, I don't know about you, Simon, but I feel he's an exciting captain.
He's an interesting captain, as a straighter ball worked off his hips. I think it actually just hit the thigh pad and goes on the bounce to Rassie van der Dussen, no run.
Still 67 for 2.
Rassie looking like he's having a quiet word with Chiteshwar Pujara there.
That's why he's actually
he definitely has said something. Definitely said something there.
Always saying something spicy as Put my 1,000.
3 slips, the tall gully, the very, very short square point. And now there is someone moving behind the bowler's arm. And so it's not only us who are guilty of that occasionally.
My guy, sit down, please.
I think it's in that 6-gun grill box. That's a couple of folks were just walking past a window. Not really their fault, I think, if you're not actually sort of out in the crowd. Rabada in past umpire Erasmus, left alone through to the keeper, no run.
Still 67 for 2, but we're talking about Dean Algar as an exciting new captain. I think he was the necessary captain, the captain that we needed after Faf du Plessis. I'm not sure why we went with Quinton de Kock. He didn't have that metal, that leadership vibe. For me, Quinton de Kock reminds me of Herschel Gibbs.
He didn't have the gravitas. Of a test match captain, which Dean has in spades. Left alone in that channel and through to the keeper, no run.
And not just that, I feel that Quinton de Kock needs to be uninhibited. He needs to feel like he can do what he wants to really thrive. He looks like Paul Pogba. Just give him a bat, go Quinny, go, and he'll do the thing. He'll do the job for you. Pile on responsibility for him, and just doesn't work as well. He looks inhibited.
KG again, straighter ball, worked off the hips. They're going to scamper through for one. Lungi Ngidi runs in and is able to stop them taking the second. The score goes through to 68 for 2. One ball remaining in the 27th over, which will be Rabada's 9th over, 1 for 30.
With that said, I do love Quinny, and truly, I think that wasn't the right move from the coaching staff. Shouldn't have done that to him. But Dean Algo, on the other hand, it looks like this is exactly the type of thing that he's made for. He's nuggety. He's a great test player, and he translates that into his captaincy.
Left alone for the final ball of the over, through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, he is the classic test captain.
Exactly.
He's tough. Exactly. He's an opener. Happy to field at first slip. All of those things are box ticks.
Oh, we have a YouTube comment here from Daniel Kiwi. How's it, Daniel? Good to see you here. He says, good player management is the future of cricket. I want to add in there sports, knowing not just when to play your best, but how to play them. Very, very vital stuff. And also a tweet here from Pranjal Messi fan saying, Virat has made a technical change. His front foot is coming forward without going as far across as before, with the toes pointing to the mid-off rather than cover, allowing him to bend his front knee and get his head down over the ball.
Would you mess around with Virat Kohli's technique?
I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't touch it at all. Me personally,
I would be very, very nervous as a coach to mess with him at all.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just vibing here behind the mic.
Well, no, I know you would. I meant the sort of generic you. Yeah. Marco Jansen continuing left arm around the wicket, angling into Pujara, who rides the bounce well. Rassie van der Dussen does the fielding under the lid. No run.
Love it. Marco Jansen coming from around the wicket. I said it before. He also gets the batsman playing, which is something that the South African bowling attack said that they wanted to do after the first test. And Duan Olifie's press conference, he said that was what we needed to do. Bouch said, get the batsman playing. And he played. This is how the batsman played.
Remember I said to you that a leg slip or a leg gully would be the money. I'll tell you about that in a moment as Jansen comes left arm around the wicket in the offside channel, left alone. That position of Rassie van der Dussen is not a forward short leg. It's more akin to a leg gully. He's quite a close leg gully.
But he does have the lid on. Potentially, therefore, that angle that comes into the right hand. If Pujara just wants to fend it off, Rassie will be in business. If he wants to hook it, there's a man at third man that can also do the business. Fine leg. Sorry.
Left arm around the wicket and quite wide around the wicket, but this is driven through a vacant mid-on area. That's going to run all the way down to the boundary in front of us, and a rather tired-looking Duan Olifie is jogging down to fetch it. Of course, there's no one amongst the security staff or anything who can throw the ball back, so he's giving it a bit of a wipe on his shirt. It obviously hit something of a puddle down there, possibly. So Duan Olifie runs all the way back to give it just about to the hand of Jansen. And 4 runs, 72 for 2.
Pujara on 26 after that classy shot, a little bit of a half volley on leg stump and just punched down the ground for 4.
Left arm over, and this is the one that is worked off the hips, but it's on the bounce past van der Dussen through to it's crease or Rabada down there at fine leg, quite a square fine leg. They just jog through for a single. Virat Kohli now walking out to hand something to Marais Erasmus. Possibly he's lost a stud or something like that. I think it's probably what that is.
1 over before lunch here. After that, India sitting on, 1 minute before lunch. India sitting on 73 for 2. Virat on 13 on strike and Pujara on 26.
Marco Jansen away from us, left arm over again on the hips and worked well in front of square. Rassie van der Dussen is going to have to do the chasing under the helmet, and he collects it. About 2/3 of the way back, they jog through for an easy 2. 75 in fact for 2 after 27.5 overs. Virat is on 15, Pujara is on 26. The partnership now into the 40s.
And we have a few comments here from Random Fanboy. Become our fanboy, please, saying 1 more before lunch. You're correct. Also saying Algo will not be here forever. He's already 34. And you're right, he won't. But he's the captain we need right now as we transition into a new phase of South African cricket.
Forward defensive squirted out into the offside. That will be lunch. It is 12:30 here in Cape Town. And as the batsmen walk off, the score is 75 for 2. It's been absorbing Test match cricket all the way through this morning. Pujara is there on 26. Virat is there on 15. The two men out, both caught behind the stumps. KL Rahul was caught for Rahane, bowled Orafir for 12 of 35 balls, and Mayank Agarwal caught at second slip by Markram. He was, and that was bowled by Rabada. He was out for 15. The two men at the crease, as I said, Chiteshwar Pujara, he's on 26. Virat Kohli is on 15. 75 for 2 is the score, and the partnership is at 42. We'll be back, well, it won't be you and I back after lunch. It'll be someone else. I'm not quite sure who's on the schedule, but it'll be one of Paul or James or Tim, I think, back after lunch. Thank you very, very much for joining us. We'll play some of our archives on our radio channels. And if you are watching YouTube, we'll go silent over this period. And please do join us at 1:10 South African time for the second session.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
One.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December. To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
Once one.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
Hello and welcome back to Newlands for the first day of this decisive third test between South Africa and India. I'm Ken Borland and a great pleasure to have Seppo Tayela with me. An intriguing morning session, Seppo, for India won the toss and batted and reached 75 for 2.
Indeed, for 2, the 2 wickets that fell. KL Rahul fell on 12. KL Rahul fell on 12. He was caught behind by Rahane, bowled bully feed. Mayank Agarwal, the second wickets. Rabada struck in his 50th test match, getting his 227th wickets when Aiden Markram caught Nick behind. Cheteshwar Pujara is in the middle on 26. He's on strike as Kagiso Rabada will be coming from the Wynberg end. He's on 26 and Virat Kohli on the opposite end on 15.
Actually, I think it's going to be Lungi and Ngidi. A bit of a surprise. He is switching ends. He was bowling at the Kelvin Grove end for the morning. He has now switched to the Wynberg end, and in he comes to Cheteshwar Pujara, 3 slips in a gully. Just back of a length, Pujara pushes forward, and it's a solid defensive stroke back down the pitch.
Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR, one the number, world the word, the planet, and SR like strike rate. We have a tweet here from David. He has a poll that you can also get in there. It says a decent start to the decider. What will be the defining factor in determining the outcome? Is it going to be the conditions or individual performance? And just look at the conditions. We're seeing clouds everywhere. The Table Mountain has a tablecloth on. So lots of cloud cover here.
Yeah, I fancy not a bad toss to lose for South Africa. It's just a delay in play. Some problem with the side screens. I think it's people moving around.
Too much moving.
Up above the side screens. But Ngidi's in again now to Pujara. Back of a length, wider outside off stump, and Pujara lets it go through to the wicketkeeper. Seppo, I thought South Africa's new ball bowlers, Rabada and Olafia, were really good. I thought they could have had a bit more reward. How did you see the bowling in that first session?
Fantastic, Ken. Absolutely fantastic. Pressure on that channel, the best way to start. There was an opportunity that was dropped. It was from Keegan Peterson. Mayank Agarwal would have gone without scoring. But to be fair, if Keegan Peterson took that diving to his right, that would have been the catch of the season. And it's still January.
Yeah, indeed. Ngidi in again to Pujara. Again, just outside off stump and left alone by the batsman. Yeah, he was diving full length at third slip, one-handed. It came quickly. And it didn't cost too much. Agarwal was on 0 at the time. He only went on to score 15. But this is a threatening partnership now for South Africa. Pujara and Virat Kohli have added 42. Pujara looking very solid, 26 not out. Continuing that return to form he had at the Wanderers. Ngidi is in again to him, right arm over the wicket. Fuller, Pujara drives through the covers, big gap, and he has spanked that to the boundary for 4.
Classy shot from a half volley. A little bit overpitched from Lungi Ngidi outside the off stump. He did want Pujara to drive, but not the results he was looking for here. And Pujara gets himself a boundary. He moves on to 30, and the score now 79 for 2 after that fantastic stroke.
Ngidi just the one bowler who's looked a little bit out of sorts today. His rhythm not quite there. He's been very accurate in this series and his lines and lengths, but so far today has just sprayed it around a little bit. He comes in again to Pujara from the Wynberg end. This is on leg stump. Pujara turns it, but it just dribbles away to mid-on for no run.
You would have expected, as India is still 79 for 2, that Lungi Ngidi would probably be the pick of the bowlers here. I was having conversations in the press box with a bunch of people about how they saw the game playing out. Was reminiscent of Vernon Philander here, playing at Newlands. He was devastating with the swing that he had. And Lungi Ngidi would probably be the closest bowler we have at the moment to that from a South African perspective.
Ngidi in again to Pujara. Again, outside off stump and left alone. I have to say that looking at the pitch this morning, it had the look of the kind of wickets we've had here in the last sort of 5 to 10 years, where Vernon Philander has really enjoyed himself on his home ground. And you would think Ngidi of similar pace, hitting the seam, would really enjoy it as well. But he's struggled to find his consistency so far. Duan Olivier is going to open the bowling after lunch from the Kelvin Grove end. I was very impressed with his first spell, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 14. I was interested to see how he would go at Newlands. He's obviously a handful on the high-field pitches with the pace and bounce. Needs to bowl a fuller length here at Newlands, and he has done that very well. He's going to be bowling to Virat Kohli, who's been pretty subdued so far in this innings, 15 or 50 deliveries. Here's Olivier right top over the wicket, 3 slips on the gully to Kohli. Back of a length, on leg stump, and Kohli just fends it towards square leg, no run.
As subdued as Virat Kohli is, it's very important that he does occupy the crease, Ken. The more you stay there, the more you'll get runs. That's just the way it is. And Virat Kohli can be very explosive later on. And as you said, the opening sessions from the new ball bowlers was a very good session that they needed to negotiate. And even a YouTube comment from Random Fanboy was asking who won that first session. It was a balanced session because of the bowling that we saw here and because of the partnership we're seeing at the moment.
Well, and again, this is Fuller. It nips back as Kohli just lets it go through. I fancy that bounced over off stump, but it was left on length and it did clear the stumps by a comfortable margin.
Didn't look like it leaped off a good length there. For us laymen, that didn't look like a good delivery to leave. But at the end of the day, with the bounce that Duan Olivier can generate, it turned out to be a very good leave by the Indian captain. Don't forget, you can tweet us, One World SR. Also, YouTube comments, will be reading them out. Hello, Yadav.
Olivier in again, full on middle stump, and Kohli just pushes forward and defends, no run. Yeah, Kohli, when I say he's been subdued, it might just be because he's very grimly determined to actually win the series for his team. He hasn't made a century in 2 years.
Oh,
so there's a lot of determination in the Indian captain.
Oh, come on, Temba Bavuma hasn't even made a century in how many years? He's still doing quite well.
Olivier in again to Kohli. This is turned away in between mid-wicket and mid-on, and Kohli gets underway after lunch with a single. He goes to 16 and the total 80 for 2.
Abhishek Chaudhry says hello on YouTube. Hello. It's good to have you. Good to have the fans here. We're missing the fans in the stadium, so every fan counts. Truly appreciate you. As Ken was saying, the score 80 for 2. Virat Kohli at the non-strikers end on 16, and Pujara will face the penultimate ball of Olivier's over on 30.
And Olivier right arm over again from the Kelvin Grove end, full outside off stump, and Pujara steps towards it and then withdraws the bat. Through it goes to the wicketkeeper. So heavily overcast in Cape Town today. There was a bit of overnight rain, began at about 9:30 probably. A bit of drizzle at the start of play this morning as well, as Olivier in again from the Kelvin Grove end, full outside off stump, and Pujara repeats, just leaves it alone, and that's the end of the over. So 30 overs gone now in the Indian first innings, and they are 80 for 2. Pujara on 30, Kohli has 16, partnership worth 47.
Comment here on YouTube from Sanil Kaul saying that Kohli and Pujara need great application at this time both had EXP, and they were all in caps. I don't want to shout, but essentially that was shouting at me. Let's not shout, guys. But yeah, no, a very valid point here. A very valuable partnership of 47 runs as India sits on 80 for 2.
Ngidi in from the Weinberg end to Kohli, back of a length outside off stump, bounces nicely through to Rahane, a bit of tennis ball bounce there. The pitch will probably be at its slowest today, bit of moisture in it. Very hot weather forecast for some of the other days of this test match, so it's certainly going to speed up.
No doubt about it. We've been feeling here in Cape Town, at least the locals have been saying, literally on Saturday, I believe, Saturday and Friday, the weather was just so hot. It was cooking. Everyone was struggling. Beaches were packed.
Ngidi in again to Kohli, back of a length on middle and off. Kohli pushes forward and defends solidly into the covers. No run.
So that could definitely have its say in play later on in the latter innings.
Ngidi operating with a pretty standard field, 3 slips, a gully, Temba Bavuma at backward point, mid-off, mid-on, a man at, he's a few meters in front of square leg, and a fine leg.
Interesting how the square leg has been moving around.
Ngidi in again to Kohli, again just outside off stump, and left behind. That'll be fine from Lungi and Ngidi. As I said, he's struggled a bit with his lines so far today. He'll be happy just to settle on a line outside off stump and allow Virat Kohli to come to him.
We've seen a lot of sporadic bowling here, maybe trying to generate something, some balls going down the leg side, maybe trying to attack the batsman's pads. Not too many going far down the offside, but maybe the South Africans trying to manufacture a wicket when they just need line and length.
Ngidi in again to Kohli, who pushes forward and defends to Bavuma, square on the offside, no run. Yeah, it is often the danger when conditions are so favourable for the pace bowlers, is the expectation that wickets will naturally come, and South Africa had to wait 45 minutes before the first wicket this morning, and then 2 and 2 overs. But there can be the tendency just to try too many things to try and get those wickets.
Still just those 2 wickets down. Still 80 for 2. Hasn't conceded a run in this over yet. Has Lungi Ngidi.
Here he comes again. The broad-shouldered fast bowler for the Weinberg end. That's a decent delivery. Well left by Virat Kohli, though. It was on or about off stump. It bounced nicely, and Kohli, now that I would say was a good leave, not drawn into playing that.
No, comfortable leaving on length is Virat Kohli, who's sitting on 16. Still 80 for 2 with Pujara on the opposite end on 30. But yeah, we've been seeing a true bounce from time to time, not too much variable bounce. There have been a few that Rahane had to catch at the bottom, but not too many to write home about at the moment. So still some true bounce here at Newlands.
Ngidi in again to Kohli. Kohli pushes forward and just defends this to mid-off, no run. So far, it looks a very good pitch, I must say. There's been a bit in it for the bowlers, as you'd expect on the first morning, but not too treacherous for batting thus far, as the over comes to an end and India are still on 80 for 2.
Looks like Keshav Maharaj is coming off the field for, is that George Linder? I could be wrong. No, it's Sadal Advia. Yeah, I think it's Sadal Advia. Yes. But Keshav Maharaj into the dugout, into the change room for some reason.
As Duan Olivier continues from the Kelvin Grove end to Pujara. This is full on middle stump, and Pujara has turned it to mid-wicket for a quick single. Good manipulation of the ball there by Pujara. He's come in and looked pretty positive from the get-go. Took 2 runs off the first ball he faced today.
Sitting on 31 at the moment. Very good, valuable runs here. I know that before the Wanderers test was in a lot of trouble with selection. Was fighting for his spots, averaging at maybe just above 20. But right now sitting on 31, a healthy 31, as India are on 81 for 2. Duan Olivier continuing here from Kelvin Grove end.
just 2 slips now and a gully and a short mid-wicket. In he comes. It's a good length delivery to Kohli, who just defends it back down the wicket. No run.
Yeah, Keegan Peterson moving from that third slip region. He's come into a short mid-wicket region. And now the gully has swapped. Jansen is probably going to occupy that position. And Peterson is going to be going to gully. There's still a man at a conventional square leg, or not necessarily conventional, just in front of square. Mid on, mid off, fine leg, 2 slips, a gully, and finally the man backward point.
It means if Kohli is going to clear short mid-wicket, he has to hit the ball about a whole metre higher than previously. As Olivier, and again to him, outside off stump and left alone.
Perfect stop delivery, that's just outside the 4th stump, still 81 for 2. Been impressed with Duan Olivi's come back to the international scene. Just looking at that previous delivery, he's been finding a little bit of movement off the pitch going towards the right hand. I saw one that jagged in quite late, early in the innings. I believe it was to Mayank Agarwal.
Olivier in again to Kohli, who just
solid
defends into the covers. No run. Yeah, I think Olivier has found the right length on this pitch, so it is going to give him a bit of assistance. He's generally drawing the batsman forward, which is the right thing to do, and the batsman will know, of course, that Olivier always has that pretty potent short ball in his armoury, so you can't just lunge forward to him. He's got some decent bounce already from this pitch, as he will come in again for the 5th delivery of this over from the Kelvin Grove in right hand over, and there is the bouncer. And it's too short though to trouble Virat Kohli at all.
Still 81 for 2, just the 1 run off the over. Pujara doing well to rotate the strike early in the over and just give Virat Kohli some balls to face here. As Ken said earlier, hasn't been looking too aggressive. Virat Kohli happy to just face a few balls, much like we saw with KL Rao's innings. It looks like they've swapped roles. Pujara normally the one that soaks up the balls.
Olivier in again to Kohli. This is Fuller, and he flicks it off his pads, but he can't beat Marco Jansen, who gets down quickly at that shortish mid-wicket. Good fielding by the big man, and that ends the over on a dot ball. So India 81 for 2, Pujara on 31, Kohli on 16.
Just one off that over. And a very interestingly poised game we have here. 81 for 2. The South Africans will still feel that they're in this. They have gotten their 2 wickets. But the middle order, India's middle order is where you definitely want to get wickets. Many runs there. Virat Kohli, Cheteshwar Pujara, Ajinkya Rahane. Tons of runs, very valuable wickets, and they want to get through that as soon as possible.
Well, this partnership with 48 already. So it is starting to become a thorn in South Africa's side. Lungi and Gidi from the Weinberg in, right from over, 3 sips in a gully to Pujara, who just pokes forward and gets the middle of the bat to his defensive shot. 2 mid off, no run. Just a slight breeze. Well, it's actually blowing quite strongly on the one side of the ground and not... so
just looking at...
we would have to get our... I see Colin Bryden is floating around. I think he'll be on commentary after us. He'll be a local expert on the weather.
Just look at the pitch as well. Very, very green pitch, like veins that go from the one end to the other end. Just green veins.
Ngidi into Pujara, outside off stump and left alone. At the moment, Lungi and Ngidi bowling slightly into the wind, I'd say, from the Weinberg end. And it's blowing from the leg side to the offside. So that'll help him just move the ball away a bit.
Also a little bit chilly out at the moment. Sun definitely not anywhere to be seen. Doesn't look like it will come out today. I'm happy to stand corrected. Actually, I hope I do stand corrected later on. It's getting cold, man.
Ngidi in again to Pujara. Back of a leg.
Great delivery.
Good bounce off a leg there from Ngidi, but Pujara handling it very well. He was pushing forward and just softened the hands And it went away on the leg side. There's no short leg in place or anything like that, so he wasn't really in any danger.
Ngidi doing well to get Pujara to come forward. Very good delivery, generating a little bit of extra bounce. That was unexpected. Pujara doing well to actually control that, get back to that, and control, as I said.
Ngidi in again. Outside off stump and left alone. As Rahane tidies up and flicks the ball on to the skipper, Dean Elgar.
It's vital that the South
It
Africa...
wasn't Dean Elgar, my apologies. It was Aiden Markram.
Oh, it's second slip, yes. It's vital that the South Africans just maintain that line outside of off stump. Oftentimes, as we said earlier, the South Africans may want to manufacture a wicket, but the way they're going to have to do it is probably by building pressure. Less balls that don't cost too many runs, no free balls, and then it will be the batsmen that will try to manufacture runs out of something.
Ngidi in again to Pujara. This is
Fantastic.
shorter, and Pujara gets it lined nicely. It just pushes us back down the wicket. No run. Yeah, the run rate is 2.5, so South Africa will be content with that. It's the game at the moment is pretty even. One feels the balance between bat and ball, a good tussle going on here, but South Africa will really want to break this partnership certainly before the tea break.
A very vital period here for both teams, as you're saying. Game hanging in the balance.
Ngidi in again, right arm over, Fuller, but it's wide outside off stump. And Pujara will have nothing to do with that. That's the end of the 33rd over. And India are 81 for 2. Pujara has 31 and Kohli has 16. The men out in the morning session after India won the toss and elected to bat. Lokesh Rahul caught by wicketkeeper Rahane off Olivia for 12. And in the next over, Mayank Agarwal was caught at second slip by Aiden Markram of Rabada for 15.
We have a Facebook comment here from Luan Liversage saying, if everything is lifted and there are 2,000 people allowed per game, why are the stands empty? And there aren't fans allowed in the stadium, and I'll explain why.
Dwan Olivia carries on from the Kelvin Grove end to Kohli. It's nipped back and it struck him high on the pad. But he was well forward, and the bounce clearly would have taken that over the stumps.
He's doing very well here. Is Dwan Olivia from the Kelvin Grove end. Just looking at that delivery once again, and he's getting the balls to jag into the right-hander. This one pitching just outside off stump and hitting Virat Kohli on the thigh pad on top of middle stump. So there's a little bit of jag. But to go back to the 2,000 people not allowed in the stadium.
Olivia in again to Kohli. It's again that very good length, and again nipping back Kohli and tries to defend it rather awkwardly. It's struck again on the legs, but again it's going over the top.
That was just the agreement that CSA and BCCI decided on, and it's for the safety of the players. Honestly, you don't want to catch a COVID case here with any of the players. We see how much trouble that has made for the likes of the English Premier League. Liverpool also got themselves were able to postpone games.
Olivia in again to Kohli, full of the time, and Kohli digs it out, but it runs to mid-on for no run.
And just looking at the English Premier League, it's really disrupted the schedule there. So that's the reason why fans aren't allowed in stands. You don't want to take those types of risks here. And honestly, we're just glad that there is still cricket here. As South Africa, Cricket South Africa needs the series to go on, and we'll do what it takes to make that happen. And if the conditions were that there shouldn't be any fans in the stadium for the risk of players.
Olivia in again to Kohli, the bouncer. He gets underneath it nicely though. No run. So Olivia bowling with 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, that shortish mid-wicket. It's the tallest man in the field. Marco Jansen is there. And Rassie van der Dussen just in front of square on the leg side.
Score still 81 for 2. Have been stringing together a lot of dot balls. Have the South African attack slowly building pressure on India. Good to see.
Olivia in again to Kohli. Back of a length outside off stump. Kohli punches off the back foot, but it's fielded by Bumrah in the covers. No run. Here's a fine leg as well. Lungi Ngidi just with a towel down there, mopping the sweat, working hard after lunch. Lungi Ngidi. 8 overs he's bowled so far in this innings, none for 16. Olivier now, last ball of his 10th over to Kohli. It's outside off stump and well left alone. So 81 for 2 after 34 overs. Just to run through those bowling figures for you. Duan Olivier has just finished his 10th over. He's taken 1 for 16. He's been very tidy today. Kagiso Rabada, 9 overs, 1 for 30. Really probing stuff from the man playing in his 50th test match. And Marco Jansen, a very tidy 7 overs for 13 runs as well.
You can see the respect that the Indian batters are paying to Duan Olivier and Kagiso Rabada. They also lost their wickets to these two very good bowlers. Lungi Ngidi just needs to start hitting his straps for the South African lineup to be firing on all cylinders.
Again, Pujara down the leg side. Pujara glances it past a diving Rahane, and that'll run away to the boundary for 4 runs.
That brings up, that brings up the 50 partnership here. 52 runs off 132 balls, the 8 fours. Pujara contributes or is on 33. Yes, contributed 33. And Virat Kohli contributed 16 with 3 extras in this partnership. Vital partnership this, as India on 85 for 2. This 3rd wicket partnership, a very, very valuable partnership.
Yeah, just the momentum has shifted a bit ever since the new ball bowlers came off, and Ngidi and Jansen just not quite managing to exert as much pressure as Rabada and Olivier. As Ngidi is in again from the Weinberg end to Pujara full outside off stump and left alone. Ngidi just every now and then straying down leg side today. And Pujara, a very neat glance there to bring up the 50 partnership with his captain.
And that's the type of ball that releases the pressure here on the Indian batters. We were just talking about the maiden over that Duan Olivier just bowled, how you build pressure on the Indian batters. And if you give them deliveries like that they just need to touch and dispatch, you prevent yourself from getting an opportunity.
As Ngidi just waiting for Pujara to be ready. Ngidi coming in from the Weinberg end, 3 sips in a gully to Pujara. Back of a length, outside off stump and left alone by the batsman, no run.
Dean Algosh just sprinting down. Looks like he's sprinting to Keshav Maharaj and Lungi Ngidi, just having a quick conversation about something. They must have seen something. Can you see anything?
No, they... Lungi Ngidi seems fairly undecided about something. I don't know if it was a possible fielding change.
Possibly, but that's good to see from the South African captain constantly. Yes, it is a fielding change. Oh! I was wondering when this was going to happen. Keegan Peterson has moved now from 3rd slip to a man at leg slip for those balls that err down the leg side. Also taking away a run-scoring opportunity, which is a smart move.
It's a pretty fine leg slip as well, as Ngidi comes in again to Pujara. Full Pujara drives. He's got it past extra cover. Maharaj is setting off after it. I think he's going to haul it in just before the boundary, the slide, and he pulls it back. But the batsmen are through for 3 runs.
Say what you want about Keshav Maharaj as India moved to 88 for 2, but he looks very lively in the field. That's always good to see. It's an encouraging sign throughout the whole day. So different types of leadership here, looking good.
I think he'll be expecting to do a lot more bowling than he has done so far in this series.
Truly.
Kohli back on strike now. He's on 16. Pujara has 38, and it's Ngidi. That leg slip still in place to Virat Kohli, and that's a shortish delivery outside off stump and just left alone. Not 100% sure about this leg slip, I must be honest. It's almost like putting a fielder for bad bowling down the leg side. You would kind of rather, I think, have Ngidi bowling on and around off stump and have slips there for the edges.
Could be that. Could also be preventing runs. And you did say it is for bad bowling. Lungi Ngidi has taken wickets off bad balls this series so far, you could argue. Looking like they were run-scoring opportunities.
Ngidi in again, outside off stump and just left alone by Kohli. Oh, he's bowled some really good deliveries as well.
Yes.
To be fair, arguably South Africa's best bowler so far across the 2 test matches, just in terms of consistency. Struggling a bit here today. 9 overs, none for 23.
India still on 88 for 2. A very valuable partnership of 55 runs between Cheteshwar Pujara and Virat Kohli. Pujara, the former, on 38 and the latter on 16.
Duan Olivier will continue from the Kelvin Grove end with 2 slips a gully at short mid-wicket, bowling to Pujara. Right arm over, back of a length, and Pujara defends solidly just in front of him. No run.
Good to see that Duan Olivier has also hit his straps. Holding down this end quite nicely. The Kelvin Grove end hasn't been conceding too many runs. And we'll give Dean Algar some options on the other end. Maybe to rotate some bowlers there. Potentially get a wicket taker, strike bowler on the opposite end.
Olivier in again to Pujara. This is a lifter, which Pujara gets nicely on top of. And the ball just dribbles away square on the leg side, no run. Olivier bowling with the wind mostly from this Kelvin Grove end. So we might see him and the other really fast man in the side, crease Rabada, bowling from this end with Jansen, and it's been called a no ball by the third umpire. So Olivier would have to bowl that one again.
Second one of the day here for the South Africans. KG did the first one. It's good to see that it's only 1 for now. Hopefully it stays that way.
So we can hear doors opening quite close to us. We're just above the sight screen here at the Kelvin Grove end, and the batsman pulling away. Obviously disturbed by that.
We've seen Cheteshwar Pujara pull up quite a few times. Maybe revenge for what Temba Bavuma did in the last test.
Olivier in again to Pujara. Back of a length, Pujara works this off his hip, but straight to mid-wicket, no run.
No, that would be petty. I'll take that back. That would be very petty. He's a professional. It's more than just that. But I did get under the skin of Bhuvaneshwar Kumar and Mohammad Siraj. Sorry, not Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. Jasprit Bumrah. Sorry about that. So my brain is still in 2018 for some reason. Got quite frustrated, rolling the ball all the way to his keeper after that, maybe just to regain his rhythm.
Olivier in again to Pujara. Outside off stump. Bounces through to the wicket keeper as Pujara just leaves that one alone. I think Temba Bavuma was quite within his rights at the Wanderers. The bowler's not meant to start running in until the batsman is ready. And Bavuma, in his routine, he does like to get his stance all correct. He's looking down at the popping crease, and then he looks up. And then once he looks up, I would say that's when the bowler can start coming in. As Olivier comes in now from the Kelvin Grove into Pujara, right arm over. It's just short down the leg side. Pujara has worked it away down to fine leg for a single. He'll go to 39 not out, and India 90 for 2.
Just a quick field given here. We have a man at fine leg. Rassi van der Dis has moved from short square leg to deep square leg. Only 2 slips, a gully, a man at cover, mid-on, a man at cover, a man at mid-wickets, and a man at mid-on. A short mid-wickets, but he's a very tall one. That's Marco Jansen.
Olivier in now to Kohli. Short, Kohli hooks. He hasn't got all of it, but there's some work to be done on the leg boundary. Van der Dussen gets across quickly, and we'll keep that just to a single. Very good fielding, and some warm applause from both his teammates on the field and the scattering of people opposite us in the suites.
Could have potentially been 2 runs there if he didn't pick it up as cleanly as he did, sliding across to his right, picking it up with his right hand and launching it immediately to make sure that the Indians stay exactly where they are. They're on 91 for 2, Pujara on 39, and Virat Kohli on 17.
Yeah, sort of here. In again to Pujara. Short, and Pujara just sways out the way to let that go through the wicketkeeper. Rahane, end of the over, 91 for 2. And Pujara 39, Kohli 17, the partnership with 58.
So Bod Kumar says hello, and we say hello right back. AD Manikyam says good partnership from the Indians, and they should keep it up. That partnership, 58, as you said, Ken, at the moment, it is a very good partnership. Don't forget, you can send us your YouTube comments. We'll be reading those off. We're just sorting out our Twitter computer at the moment. But don't stop tweeting us. Don't stop being part of the conversation, because we love to hear from you. How's it, Ray PBM? Hello. Nice to hear from you as well.
So some of the comments are going to be reported to the referee, of course.
Yes.
Just looking at some of those, which we will not be
the match referee
reading out on air.
No.
As Lungi Ngidi in again for his 10th over to Kohli, who steps across onto off stump and then works it on the leg side, but he can't beat mid-wicket. No run.
Looking to score runs, square on the leg side here, because there's a big vacant region just square of the batsman. There's just the 4 people on the offside. It's the leg slip, the fine leg, the man at mid-wickets and mid-on. So there's a big gap in between fine leg and, let's say, mid-wicket that Virat Kohli just tried to get across and play into. 2 slips, a gully backward point, and a cover on the offside.
And the leg slip still, as Ngidi into Kohli. This is outside off stump, and Kohli has nothing to do with it.
Still 91 for 2. It's difficult to think of where wicket would come from here, from the South Africans. The Indian batters have been doing very well to leave deliveries outside the off stump. And in my last stint, I was talking to Simon about trying to manufacture a wicket with straighter lines.
Yeah, you don't want to get too straight. Especially a guy like Virat Kohli, who's very strong off his pad. So, yeah, I think trying to manufacture wickets is probably the wrong way to go on a pitch like this. You want to create the pressure that leads to wickets. As Ngidi in again to Kohli, who again steps onto middle and off. And this time is defending. It comes off the inside half of the bat and it goes towards mid-on, no run.
Truly a lovely sight to see Virat Kohli bat. Just changing the delivery here, or changing the line as he sets himself up on that off stump, making Lungi Ngidi just reconsider where he will place that delivery.
No, I think Ngidi should stay right where he is. This is a good line. He's got Kohli coming to him, stepping towards the ball on the offside and trying to work it onside. As Ngidi in again. This is foolish, just outside off stump again, and this time Kohli defends solidly to cover point, no run.
Great battle unfolding here. Virat Kohli trying to impose himself on the South African bowler, change up the line, but looks like Lungi Ngidi will not budge, still remaining outside that off stump line. Virat Kohli saying, if you make a mistake here, you're going to get punished. And Lungi Ngidi saying, I will concentrate ball after ball, deliver down that off-stump line. A fantastic battle this over. It's entertaining.
Ngidi in again, bustling in. And Kohli again defends. This time it goes just behind the square on the offside, no run. Virat Kohli in this, what's been called a lean run of form for him. To be fair, he's made many a start in the last couple of years, and it's not that he's looked out of form. I think just struggling to convert. Certainly at Centurion, he looked well set before getting out in the 30s.
And just threw his wicket away, didn't he? Just flashing it. It was Lungi Ngidi's delivery, well outside off stump. Simon can't get over that meme on 12th stump.
Ngidi in again, down the leg side, Kohli's glancing. There's some extra bounce. It misses everything, and Rahane can't take cleanly anyway. But that actually was fairly close to the edge there. Kohli just trying to work it dangerously around the corner with a leg slip in place. The ball nipping back down the leg side. It bounced steeply from Lungi Ngidi. So perhaps that leg slip, not such a bad idea after all. It's the end of the over. India are 91 for 2.
Interesting to see how that was set up as well, constantly on the off-stump line, and then just getting that one to go across Virat Kohli as he was leaning with his front foot well in line with off-stump. So that leg slip there could have been a good move. Could have actually brought the breakthrough here, as we see Marco Jansen just warming up at his mark here at the Calvin Grove end.
Yeah, so Jansen's going to be bowling downwind. It will help the left armour. Oh, it's the wind suddenly switched. The flags are flying in different directions at the moment, which is a bit confusing, as Jansen will come in left arm around the wicket to Cheteshwar Pujara. Pujara drives this nicely. He's got it away past mid-wicket, and that'll go away for 4 runs.
Off-stump half volley, Pujara just gets himself to the pitch of the ball, clips it over the infield, and sends it to the cow corner boundary. He's looking very good, taking India to 95 for 2. He's sitting on 43. There's a Facebook comment from Gangrao Tanik or Tanky asking how Pujara's batting is. It's looking very good. Has been relatively aggressive as well.
Jansen in again to him this time. He drags the length back. It's just flicked the pad as Pujara shouldered arms, but it was well outside off stump. And umpire Adrian Holdstock is not interested.
And just getting a little bit too much bounce. There was a little bit of a sound, must have just nicked the pad as it went across. Marco Jansen with a great response, but just looking at the replay now, the impact was just outside off stump. You could see the off stump and Cheteshwar Pujara's pad. Interesting angle here around the wicket from Marco Jansen.
In the game. And he's beaten him outside the off stump. In fact, he's got the edge. Lovely delivery from Jansen. It goes through low to Rahane. Pujara pushing forward and just got a thin edge to that one as it held its line from the big left armour.
Marco, a man you cannot keep out of the game. He finally strikes, getting the outside edge of Cheteshwar Pujara. A great response after being punished for a boundary in the first ball, as a muted appeal the second ball, and finally getting Pujara to push forward at that one. A soft outside edge, and Calvarena takes that very, very low to the ground. He has to go 43 of 77 balls. Bowled Jansen, caught by Calvarena. India sitting now on 95 for 3, and South Africa with a very big breakthrough, a very big wicket. Just a quick wrap of the scorecard. The 3 wickets that fell was Kel Rahul. It was Mayank Agarwal to fall first. Kagiso Rabada. Got him. Caught by Aiden Markham. He fell for 17. Next one to fall was Kel Rahul. The bowling of Duan Ulifid, caught behind by Calvarena. And then the 3rd wicket we just saw now was Cheteshwar Pujara. He went out for 43 after nicking off the bowling of Marco Jansen and being caught by Calvarena. That brings Ajinkya Rahane to the crease.
And a change of commentary as well, as Paul Mutlani and Colin Bryden will be joining you. Simon Gear, I believe, with Paul Mutlani.
I'll be Simon for now, as Umpo just does a quick change. Simon, our very busy and very fearless leader. We forgot to mention on that last stint, it was Ken. It is still Ken's birthday. Ken, happiest of birthdays to you, a legend. Please don't hurt me, Ken. Happy birthday to you. You're a very, very valuable member of this team. And we love you, Ken. Happy birthday. Umpo, how are you doing?
I'm good. Good to see the Proteas have taken a wicket.
And that's a wicket for 3 of the bowlers here, each are contributing their fair share. Marco Jansen has one, KG Rabada has another, and Simon here is here now, so I will be vacating the seat.
It's Marco Jansen with 2 slips, a gully, short leg slip, leg gully, mid-on, mid-off, backward point into the new batter. That's Ajinkya Rahane. And he gets a full ball out on off stump, and Ajinkya punches that to the field at extra cover for no run.
Good afternoon, Paul. Sorry, I was busy having meetings upstairs, so I completely forgot that I'm sometimes also a cricket commentator.
And we all forget that we are sometimes cricket commentators.
As Marco Jansen runs away from us, we're at the Kelvin Grove end. He goes left arm around the wicket, angling it in, and it's probably caught the outside edge of the bat there. I think went on the bounce through the gap between second slip and gully, and runs away down to the boundary for 4. That brings Rahane off the mark rather.
Yes, that ball just holding up on the surface, just rearing up. So Ajinkya was expecting it to come into the angle, but he's held up just a touch and getting that edge, a little bit of extra bounce as well for Marco Jansen in that last delivery. Now 3 slips now with that leg gully.
Jansen then away from us, left arm around the wickets and just left alone outside that off stump through to the keeper. That is the end of a successful over for Jansen. He removed Chiteshwar Pujara. Pujara went for 43, caught behind by Kyle Verreynne. So Jansen now 1 for 21 off his 8, and the score 99 for 3.
Looking for some tweets here. Hi Tebo, can we see Temba Bavuma bowl? This from Punjab. Messi fan, he has taken 1 wicket in his career. Can you tell who and in which stadium? It was in Australia, and I think it was... No, it wasn't Michael Hassan.
What does he bowl? So off spinners?
Right arm WW.
Oh, really? So off a longer runner, eh?
No. It's medium. It's right arm medium.
Okay.
I want to say, off a longer run up, not like a Jesus run up, but
no. Yeah, but he's not sort of Mondo Slabashane type of banged in short by KG Rabada, and it's just ridden well by Kohli, who guides it down to third man, and 3/4 of the slips chase the ball. It's eventually Marco Jansen who wins it. He fires it back in. That brings up 167 minutes, 231 balls, 14 fours, going along at 2.6 and over.
Yes, Ali Mazai talking about that wicket ball. He says that was a very good ball from Jansen, but Pujara maybe lost a touch focus, and resulted in his wicket.
Rabada from the Weinberg end, very, very similar shot, but guided into the hands on the bounce of Marco Jansen, and so no run.
This is one of those innings where Virat is actually very focused. He's been quite compact outside in his batting today. You kind of feel he was irritated by the questions that he got in the presser yesterday, where they asked him if how he feels coming into his test short on form, and he was like, "Look, dude."
And trying to leave there, I think, and in leaving it, it just guided off the face of the bat, went on the bounce into the slip cordon. Did it go straight to Markram, or did it go to Keegan Peterson first? It was into. We'll have a look at it now. So he was thinking about the leave, and then you know how it sometimes just almost hits the bat rather than the bat hitting the ball.
And it went to Keegan Peterson.
It went on the bounce to Keegan, who's there at a third slip. Again, Lungi, KG Rabada in that channel outside the off stump and left well alone by Virat Kohli. Have you read the tweet about the leaves in this innings of Kohli?
About the leaves?
Yeah.
From?
So it's, I think Chris TB tweeted to us.
Yes. Kohli has left 66% of his first 50 balls in today's innings. This is by far the highest figure in Test cricket.
Again, just back of the length, and Kohli, gets above it on his toes and guides it into that gully region. No run.
With the second highest being 46%, he is showing an incredibly high level of restraint against a tempting line.
I think what has also happened is that the Proteas bowlers have left the ball just outside that off stump. It's been a battle of wills all the way through the morning as Rabada comes towards us and leaves it once again in that fifth or sixth stump line and is left alone by Kohli. That is the end of that over. 101 for 3. Virat is there on 19. Rahane is on 4.
Time to go through some tweets. Punjab Messi fan says Virat Kohli's 96% control series for any batter who has played 50 deliveries. And then the next one, Anis says India playing the patience game, waiting for SA bowlers to wilt in the last hour to take advantage. Also, happy birthday, Ken, and aware Tepo Taela. And he says the pre-lunch comments between Simon and Tepo about changing Kohli's technique. As one gets older, reflexes fade and the eyes go, so adjustments need to be made accordingly. So not bravery in changing things, but rather being proactive. He's 33, he's not old. Guys, if you guys think 33 is old...
Yeah, I wasn't saying he was old.
What am I?
As Marco Jansen starts his new over and runs away from us from the Kelvin Grove end, left arm around the wicket and left alone, no run.
Ball just going on with the arm, with the angle. I'm loving this. I think Marco bowled a lot of left arm over at the one that wasn't my best option, especially when he was looking to take the tail. And I thought this was a much more attacking angle. We see Mitchell Starc do it, come around the wicket, attack the stumps, bring all modes of delivery of dismissal into play.
Left arm over, straight to one, and he just leans on this, does Rahane, and that's going to run away to the square point boundary for 4. Absolutely gorgeous shot.
I didn't say bowl half volleys, but Marco obliged with a beautiful half volley. And all Rahane needed to do was just step into it and punch it square underneath the eyes. Beautiful shot from Jinxie, as his captain and his teammates call him. It was really interesting when Virat was naming them. It was like Jinxie and Puj. I was like, oh, okay.
What do they call Pujara? Puj.
Yeah.
Marco Jansen away from us again, left arm around the wicket, angles this into Rahane, who just works it into the onside and is collected by Rassi for the distance under the lip.
There was a really weird question. It's not a weird question. It was a good question about obviously knowing that Rahane and Pujara are older in age and look like they're reaching the end of their cycles. And is there time for a transition? With Shreyas Iyer waiting in the wings, he's 24 years old. And Kohli was like, no, it happens naturally. So we'll wait for this team.
The tall Marco Jansen pitches this up for defensive by Rahane, loud call of no. And the score stays on 105 for 3. Tepo and I spoke about this line that he is bowling before the lunch break. And one of the things we said is this is a perfect opportunity to put a leg gully in. And we do indeed have one. So the field now is 3 slips. The man who was on the offside gully is now on the leg side. That's Keshav Maharaj, who's under his broad brimmed hat. 4 defensive defended into the offside. Lungi Ngidi does the fielding.
Keegan Peterson at third slip is under the helmet. He's a few paces forward. So it's more fly slip at 3?
Fly slip is back.
Behind,
it's further back. So it's that. When did we first?
Why would he be wearing a helmet standing in this?
It's an odd sort of choice, isn't it? Because I can't quite see what the shot would be, considering the line that you're bowling to bring the leg gully into play. I'm not quite sure what the thinking is with that very close third slip. Defended into the onside. Rassi does the fielding. That's the end of the over. 105 for 3.
Yes. Some tweets on Check Cricket Podcast. A tough examination for the Indian batters by Duan. He seems intent on testing out the middle of the pitch and potentially also the midrib of the batters. But these two would surely feel up to it. If they can see through this period, they can build. But Duan's been felt very much slower than he was when he was in 2018-19. And so those short balls are a lot easier to navigate than what there was when he came into the scene. And because that's the only issue I have with Duan right now. Like, if you're going to bowl 135, might as well bowl Vian Mulder. It makes no sense to me.
Rabada resumes his new over and just flips the top of the pad as it goes through to Kyle Varane. No run.
What a ball from Kagiso. That was a peach of a ball.
Really was.
Pitching on a good length and beating the bat.
Actually didn't hit the top of the pad. Yeah, I thought it flicked the
There
pad
was a sound.
Yeah, but it just beat the outside edge. It was
Beautiful ball.
One of those where sometimes our brain puts the sound in when it looks like it. I've noticed this in umpiring. There's no doubt I sometimes hear snicks that aren't there. Oh, and he has a bit of a hook at it. There's no one. Well, there is a man down there, but it is Dwan Olafia. It sails over his head into the stands, and that goes for 6. And Virat moves on to 25, and the score onto 111 for 3.
Not the best ball from Kagiso. Also not the best response from Virat Kohli. He got the toe end of the bat and it went high, and not flat over to that fine leg boundary. Everyone thought that Dwan was in, but
I thought Dwan was in the money there. I really did think it was going to go straight down his throat. As it was about 10 meters to his right, and
Virat would have been so angry
and far too high. Yeah,
so angry.
And it could so easily. I mean, he wasn't in control of the shot at all. He had actually, I think, probably played it with his eyes closed. It was one of those where his head was ducking. Again, KG Rabada bangs it in, but not nearly as threatening as the previous one. And Virat leaves that alone.
Ravi Nair says, given BCCI's history of arbitrariness, do you think if Kohli doesn't perform well and India lose this test, that Kohli's place would be in jeopardy?
I mean, I've been kind of surprised at the antipathy towards Kohli in some of the online spaces. I had understood that he was, almost deified in Indian cricket, that he was undroppable. Left alone outside the off stump, no run.
Yeah, but he said that so when the question came about his form, and he spoke about this is like the first time in your career where you have this dip in form, and he's like, no, I've had it multiple times, and the only reason why it's such a problem is because I've been playing so well before. I got myself into it. I set the bar high. Oh, yeah.
KG Rabada towards us, past Marais Erasmus, outside the off stump, left alone, no run.
Patam Devendra says, happy birthday, sir. I'm assuming it's to Ken Borland, who has the same birthday as Rahul Dravid.
So a good birthday to share. My son had a birthday over the weekend. I'm now the father of a 19-year-old. Can you believe it?
Has he left the house yet?
No, he's still very firmly there, I'm afraid, for at least the next 6 months till he starts university. Defended into the offsides, goes through to gully. That is the end of that over. Rabada has now bowled 11, taken 1 for 38, and the score 111 for 3.
And Werner at Veris on Twitter says, Jansen bowling the perfect delivery to Pujara. He had to play at it, and it moved slightly away. A lot of lefties have struggled against the right-handed bowlers who can angle the ball away from around the wickets. Jansen can do the same against the right-handers. That's very true, and we saw that. Pranjal Messi fan saying, scrambled seam ball, angling in, and then moving away. That's literally unplayable from Marco Jansen. And then Vishwesh, I do apologize, Vispute says, no Kohli will be there. India need him as a captain, and that's replying to Ravi's tweet about whether India might want to move on from Kohli.
Yeah, I mean, the man's an icon. Marco Jansen to resume from the Kelvin Grove end, goes past Adrian Holstock, and it's just dropped into the onside. But there's no run because Rassie van der Dussen is there under the lid.
It's also quite interesting if you think of England, where they are in their rebuild, to the point where everyone's questioning whether Joe Root should step down in the captaincy. But the answer becomes no, Root's going to stay and oversee the overhaul. It's like, wait, is he going to pick his own coach now?
Yeah. I've got some views on that as Jansen runs away from us, and it's a shorter ball dropped into the offside by Rahane. Good controlled shot that runs past the gully, and Temba Bavuma runs round from point, collects it. They go through for a single, 112 for 3.
I get the strategy that the Proteas are trying to employ, trying to get the ball to nip just straighten in line. So angles coming in, but straighten in line. I would have rather preferred to the newer batter in Rahane for him to come left arm over and try and get the angle across the right hand. Maybe even for Kohli, because yes, Kohli's not trying to play at balls outside the off stump coming into him, but maybe if one's going away, it might nip away and get the edge.
Might well indeed. This is in that channel outside the off stump, left alone. Another development is that they've now moved that man from leg gully, and Keshav has dropped all the way down to a deep square leg. So there's a deep square leg, there's a deep fine leg as well. And indeed, Rassie van der Dussen no longer under the helmet. He's at a catching mid-wicket.
And Keegan Peterson is under the helmet, but he's at the
I really don't quite understand.
I want to call it a creeping third slip.
Marco Jansen away from us, and this is just a little bit too full and driven imperiously out through the vacant cover, extra cover region. That runs away for 4. Virat goes on to 29, and that is indeed the Virat Kohli that we've all grown to know and love.
116 for 3, and all he had to do was plant that front foot and let the bat come in really nicely, a beautiful angle from there, and the ball just did the rest. It's just unbelievable, and he's a joy to watch, and it's something where I think this test series is waiting for a Virat moment, you know.
And it's a bit slightly concerning from a South African point of view, because when he gets into this sort of form, there's no upper limit to what he's going to score. And you know, once it starts happening, it happens quickly as well. Marco Jansen again full of ball, but just defended into the offside, and Temba Bavuma collects that point. No run. So, I mean, we were talking very briefly about England, and I think it's a mistake to make structural changes based on an Ashes in Australia. It's a fundamental weakness of English cricket that they struggle down there, and obviously that is the benchmark that they try and measure themselves against. But making wholesale changes on the back of that, I think, is a mistake. Jansen in again, shorter ball and left alone by Kohli. That is the end of that over. Jansen has bowled 10 overs now, taken 1 for 30, and the score is 116 for 3.
And we have a drinks break, so we can talk about some of that the English team's decisions. Obviously, did you hear the story about our friend Sam Billings?
No, what's happened? Oh, well, he's coming in now because he was with the BBL.
Yes, and was at the airport.
Yeah. Oh, really?
When he got the phone call to say, hey.
One of those rom-com moments where you're running through the airport. Sam,
don't get on the plane.
Don't get on the plane, Sam.
So he looks set to make that test debut, which is a really cool story. But I'm loving how Kohli today is batting within himself, and that's what Test cricket requires at times, for you to be able to put away all the nice things, you know, and ride it out. And I said in like the first game of century, that KL Rahul's century is probably one of the best centuries I've seen from an away batter in South Africa, largely because of the fact that he was batting within himself. We know how aggressive KL Rahul can be, especially in T20s and then ODIs. And he just left well outside off stump, played with soft hands. And Virat Kohli doing the exact same thing. Yes, he's a lot more aggressive and a lot more attacking because he's the talent that he is. But it's really good to watch how he's actually reining himself in. You know, there are only 3 Indian batters have scored 100 at Newlands. That's Sachin scored it twice, Azharuddin and Wasim Jaffer. So one of the reasons why India have struggled here is that they haven't consistently got guys to score the big runs and put South Africa under pressure in the 5 games they've played.
Yeah, and although I would say at 116 for 3, it's probably still fairly evenly balanced. I think both teams are maybe slightly disgruntled. I think is probably the way they're both feeling. I think the South Africans would have loved to maybe had one more down, or I think they would be concerned about Virat. I think that's probably their mindset at the moment. The Indians, obviously, I mean, it's not nice to be 3 down before tea on the first day of a test match, but it's not a disaster either. And so it's on as even at the moment in Cape Town under cloudy skies. You know, that we've been batting under the lights right the way through this test match. There was a moment just before the start of play where we actually thought it was going to be delayed. The covers came on. For no apparent reason. I mean, it didn't appear to be raining.
A little bit more moisture into the pitch. Yeah. But it's been a very good pitch. I think it's a good pitch for batting. I think the bowlers have to work for their wickets. You have to put the ball in that right line and length. And even then, the batter needs to induce an error. So it has to. We've seen some good balls that haven't gotten edges, and we've seen some good batting today. So I think if I was the groundsman, worried that you might get a 3-dayer. It's one of those situations where I think we're going to get 4 days of cricket, unless if some bowler decides to have the spell of a lifetime. G, or it's G. I'm going to call it. It's XI on YouTube.
Is it G or possibly 11? If they're commenting 11. On
possibly,
yeah.
And he says the thing with Billings is that Billings doesn't even keep for Kent. Well, you're looking for a wicketkeeper. Johnny Bairstow can't keep because he's also slightly injured. Where's Ben Folks?
It's like Ringo not even being the best drummer in the Beatles. Yeah.
I think there'll be some people who will be angry, like I think a Ben Folks or any other county keepers, at the fact that Sam Billings is going to get a Test debut just for the fact that he's there in proximity.
Yeah.
Similar to when Aiden Markram got a T20 call-up just because he was in the bubble.
Drinks are done. Kagiso Rabada to resume. He certainly celebrates. Yes, he has caught the outside edge of Ajinkya Rahane's bat, and that is success for South Africa straight after tea. There is some discussion about going upstairs. Rahane doesn't think he's touched it. So he is going to...
Well, you better be sure you didn't touch it.
Better be sure, because they will lose it. So, there's no umpire's call on caught behind. But the South Africans were absolutely certain. KG Rabada didn't even turn around. He just ran.
That's a beautiful ball. It was good length, on off stump. Squared him up a little bit and got the edge. A really lovely ball for KG to take his second wicket in his 50th test. 228 and counting.
It really was a superb ball, very similar to the one that he bowled, I think, in the previous over. And it looks like it might have actually taken the back pad, the back pad of Rahane. The umpire can absolutely be forgiven for getting this one wrong. The bat comes down, and then I think it just flicks his pocket as it goes through.
All you need is a heartbeat past the bat, Simon. That's all you need.
No, I think this is Mr. Oh, there we go. There is an edge there. There is an edge. That is the end of Rahane. I bet you Virat Kohli might have a thing or two to say to Rahane about using that review.
But he consulted with his captain.
Yeah. And Maria Erasmus can feel very, very proud of himself there. That he got that one right. What a class umpire.
Yeah, it's a really great umpire there. Ajinkya Rahane, 9 off 11 balls, actually 12 balls faced. Another question, and I know the Indian media is going to come back and ask whether it's time to let Rahane and Pujara go, especially after that wicket. It's going to add a lot more fuel to that fire.
Oh, but he got a peach of a ball, though. I mean, you've got to take that into account.
Yes,
yeah.
But they won't.
Yeah.
I don't think they will.
In fact, if anything, the fact that he was good enough to nick that implies that he's in good form. Keep him in the team, man. Jeez, yeah. So victory success for the South Africans. 116 for 4. That definitely tips the balance of the game back towards the Proteas now. But it is still very, very early on in the piece. It brings Rishabh Pant to the wickets. 28 matches in his back pockets, 1,600 runs, and an average of 37.
But in this series, he averages 14.75. Remember, last time we saw Rishabh Pant, he was coming down the wicket trying to push the run rate, and he edged the ball that probably made Virat Kohli turn in his seat or burn in his seat at the Wanderers. He'll be hoping not to do anything stupid with the captain in front.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Rishabh Pant went and sat in the naughty corner of the Wanderers changing room after that. It was an appalling piece of cricket.
But it's a great moment now. India poised to counterattack, 2 attacking batters at the crease. We know Virat has been a little bit cautious, but he can change the momentum. You've got Rishabh Pant. He's not going to bat within himself, if there ever was a term. 3 slips, world's tallest gully, world's shortest backward point, short leg, mid-on, mid-off. Let's go.
KG Rabada, right arm over to the left-handed punt, left alone, and no run. Yeah, this game is perfectly
Well,
set
Marco
up.
Jansen's the world's tallest gully, unless if Kyle Jamieson has fielded a gully in this last series.
I doubt he has. Jamieson doesn't look like the sort of guy who could touch his knees, let alone his toes. Is Marco Jansen taller than Holder?
Does Jason Holder field a gully?
He feels it. He's second slip, isn't he? Yeah, he's not a gully. The fact that he's second slip is probably even more impressive. Here comes KG Rabada, and it is flashed over the man at that tallest gully, and it just got his fingertips to it. I think it runs down to third man for 4, and Temba Bavuma showing Marco Jansen that you've got to jump, guy. You've got to jump.
So Tim was acting up, letting Marco know that he should jump straight up, not sideways.
It's not good enough just to stretch those long arms up, says Temba. You've got to jump, lad.
But Rishabh Pant ramping that ball over gully is a heart and mouth moment for a lot of Indians and Virat Kohli. I'm sure Virat's had a few words with him, because that's not the shot you want to play, even though it's gone for 4.
All happening here in Cape Town. Even the sun is coming out to watch the cricket. KG bags it in, left alone outside the off stump, no run.
That score now is 120 for 4, and that shot took Pant off the mark.
So Pant's on 4, Virat is on 29. The man out this over, Ajinkya Rahane, he's gone for 9, caught behind by Kyle Rahane. And there's an energy in the ground now. I'm so sorry there's not a crowd. It would be buzzing. It would be absolutely buzzing.
Now. Kagiso in his 50th test. India looking to fight back.
Again, thumps it in, and Rahane plays it off the back foot. Temba Bavuma bustling in, has a bit of a dummy shy at the non-striker's end, but Virat is well back and no run. This is the sort of moment in the test match that the passengers in the train, as it comes past, they stand up and they look out the windows to see how things are going, because of course they've been listening to our commentary as they've been traveling between Simonstown and Cape Town. One of the best named towns in the country, of course, Simonstown.
Do you know why it's called Simonstown?
Simon van der Spey, I think the guy's name was.
Simon van der Stel.
Van der Stel, possibly, yes.
Simon van der Stel.
Simon van der Stel.
Oh, former governor who was giving away land like it was fun. G on YouTube says, looks like advantage SA at the moment after that, but what is past score on this pitch? Is it 200 or 250 enough in this game? Past score, average first inning score here is 287. So you kind of need to get closer to. But the other thing about Newlands is that I kind of feel batters at Newlands have batted within themselves over the past 5 years. Not necessarily within themselves, batted below expectation. Previously, I think when England came here, they scored like 400. South Africa scored 600. It was when Temba scored that 100. But recently, over the past 5 years, every wicket has averaged 22.35, which is the third highest in the world, from Seamers, after Jamaica and St. Lucia.
Marco Jansen, left arm around the wicket, away from us at the Kelvin Grove end, forward defensive by Virat Kohli, and a no run.
Mark, I'd come around the wicket. I'd come over the wicket.
Yeah,
and
I think
bowl it short and try to get Rusty to get the catch at mid wicket.
Yeah, I think maybe not a terrible idea to mix it up a little bit. It'll be interesting to see what he does to punt. The left-handed punt.
Chetan Gosali on YouTube says, very good.
Oh, good. Thank you, chaps.
Thanks, Chetan.
Remember that you can comment on our YouTube channel. You can tweet us as well at OneWorldSR. Marco Jansen on a length, defended into the offside, no run.
Anis Mohammed says, Virat being cautious, yes, but he is in now, so he's ready for the counter punch. The Temba Jansen bromance is a thing of fan fiction. The thing that fan fiction is made of.
Who's saying that, Ravi? No.
Anis.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was a delightful moment.
Like, dude, you gotta jump.
Clearly, there was a giggle in his
voice. Jump. That's the.
Yeah, I think that is the problem. Well, if he'd be earning millions as an NBA player with that sort of thing, banged in of no real danger at all. I think that probably would have gone over his head if he was standing upright. I'm surprised it wasn't called wide by umpire Erasmus.
There's a photo here from Punjab Messi fan who says, "Love Maria Erasmus," with a YouTube with a picture of a very famous younger looking kid who looks just like Maria Erasmus.
I mean, there was that picture of Marais Erasmus and Keegan Peterson's dad that was circulating in the previous test. Erasmus hasn't substantially changed since the early 90s. Banged in again and just swayed out the way. Does Virat Kohli through to Kyle Verreynne, no run.
Swaying away like a boxer trying to avoid a jab. That's what Virat Kohli did there. Tempting him, all the South Africans.
Kohli's certainly looking very much in control here. I mean, he hasn't been troubled very much.
He looked in control at Centurion,
until he suddenly wasn't.
Lungi threw that ball out wide in 12th stump, and he was like, "I gotta climb into this," and went straight to slip.
Maybe Jansen needs to do that. Just float one up. No, he doesn't. He bangs it in, and Kohli shoulders arms. There is now proper sunlight. You can see shadows underneath the fielders. The flags look resplendent.
If you looked at the mountain, you'd think that something ominous is coming because there's always a cloud and it looks bad. But yeah, sun's out, guns out. Well, not for the fans, for the
6 guns out.
Yeah, 6-gun grill, 6 guns. It's spice.
As Marco turns at the top of his run-up, doesn't do the double turn that Morné Morkel does, just turns around like a normal human being, and does float this one up a little bit, defended into the offside. Lungi Ngidi collects. Lungi with his cream jersey, which he's now taking off. Does that mean that we're going to see a bit of Ngidi action?
Yes.
I think we are. He hands it to one of the 12th men who comes to collect, and he is now going to be walking across to the Wynberg end. Although it is still going to be actually Kagiso to bowl. He's handing Lungi his cap, and Lungi will be moving across to mid-off.
This could possibly one of those Kagiso spells where he breaks the back of the Indian attack, similar to that one on day 3 at the Wanderers, where he took 3 wickets while India were looking to take the advantage. So
I've got an interesting perspective on that spell. I'll tell you in a moment. Right arm over. He has a bit of a swish at it, and it goes through to the keeper. That's the left-handed Rishabh Pant who played and missed. I think you're right. I think this, if Lungi finds an edge in this over, or possibly the next one, then I think he's going to be away. His tail is going to be up.
Swing and a miss. Kagiso put it across Rishabh Pant. It was full outside the off, way outside the off stump, and Rishabh no foot movement at all, just throwing his hands at it and missing it entirely. Wicket's on its way, guys. Watch out.
KG steaming in, bangs it in, and is defended off the back foot out square. The world's tallest gully collects, manages to reach down and fetch it. Yeah. So during that KG spell, I was actually in a business meeting in the long room at Wanderers, and there was a glass wall behind the guy that I was meeting with, and
so you didn't listen to it.
I wasn't really listening too much to I was mostly the one speaking, but was constantly losing my thread as KG bowled that spell. Again defended and taken, diving on the bounce by Marco Jansen at gully, and no run.
Most importantly, with that last one, got an edge that went square.
Yeah, I think it was controlled. I think it would be uncharitable to call that an edge, but yeah, he played with soft hands, and I think it bounced twice before it got to Jansen at gully. But there are the 3 slips. There's quite wide gully. There's a man under the helmet as well in that channel outside the off stump, left alone by Rishabh Pant. The score, 120 for 4.
I do think, South Africa needs to try and get Pant off strike and see what KG can do to Kohli, because that's the battle that I'm more interested in seeing. I think,
and that'll be a massive breakthrough. If they can dislodge Kohli, then South Africa are into the upper reaches of the Indian tail. Oh, and it's a shorter one, and Pant does what he does best, just swivels and smacks that really in front of square. Didn't really get very much of it, but hit it well enough to be in front of square.
Yeah, the bounce in this pitch isn't like Centurion or the Wanderers, so short balls have tended to set up. Second one I've seen today. First one was off of KL Rahul that just sat up off the bowling. I don't know if it was a check pull. Similar thing with Pant now. It was a check pull to square leg to square leg. Rassie van der Dussen in the firing line, largely because of some poor bowling from a strike bowler.
Yeah, it doesn't sound great off the bat, But he really just swirled it around. Again, slightly back of a length outside the off stump, played into the offside. Certainly, Punt is willing to throw his bat at things. There's no doubt about it. And this could be a very, very entertaining hour or so if he gets himself in.
Yes, so it's 124 for 4 at the end of that over. Punt is on 8 and Kohli on 29. Punjab Messi fan says Cameron Green versus Marco Jansen. Who is taller?
Marco Jansen certainly looks taller because he's so much thinner. I've never seen Cameron Green in the flesh. He hasn't been to South Africa yet.
1.98 meters tall.
I think Marco Jansen is 2 meters.
And Marco Jansen is 2.03 meters tall.
That is properly tall. That's banging your head on the lintel stuff. Yeah. And
therefore, Marco Jansen's the world's tallest.
So, in fact, Marco Jansen's brother is taller than Cameron Green.
Duan, twin brother.
Yeah. He's what, 2 centimeters shorter than Marco. Shorter ball worked into the offside by Virat, and it's collected by Temba Bavuma at point, the world's shortest point, and no run. So it's still the 3 slips and a point, no gully at the moment. The attacking position that has replaced that gully is in fact a man at deep square leg. And I think they are hoping that Virat might have a rush of blood at some point. As a train comes past to our right, full ball and just driven so nicely, full face of the bat, runs all the way down to the Kelvin Grove boundary, followed by a fairly disconsolate Lungi Ngidi, and that is another 4 to Virat Kohli.
Virat Kohli in the V, taking India's score to 128 for 4. Ominous signs for South Africa. He's hitting them like this. That's a beautiful ball. Marco Jansen's long legs couldn't even stop it, but it was so straight and well played by Virat.
Such a good shot. Lungi now jogging back to his position at a fairly wide bit off. That's why he wasn't able to fetch it. It is the left-handed Marco Jansen bowling around the wicket to the right-handed. Kohli leaves it alone through to the keeper. No run.
It's Kohli. That 4 takes Kohli to 33. Punt still on 8. Dave Midgley on YouTube says, fantastic work by the leadership and Point Simon. Our liquid gold to hear. He also says, check out my Twitter poll at Coach Dave 93. Did you tag us, Dave?
Yeah, no, you've got to tag us, Dave.
Please tag us. Yeah. I do know that.
No point in having polls if we don't know about it. How are we going to rig the elections if we don't even know that they're happening?
That's the thing. Maybe find some.
Marco away from us, short of a length, left on length, I think, by Kohli, and through to Rahane, who's resplendent in the sun.
Dave says, this is where Kohli will score 100, mark my words. Then he says, yes, he's tagged us in. Okay,
fantastic. Was that a fairly unsubtle attempt by David to jinx Virat Kohli, I wonder? Right, change of action. The bowler is going to be coming left arm over the wicket, says Adrian Holstock to the batsman.
Issa Gua tweeted, just love Kohli bat. Love watching Kohli bat. Test cricket is lucky to have him.
Absolutely. Back of a length as he's trying to angle it across the right-handed batsman and point collect. No run.
128 for 4. Kohli on 33, punt on 8. Marco's changed his angle. He's left arm over to Virat Kohli.
Yeah, he is indeed. Mid-on is fairly deep. It's Dwan Olivier. He's back on what would be the ring in ODI cricket. But mid-off, quite a bit closer. Lungi Ngidi is actually almost on the square. Marco Jansen, left arm over, a little bit wide there, and just easily left alone by Kohli. That is the end of the 46th over. 128 for 4. Jansen has bowled 12 overs. He's taken 1 for 34, and it will probably be Rabada to continue. That is a chance for us to change commentary. In fact, I'm happy to. We can do it one chair at a time. So Paul, you can disappear as James arrives. And then once James is sitting, then I will jump up, and it'll be Tim. Yes, it'll be Tim to join James. These are the 2 Cape Townians in our team, King James, as we call it, and Tim Delmas.
Thank you very much, Simon. Simon Gear and Paul Matlwani taking you through the last 40 minutes of commentary. And it is a fascinating position in which this match is finding itself at the moment, as we see Rabada bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Rishabh Pant. Rabada bowling from the Wynberg end at this beautiful ground. A 6-gun grill Newlands is looking an absolute picture, Tim.
Indeed it is. It's a little bit cloudy, a little bit chilly, but it's still putting out the magic. It's Newlands.
It is indeed the magic of Newlands, as KG Rabada is trying to create magic of his own here, steaming towards us to punt on the legs, and he just manages to tuck that into the leg side. It was reasonably full, and Lungiangiri comes across from his position at mid-on and does the fielding. So all changed now from left hand to right hand, as Kohli will be facing Rabada. Rabada, who has taken 2 wickets today, that of Mayank Agarwal and also recently of Ajinkya Rahane. He has been really bowling well with fire, leading the attack in his 50th test match. Tim, he's in again here from the Wynberg end to Kohli, and he leaves that one alone, shortish, probably short of a length on or about middle stump through to Verena. How impressed have you been with Rabada today?
He's been right at the money from the very first over of the day. He's been bowling with real purpose and intensity throughout his various spells. No loose deliveries. It's been very impressive.
Another impressive delivery from Rabada, short of a length on that 4th stump line, left alone once again by Virat Kohli. How often have we said that today, left alone by Kohli? He's been very, very watchful. The Indian captain, 33 not out of this total of 129 for 4. We're into the 47th over, 2 balls left in that. Kagiso Rabada into his 14th over. Right arm over the wicket, carbon copy of the previous delivery. Cut and paste, as we may well say, in these times, and that is left alone outside the off stump.
Kohli looks a lot more compact in this innings than he did at Centurion. At Centurion, he was wanting to come forward and wanting to play way outside his pad, but at this innings, he's been a lot tighter.
129 for 4 in the 47th. That is a beauty from Kagiso Rabada. It just took off a length outside the off stump. Virat Kohli had to play at that one and missed it by probably the finest of margins. It could so easily have kissed the edge through to Verena.
Nothing he could have done about that, Virat. He went forward, kept his bat against his pad, went for the forward defence, and could easily have got an edge. But he wasn't at fault. If he was to get an edge, it would have been purely down to the delivery by Rabada.
Outstanding bowling from the South African quick, as we have a change of bowling at the Kelvin Grove end, which is the end from which we are commentating here at this picturesque ground. 6-gun grill Newlands is one of probably the finest places to watch cricket in the world, and it is a privilege for us here on 1WSR to be bringing you this broadcast today, courtesy of Cricket South Africa. And we hope that you're enjoying listening to us. And as we see Dwan Olafir running away from us now to Rishabh Pant, that is foolish delivery. And Pant will feel that he missed out there. It was foolish outside the off stump. He just walked into the shot almost and played it straight to Keshav Maharaj at mid-off. There is field for Pant, the left-hander who's facing Olafir, who's bowling right arm over, 3 slips, a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, man at mid-wicket on the edge of the square, and a man at fine leg. Olafir bowls outside the off stump and played straight back to the bowler on the bounce by Pant. Just came forward to that one. Again, probably just short of a length outside the off stump. Lines and lengths generally from the South African quicks have been very good today, Tim.
Yeah, Olafir has also been right at the money. he was a bit flat the last Test match at the second innings. I was a bit worried about him, but it's been really good to see that he's been back to some of his best bowling. He's also bowling at a couple of Ks faster, which is making the batsman have to be very aware of what he's able to do with the deliveries.
So the third ball of that over, just probably on about a fifth stump line, maybe sixth stump line outside the off stump. Rishabh Pant coming forward, wanting to feel the bat on the ball. It looks like that could be his downfall potentially. 3 slips, waiting very patiently for that edge to come through. But Pant looks very focused and determined with his captain out there at the moment. Virat Kohli score 129 for 4. That one is angled down the leg side, a little bit shorter from Olivier, and just goes into the gloves as Pant tries to turn it down the leg side, and it just bobbles out into the leg side, picked up by, I think that's Kagiso Rabada in at square leg. He's rubbing that ball vigorously, try and give his fast bowling partner Olivier as much of a chance to let this ball swing as possible. It's a little bit windy out there. Wind was coming in earlier on from the north or from the west, probably changing tomorrow. It looks like the wind is now southeasterly. We look across to the brewery on the southwestern side of the ground. The windsock at the top there is just blowing slightly in the breeze with the mountain behind it. What a beautiful sight as it's Olivier in to punt. This one on the line of fourth stump line outside the off stump, just defended off the front foot back to the bowler. And there is no run. 129 for 4. 1 ball left in the 48th. So since lunch, Tim, lunch being taken with the score on 75 for 2, I think it was, with Rahane. It was 75 for 2 of 28 overs. Kohli on 15, Pujara on 26. Only these 54 runs added for another 2 wickets in the nearly 20 overs bowled. So it's been pretty slow and tough going for the Indians.
Yeah, the bowling's been good. The bowling's been good throughout. And it's not something that's going to help Pant, because Pant doesn't like to be boxed into a corner. He doesn't like to be dominated by any bowler. So you feel as if something is going to give. Either he's going to break away and make a quick 50-odd, or he's going to get out for single figures or not much else, flashing at a wide one.
So what we are going to be witnessing here is a fascinating contest between bat and ball as India seek to get a good total on the board. It looks very much like the weather is set fair for the next few days. In fact, it's going to be very hot in Cape Town here on day 2 and day 3, day 2, 3, and 4. So today is a day that India needs to get through. 129 for 4. And it's Rabada in to Kohli, and this one again outside the off stump. He comes forward and does not manage to get bat on ball. He's definitely playing at that one from Rabada, and just goes outside the off stump.
They're just showing us on the big screen
ball.
The various leaves by the Indian batters, just showing you just how often they've been able to leave on this surface. It's been a much more of a wondrous type surface, Cape Town.
Rabada in once again to Kohli. Gets the edge this time, but it falls just short of a diving Markram at second slip. And he parries it on the bounce back up to wicketkeeper Verena. Big moment there, just falling short of Markram. In fact, he did very well to stop that one. Wasn't a chance, but could so easily have been a genuine outside edge from the captain of India, going down just in front of Markram. Did have soft hands, it must be said. So Kohli not being taken on that occasion. Rabada in again. This time just angles the bat as he comes forward to one. He has to play at it, and it's into the gully where Marco Jansen does the fielding. And that was so close, Tim, for another South African breakthrough.
It was very, very close. You feel as if Kohli is doing something very important in this innings. He's playing with the soft hands. He's saying to the bowler, "You're on top of me. I'm just going to make sure that I don't get out."
That is another beautiful delivery from Kagiso Rabada, short of a length, into the body of Kohli. And again, he plays at that and it goes past the glove this time through to the wicketkeeper. In fact, just past the top of the bat through to wicketkeeper Rahane. And this is top-class fast bowling to one of the world's premier batsmen. What a contest we're seeing here. This delivery from the Weinberg end by Kagiso Rabada, this time just angling it into the leg side, a release ball for Virat Kohli, and he plays it into that leg side, fielding done by Lungi Ngidi, who is at mid-on, and they have taken the single. So Kohli, I'm sure, happy to get off strike of the fourth delivery of that over. It's now 131 for 4 in the 49th over, and another very interesting contest we are about to see between Rishabh Pant, left-handed attacking batsman for India, and Kagiso Rabada steaming in towards us from the Weinberg end. Oh, what a bouncer that was. It has Rishabh Pant on his back, arching his back to get out of the way of that vicious delivery from Kagiso Rabada. He's fired up.
He's been fired up throughout the day, as Rabada. You feel as if Kohli is edging closer to making that elusive 100 at the one end, but you feel at the same time that Pant is going to give a chance. He's going to give a chance sooner rather than later. From a South African perspective, they will just have to take it.
Yeah, that is going to be absolutely crucial. Fielding so far has been good by South Africa, backing up their pace attack, as the final ball of the over from Rabada is outside the off stump on about a 6th stump line, left alone by Rishabh Pant quite easily, that one short of a length. And at the end of the 49th over, 131 for the loss of 4. Rishabh Pant on 9 and captain Virat Kohli on 34. This has been impressive from South Africa today. India winning the toss, just to remind you of some of the action today. India winning the toss, electing to bat. Captain Virat Kohli electing to bat, which is not surprising. And India losing their first wicket after quite a fast start, despite the very good bowling, losing their first wicket, 31. We're going to break away as we see Dwan Olivier coming in to the captain Virat Kohli, and that is on about a 4th stump line, and he just leaves that short of a length delivery alone through to Rahane. Losing their first wicket, 31 for 1. That was KL Rahul, who was caught by Rahane off the bowling of Olivier, and that almost off the face of the bat, that one just edged through to the keeper after some really good bowling from the South African Quick, who is away from us now. Right arm over the wicket into Kohli, over the off stump, left alone by the Indian captain. He just rides the bounce.
Once again, it's the extra bounce in this pitch which is allowing the Indian batters to leave those deliveries. That ball is going over the off stump, but it's going over by some distance. It's a really well bowled delivery by Olivier. Good line, good length, trying to get Kohli to play at it. Because of the extra bounce in the pitch, Kohli is quite happy to leave it.
Olivier to Kohli. This down the leg side, just flicks it down, almost nonchalantly flicks it down the leg side. There's no way that Rahane is going to get anywhere near that. Off the front foot, he just plays it down to fine leg, and some exercise for Adrian Holstock's right arm as he signals 4. And that takes India to 135 for 4 in the 50th over.
Too much talent on the leg side there from Olivier. tried to overcompensate a little bit and just drifting down the leg side too much.
Past umpire Holdstock into Kohli, into the body, and Kohli just defends it, gets on top of the bounce and down into the offside where Bumrah does the fielding, and there is no run. 135 for 4. Second wicket to go down, 33 for the loss of 2 it was, as Mayank Agarwal was well caught by Aiden Markram at second slip of Kagiso Rabada for 15. That both openers then back in the hutch for 33 runs on the board, as we see Olafia again away from us at the Kelvin Grove end into Kohli down the leg side. He has a waft at that. I can't really describe it as much more than a waft, but he doesn't make contact. Taken down the leg side by Rahane. That really was not a great delivery from Olafia.
No, it wasn't. He's trying to bowl the short ball, which he has been effective throughout the day. It has troubled particularly Rahul, but he was batting at the start of the day. But that one was certainly not troubling anybody.
Olafia into Kohli outside the off stump, swinging into the right-hander, swung a lot more after it actually went over off stump, but as we have said so often, left alone by Kohli, and that is the end of the 50th over. Score 135 for 4. The run rate for India then quite easy to calculate, 2.7 runs per over for them so far. They did get off to a fast start, but those 2 wickets pegged them back. Then the third wicket to fall after a very good partnership between Pujara and Kohli was, in fact, Cheteswal Pujara, caught by Rahane off Jansen, a ball which straightened on the right-hander from Jansen bowling around the wicket from the Kelvin Grove end, kissed the edge, top of the bat, and Rahane took a pretty regulation catch for the third wicket to go down at 95. The fourth wicket then fell at 116 when Ajinkya Rahane got the finest of edges to Kagiso Rabada, and it was caught behind again by Rahane. Rahane now with 3 catches, and he's had a pretty good day behind the stumps, apart from some of those short deliveries which he's had to really extend himself to, as it's Rabada once again juggling with the ball. He lost it in his run-up, and he's going to be having to go back to do that one yet again, as umpire Maria Erasmus, who's standing at the Weinberg end, just signals dead ball. So, sorry,
I'm just going to say, it's a small thing, but Kohli has now got his highest score on this tour. It's only his second test match of the tour, but he made 35 at the first test, and now 38 in this one.
This ball from Kagiso Rabada into Rishabh Pant, the left-hander, was on the legs and just eased into the leg side for a single to the left-handed middle order batter and a wicket keeper for India, looking for redemption. As in fact he did hit that one. Yes, eased into the leg side. As I said, he's on 10 after he copped a lot of stick for what happened at the Wanderers. Another beautiful delivery from Kagiso Rabada into Virat Kohli, this time outside the off stump and left alone once again, short of a length from Kagiso Rabada. The length has been very important, Tim. You were alluding to it earlier, that you bowl too short on this pitch, you get punished. You bowl too full, you're going to get punished. You just got to get it just in that slot, short of a length. Rabada again, that's another beauty. And left alone very well by Kagiso, by Virat Kohli, getting very excited here about this bowling and batting spell. And left alone once again as that bounces over the off stump.
They're actually bowling too much at Kohli. Kohli's now in. Kohli's got his eye in. He knows exactly what he needs to do. The bowlers will actually, I would think, want to bowl more to Pant.
I would
They
think
will want to work on his impatience. Pant likes to play shots and doesn't like to leave too many behind. But we've seen a lot of deliveries now to Kohli really good piece of bowling, but because Kohli's got his iron, he's played them very well.
He left that one again, Tim, as you were saying, left well on length. The fourth ball of that over, once again, going over the stumps. Rabada, this one a bit fuller, just edged, just really bunted into the offside of the front foot by Kohli, and they're through for a quick single, which means that Rishabh Pant will only have one ball to face from Kagiso Rabada in this over. Not like Virat Kohli protecting him, but it's certainly don't think that he wants Rishabh Pant to be facing too many deliveries of a fired-up Rabada, who looks like he's coming to the end of what has been a pretty good spell from him here over the last number of overs.
Yes, I suspect you may well be right there. It's been a long spell for Rabada. He doesn't look tired, but you do want to use him at the back end after tea, particularly if these two batters are still there.
Last ball of the over to Pant. That is a huge bouncer, and I'm wondering whether that will be called wide. No, it's not. Look from here, as we're looking at it towards we see the back of the batsman from our angle here, well over Pant's head, it looked like, taken well by Rahane above his head. The end of the over, 51 gone, 137 for the loss of 4. And in fact, they're going to have to bowl that one again because it looks like it was given as a no ball. Rishabh Pant will have to face one more delivery from Kagiso Rabada, just overstretching and for that effort ball that he put in. So is this going to be a bonus delivery for South Africa or for India? Outside the off stump, just left alone by Pant as it angled across him from the right arm over. South African quick. That is now the end of the over, 138 for 4.
But you see,
is it another no? Well, no, yes. Sorry.
I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's the over. That was a good piece of bowling into Kohli. First 4 balls. The 5th ball, which happened to be a no ball, was way over the head of Pant. Pant had no chance of hitting it, even if he wanted to. So it was a wasted delivery. So South Africa are not quite bowling as well to Pant as they are to Kohli. They need that to change around, because as good as Kohli is, if we can get wickets at the other end, then South Africa can really get on top.
Olafia away from us, and that is over-pitched delivery to Kohli, driven straight back to the bowler, who does well to get his body behind it to stop what would have been a certain 4. Hit very hard back to Olafia. That's going to hurt him. I'm not sure where that actually hit the South African pace bowler. Got his hand on it, then ricocheted probably onto his knee as he was coming through in his follow-through. He fell over, but full delivery, getting Kohli to play this time, but straight back to the bowler. We'll run through the bowling figures for you between the deliveries in this over, with 15 minutes to go before the tea interval. Right arm over is Olafia again, forward defensively this time, everything behind that from Virat Kohli, and back to the bowler, who just knocks it on for Marco Jansen to come in from mid-wicket and pick up the delivery. Marco Jansen, who's able to jump across the pitch and probably virtually an entire square in one stride. He's so tall. Yes, go through those bowling figures. We'll start those after this delivery. Really impressed with Dwan Olafia, Tim, as he's in again now.
On a different day, he would have 3 or 4 wickets.
Right.
And it's the same with Rabada. Both of them on a different day, against different team, with a bit more luck, because there's been several plays that misses from Kohli, especially early on. They would have had at least another couple of wickets each, and India would be in all sorts of trouble. But sometimes that happens in cricket.
Yeah,
you can bowl brilliantly, and all you can get is 1 or 2 wickets.
Olafia over the wicket to Kohli down the leg side. And I think he's got a touch on that one. Has he down the leg side? South Africans all go up as if it's a foregone conclusion that Kohli has got the edge down the leg side, and they are going for a review. South Africa are reviewing a strangle down the leg side. Dwan Olivia to Virat Kohli. Kohli is standing as he will do because it is open for the review. We are waiting to see what is happening. Review by South Africa with the score at the moment on 138 for 4. The ball is angling down the leg side. Very difficult to see. Looks to us perhaps that it's come off the thigh pad. And this is why perhaps Kohli is standing. We think we'll see.
I'll tell you what. Kyle Varaina's reaction
says he's out.
He says he's absolutely out. These are difficult to judge. But sometimes when the keeper is so certain of it, it's very difficult, as you say, for us without the sneakometer.
Yeah, I don't see anything that could have touched from the clothing point of view. I think Snicko is going to have to be telling us here what is happening. Very difficult to tell from the front angle. Looking at from the reverse angle, it does look like there was nothing there, but there is a faintest of edges, it seems, as that went past the bat. There is a motion, there is a noise on the Snicko on ultra edge. This is going to be a difficult one for the third umpire, TV umpire, but that does look like there is a noise as that goes past the bat. What is the decision going to be? On-field umpires are also looking at the replay on the screen. Tim, what do you think?
It's not enough of a strike for me to overturn the not out decision. I think you need to have more of a spike. Saying that it may well be an edge. It may well be one.
Adrian Holdstock is the standing umpire, and that is that decision is upheld as a not out decision. South Africa don't look particularly happy with that decision. They are standing there on the field, and that was open for them to see on the big screen. So very difficult to understand. That is a huge moment in the game on field. 138 for 4. The review being struck down, even though there was the faintest, it looks like the faintest of murmurs on the Snicko. Dean Elgar just in discussion with Maria Erasmus, the standing umpire at the Wynberg end. South Africa not looking happy at all, Tim.
What I think that sometimes these reviews miss is that they show that, but they should have actually carried it through. So it would have been interesting if it hit the thigh pad as well. That's what I would like to have seen.
Definitely did hit the thigh pad. There was a noise. The next delivery from Olivia, not surprisingly, short delivery aimed at the head of Virat Kohli, just goes over his head and through to the keeper. But yeah, there was a noise. There was certainly a bigger noise off the thigh pad.
All we saw on the sneakometer was the ball on the bat. They didn't carry it through all the way to the thigh pad. So it was difficult for us to say.
Olivia to Kohli, into the legs of Kohli once again. He guides us down to the man at fine leg. And there is a single to the Indian captain. Score goes on to 139 for 4 at the end of what seems like a controversial moment in this test match. South Africa doing a fielding review, and that review being struck down. And that is going to be a big talking point on field. So just to go through the bowling figures for you while we have this at the end of that over, where we have Lungi and Gidi. So there is a change of bowling. Lungi and Gidi going to be coming in from the Wynberg end. And he's bowled 10 overs at the moment and no wicket for 23 with 5 maidens. Very economical. He has been. We will not be going through the bowling figures, so I don't have those in front of me at the moment. 139 for 4. Tim, as you said, not showing the full sort of follow through onto the thigh pad, maybe making it a bit difficult for the team out there on the field to accept that decision.
Well, that's exactly it. If they'd done that, then maybe they would have said, okay, well, there's a huge spike when it brushes his thigh pad. Well, fair enough. But it is one of those ones where he could very easily have edged that.
Yes, he could.
Very easily have edged that. But I don't, as I said, I don't think you can overturn it on a not out. It was inconclusive. There wasn't enough of a spike.
Ngidi in again to Kohli, just defends it off the front foot, ball short of a length, angling into the stumps, defends it into the covers where Marco Jansen does the fielding. And
a bit like in football. Not all fouls in the penalty box are penalties.
Yes.
So not all spikes are edges. Sometimes it's the foot movement of the batsman rubbing the ground. Sometimes the bat hit the ground. It's a various range of possibilities.
Ngidi in once again from the Weinberg end, and this is left alone by Kohli as it goes over the top of off stump, just sways out of the way, and it is an interesting situation which we find ourselves now. 139 for 4 in the 53rd over, and the bowling figures so far: Marco Jansen 12 overs 1 for 34, Rabada 16 overs 2 for 52, Olafia 14 overs 1 for 24, and Ngidi in his 11th over 0 for 23 to Kohli. Kohli is right in behind a short of a length delivery, which is into the body, and he just defends into the offside, picked up by Rassie van der Dussen, who is in at extra cover. Field for the right-hander is 2 slips, a gully, a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at a long leg.
I think outside in the last 16 deliveries, one have been faced by punt.
Yes.
So that tells you that South Africa need to be bowling to punt and not to Kohli as soon as possible.
So that was the 5th delivery of Ngidi's over once again. How many times have we said this? Left alone by Kohli, short of a length over the off stump, just around or over the off stump. And he's done that so much in this innings as Virat Kohli. 137 deliveries for his 40. He has been incredibly patient.
It's a strange thing, but they wouldn't be leaving those at the Wanderers.
No.
And the last test match, they would not be leaving those deliveries.
Oh, he leaves another one which angles into him and swings after it goes past the stumps through to the waiting hands, should I say, of Rahane. There is no run. Ends the over 139 for 4 after 53. The partnership between these two, 23 since the loss of the Ajinkya Rahane wicket, the second one,
and it's
Rabada.
It's of 67 deliveries. So that tells you how patient they've been, particularly Kohli, because he's taken the majority of those deliveries, especially in the last 20 minutes or so.
So there will be likely only one more over before the tea interval, and we saw on the big scoreboard that South Africa at the moment, from an over rate point of view, are level. They're going to end this session on 54 overs out of what should be a possible 60. So likely we're going to get some overtime today, if the weather does and the light does hold, which looks at the moment like it will most certainly do that. Olafia from the Kelvin Grove end into the left-handed Rishabh Pant. And we haven't said that too often in the last little while. He just defends and rides the bounce on that into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, forecast-wise for the 5 days, unlike the Highveld, I don't think light is going to be an issue at any time in this test match.
It certainly should not be. So it will be interesting to see what is going to happen. The last over before tea, Olafia into punt. That is Fuller, and it's driven, and some very good fielding there by Maharaj, coming around from his position at some good fielding from Ngidi on that from mid-off. Mid-on, sorry, as Maharaj doing the fielding a bit off, pushing the ball across, and Giddy fielding it, and a good throw into the keeper, punt scurrying to get back for 2, but he does. And that takes them to 141 for 4.
After 53.2 overs.
So it is Olivier to continue in this, probably the last over before the tea interval from the Kelvin Grove end to the left-handed punt outside the off-stump, driven straight to Maharaj, who is at mid-off. Score remains 141 for 4.
No obligatory over from Maharaj before either break, which is a little bit surprising in itself.
I wonder if he will even bowl it over today. I mean, the quicks have been very impressive, have kept the run rate down. They have managed to throttle the Indian batting, just keeping that run rate in or around 2.6, 2.7 runs per over. 3 balls left before the tea interval. Olivier around the wicket now to punt, and he's driving again. Just a bit half driving as he goes forward onto the front foot and just plays it down to Maharaj, who is at mid-off to the left-hander.
I'm not sure why he's bowling down the wicket to punt, unless he's going to pitch it in short in towards his ribs, which wouldn't be advisable because he hasn't got a man on the boundary for the pull or hook shot. So I'm not too sure why he's decided to go around the wicket.
Maybe try to straighten it to punt this one into the sort of middle and leg region. Punt just defends down into the leg side, and it is fielded by the bowler himself, who now has 1 ball to go as the clock is on 15:09 on the scoreboard. This will be the last delivery before the tea interval. Perhaps he's aiming for the one that just goes away from the left-hander, not coming in with the angle, but moving slightly away. Let's see what he does with the last ball before tea. And just defended on the walk almost by Pant as he comes forward. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the second session for today. India moving from 75 for the loss of 2 at lunch to 141 for the loss of 4 at tea. So only adding 66 runs for the loss of 2 wickets in that session. It's been another fascinating 2 hours of Test cricket. We'll be back with you after the tea interval. That's goodbye from myself and Tim, and see you later.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December. To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up. And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
Welcome back here to Newlands in Cape Town, where India are sitting at 141 for 4, 1-4 in the third test, the deciding test between South Africa and India in the Freedom Series. My name is Tsepo Taylor. I am joined by none other than the birthday man himself, the man, the myth, the legend, Ken Borland. Ken, how are you doing, birthday boy?
More myth than ever before, I think. But, thank you, everyone, for your very kind wishes. Much appreciated. And it's turning into a lovely day here at Newlands. The southeasterly is picking up, so the clouds are blowing away. The sun is coming out, and Lungi Ngidi is going to open the bowling from the Wynberg end.
On strike is Virat Kohli. He has 10 runs short of a half century, and Rishabh Pant on 12 at the non-strikers end. In comes Lungi Ngidi. Good length delivery just outside off stump. Had a lot of bounce, shoulders, arms from Virat Kohli as he leaves that 1-4 for 4. Just a quick update on the scorecard. Mayank Agarwal was the first wicket to fall. KG Rabada struck when he edged to Aiden Markram on 15. Kel Rahul followed when Duan Olifir was bowled to him, and he was caught behind by Karl Verreynne. Chiteshwar Pujara was next to fall on 43 of 77. Lungi Ngidi coming in again. Good length outside off stump. Virat Kohli comes forward but leaves, and then after that, Ajinkya Rahane. He fell. KG Rabada, the bowler. Verreynne, the catcher. And Jansen got Chiteshwar Pujara out for 43. Don't forget, you can tweet us, and you can also send through YouTube comments. We'll be reading those out. Keen to get those bad boys read.
So Kagiso Rabada currently with figures of 16 overs, 2 for 52, which really don't do him justice. He bowled an absolutely outstanding spell just before the tea break.
Lungi Ngidi in again. Good length delivery, but it's just a little bit too straight on the pads. All Virat has to do is clip it to the leg side, and Marco Jansen from mid-wicket chases to the boundary, but his chase in vain as Virat Kohli gets himself a boundary. He sits now on 44, the total 145 for 4.
Yeah, the South African attack has been really good today, I think, but Lungi Ngidi, perhaps the one guy who's just struggled a little bit, and he's often gone a bit too straight, a bit too much down leg side, and obviously a player of Kohli's ability is so strong off his legs, and he will be punished as he was then.
He's been doing well to leave, has Virat Kohli, not playing at every ball. Lungi Ngidi coming in again. This one a lot better, going towards off stump. Still a good length delivery, and just driven to the offside where they are. 2 slips a gully. No, 3 slips a gully. A man at cover mid-off. There's a mid-on the onside, a man at mid-wicket, and also a man at fine leg. The man that was at gully actually moved to backward point. It's 2 slips and a gully, and the man at cover and mid-off. Lungi Ngidi coming in again. Outside off stump, back of a length delivery. Got a little bit of bounce, but it was shoulders, arms from Virat Kohli. Still 145 for 4. He's still on 44.
Tennis ball bounce, really. This pitch, obviously quite moist at the start of the test match, and with the sun starting to quick out and the effect of a fairly stiff breeze, it's certainly going to get quicker as the test match progresses. That wind is helping Lungi Ngidi. It's switched around during the afternoon. It's helping him take the ball away towards the slips.
Ngidi in again. This one going down the leg side. Back of a length delivery. Just played off the hips from Virat Kohli, and the man at fine leg picks it up. A single to take India to 146 for 4 after 55 overs. Virat Kohli on 45 and Rishabh Pant on 12. The partnership 30.
Not the best first over back by Lungi Ngidi. A couple of balls down the leg side. And it looks like it's going to be Duan Olivier who will continue from the Kelvin Grove end, going into the wind now. He's also enjoyed a very good day today. He's bowled very well.
Has had a very good spell. The spell before the end of the second session was also very, very good. Very tight. Didn't concede a lot of runs. There was 1 or 2 that strayed down the leg side, but other than that, he was very, very tight. Did good fielding off his own bowling as well.
15 overs, 1 for 26 so far for Olivier. And it's been impressive, the fuller length that he's bowled on this Newlands pitch.
Duan Olivier coming from the Calvin Grove end over the wicket to Virat Kohli. This one, good length delivery, just sliding down offside. And Virat Kohli just watches it as it goes all the way to Calvarena.
Olivier, of course, well known for his exploits up on the high felt this season, playing for the Central Gauteng Lions. Has been so successful at the Wanderers, 28 wickets in 4 matches. But a sign of how he's maturing as a fast bowler, how well he's adapted to this Newlands surface.
Continuing in, second ball of the over. Good length delivery in line with the body of Virat Kohli, and he just blocks it out with the bat. Still no run, 146 for 4.
Yeah, just on Rabada. As I said, he's only got figures of 2 for 52, but he caused the batsman so many problems. Got Rahane out with a beauty, has beaten Kohli's edge several times. Kohli edged run just short of second slip. Punt was nearly caught in the gully.
Duan Olivier in again. Full in line with middle stump, blocked out by Virat Kohli. No run, 146 for 4.
So Rabada, of course, playing his 50th Test match, and wonderful to see how inspired he was before the tea break. And no doubt he'll be back into the attack perhaps in an hour or so, refreshed and raring to go to drive home the advantage that South Africa have at the moment.
Duan Olivier in again. This one a little bit closer to the pads. Still that same full length. Clipped off the pads to the man at deep square leg for a single, taking Virat Kohli to 46 and the score to 147.
Duan Olivier with a wry smile because he reckons that was pretty straight. If Kohli had missed, he would have been roaring out an LBW appeal. Bread and butter shot for Kohli, that he is so strong off his legs, so good at working straight deliveries through the leg side.
Don't forget to tweet us at OneWorldSR. 1 the number, world the planet, SR the number. 2 slips a gully, man a backward point. A man at a very close cover on the 4th strip here. Mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and a man at fine leg. Duan Olivier to Rishabh Pant. Back of a length, outside off stump, and just punch through the offside. That's a big chase here for the man from long off, but a chase in vain to bring up the 150 here for India. 151 after that fantastic back foot punch.
That was a lovely shot by Pant. He had a few moments of good fortune before the tea break, but that'll settle him down really nicely for this last session of the day.
That 150 coming after 339 balls, 248 minutes, and 22 fours, and the 1-6. Duan Olivier for the last ball of his over. This one a good length in line with leg stump, and it's a dot ball that's just played to the leg side. Still 151 for 4. Rishabh Pant is on 16. Virat Kohli 4 runs away from a half century, and the partnership now on 35.
Again, a partnership just starting to build here for India. Virat Kohli has been really determined not to give it away today. And there's no doubt that he's going to have to be the cornerstone of this Indian first innings. Rishabh Pant at the other end on 16 not out. You always feel you've got a chance with Pant. So Proteas will be confident that they can break this partnership on a helpful pitch.
Lungi Ngidi is going to be coming from the Weinberg end. He starts outside off stump, and all Virat Kohli has to do is watch it, that back of a length delivery as it goes to Calvarena. Still 151 for 4.
Slowness of the pitch being shown by a short cover, Rassie van der Dussen coming into place to catch the lofted drive. He's moving back a little bit now, back to a more conventional cover position.
And South Africans doing everything they can to find a wicket here. Lungi Ngidi coming in again. Good length delivery in line with middle stump. Virat Kohli gets his bat behind it. No run there. Still 151 for 4. We have a tweet here from the Armchair Cricket Podcast saying that day 1 of the SA India third test is still in the balance at T. At T, India were 141 for 4 with the skipper Virat Kohli still there. SA would appear to be the happier of the two teams, knowing one wicket, and they look at Ashwin and a longish tail. What's a good total here in the first innings? 250, he asks. Lungi Ngidi will be coming in. Outside off stump, back of a length delivery. Looked like it tailed into the right-hander just a little bit as Virat Kohli watched this into the hands of Calvarena.
The average first innings score over the last 5 tests at Newlands has been 287. So I would think India would want at least 300, winning the toss and batting first, and especially with the weather set to improve, more sun, likely to flatten this pitch out.
We're just feeling the sun coming now, coming through the clouds. Last time we were on comms, you didn't see the sun, Ken and I. This one, back of a length delivery, getting that tennis ball bounce as it sails past Virat Kohli down the offside. Still no runs, still 151 for 4. And we're just getting visuals of Keshav Maharaj. Might he get a ball today? Pitch was looking very green at the beginning of the day, and the sun is only coming out now. So I wouldn't expect him to come in so early. And it doesn't look like South Africa are conceding too many runs either. So he doesn't need to hold up an end. So I don't expect him. Could be wrong. Lungi Ngidi, penultimate ball. This one, 4 straight, blocked out by Virat Kohli. No run, 151 for 4.
So far, the quicks doing the job for South Africa. And just running through those bowling figures, Rabada, 16 overs, 2 for 52. Duan Olivier, 16 overs, 1 for 31. Marco Jansen, 12 overs, 1 for 34. And Lungi Ngidi is 1 ball away from completing his 13th over. He's got none for 28.
Lungi Ngidi, the strike bowler in the first innings in Centurion. Only bowler to get a wicket on the first day. As this one, well outside the off stump. All Virat Kohli has to do is watch it as it goes to Calvarena. He's not playing anything outside the off stump. It's very, very, not circumspect, but calculated, if you will. 151 for 4. Virat Kohli on 46, Pant 16, the partnership 35.
And a train has just gone past the ground, Seppo.
Yes.
I think it's the first one I've noticed today.
Oh, there have been quite a few.
Have there?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Obviously been way too focused on the action out in the middle.
Is that a low-key roast, Ken? Are you roasting me for noticing the train and saying that I'm not focused on the game? Is that what's happening?
You couldn't win, I'm afraid, with that debate there. Either way, I would have had you.
Ah, darn it. Duan Olivier will continue here from the Calvin Grove end. Coming over the wickets to the left-handed punt. This one pitched just outside of off stump and looked like it tailed in just a little bit. Could have clipped that off stump. We'll be keen to see that replay. Still 151 for 4.
Yeah, Olivier, with this fuller length he's been bowling, he certainly has been moving the ball around and asking plenty of questions of the Indian batsman today.
In terms of his bowling load, he's had quite a long spell, he's had a spell just before tea. Then the break came and he's continuing now, coming over the wicket to left-handed punt. Pitching outside off stump. Punt was keen for the single as it goes down to the man at mid-off. Virat Kohli wanted none of it, and there's no run taken. Still 1-5-1 for 4. Punt still on 16 and Virat Kohli on 46.
Every now and then, Punch just seems to get a rush of blood to the head. I mean, he pushed that straight to mid-off and went not quite charging, but he was he was certainly rapidly coming down the pitch, and Virat Kohli had to shout very loudly at him to send him back.
Virat didn't want anything to do with that run as Duan Ulifid comes in again. It's short. It's hooked in the air for quite some time, and it just plops in the middle of the field at a backward of square leg region, a vacant region. So punt survives, gets himself 2 runs as well, adds 2 to the total. 153 for 4 for India and 18 for Rishabh Pant.
There was no one back at deep square leg. Not that it would have been touch and go if they would have been able to reach that top edge hook. Rabada is now going back almost all the way to the boundary. Rishabh Pant has shown his willingness to have a go at the short ball.
That one just bouncing quite steeply on him. Couldn't get under it. This one, good length delivery outside the off stump as it's picked up by Rahane. No run there. Still 153 for 4.
Yeah, so Olafia bowled 4 overs just before the tea break. And just continuing after tea for a bit.
He's had a good spell here. A potential opportunity if the field placing was right. He's got himself 2 slips, a gully, a man at backward points. Cover mid-off as this one just pitches in line with leg stump, and all Rishabh Pant has to do is play it off the hips, that back of a length delivery for a single. That ends the over. 154 for 4. Rishabh Pant on 19. He'll be on strike the next over, and Virat Kohli on 46. Oh, no, sorry. It wasn't the end of the over. That was the penultimate ball. Trigger happy Tsepo. Sorry about that.
I think you just saw all the fielders changing around for the right-hand batsman coming on strike.
That's exactly it. Virat Kohli, a Yorker length delivery just blocked out by Virat Kohli to end the 58th over. 154 for 4. Kohli still 46, Pant still 19. And we have a tweet from Sakshan. He says it doesn't. Oh, he says if we dry up Virat Kohli's runs, we should be able to limit the Indian score. And then sends another one. Doesn't look like Pant wants to score runs today either. The first tweet I can get behind. I can see that drying up the scoring. The second one, I'm not so sure. Rishabh Pant has been swiping at a few. There was that short delivery that he thought, that he actually did clear the inner ring with.
No, Pant is certainly keen to get back on ball. Kohli, by way of contrast, very patient out there. You could just see that Kohli's in it for the long game. In this innings, very determined to go big for India. 46 not out at the moment, Virat Kohli.
Yeah, needs to go big here. If there's any place to go big, it's in the decider. For those of you who don't know, the series is drawn or tied at the moment, 1-1 as Lungingidi comes from the Weinberg end. A big appeal, a full-length delivery that seems to have impacted Rishabh Pant in line with off-stump. Lungingidi looks to his captain, but decides against the review.
Too high, I think. It was a good delivery, nipping back at the left-hander, but it would have almost certainly bounced over the stumps.
Scramble seam delivery. It did pitch in line with middle stump, and it impacted Rishabh Pant on the thigh pad. So definitely too high. It was the back pad, but it was definitely too high. Yeah, Lungingidi has 2 slips, a gully, a man at backward points, cover mid-off, mid-on, and a deep square leg. This one just outside of off-stump, a good length delivery, a mistimed drive that finds the inside edge, and Lungingidi picks up the ball. Still 154 for 4. Rishabh Pant on 19, Virat Kohli on 46.
I fancy Ngidi was going for the sucker ball there, the full wide one, in trying to entice the drive. Pant did drive, but totally mistimed it.
It's a very big gap here on the leg side. just square of the batsman because of the deep square leg and the fine leg. So available runs here on the infield, but no boundaries on the leg side. Lungi Ngidi continues. Coming over the wickets, the left-handed punt. He plays it into this square leg, into the leg side region. And the man at mid-on does the fetching. 154 for 4. And just looking at the LBW appeal replay, already the first sign was that it was pitching outside leg. So it didn't even go any further than that. I didn't even see it from here. It's just a little bit of an angle, but it was very, very, very close. Good thing South Africa didn't take the review. Otherwise, it would have been a review wasted. Another good call from Murray Rasmus. Lungingiri, and again, it's just full of a good length outside off stump. Punt gets forward, blocks it for no runs. Still 154 for 4.
Yeah, LBW, not probably what Lungi Ngidi is really going for here. Bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. They've left wide open spaces on the leg side for punt. There's a mid-on and a deep backward square leg. Otherwise, it's entirely open for him on the onside. So they're looking for him to try and play across the line as they angle the ball across the left-hander towards those two slips and a gully that are waiting, and Temba Bavuma at a backward point.
Lungingiri deciding to come around the wicket now to the left-hander. Rishabh Pant. This delivery full outside of off stump. He drives it. This gets a thick outside edge as the man at backward points and the man at gully just watch it sail in between and over them for a boundary. 158 for 4, and Rishabh Pant now on 23.
Well, I suppose the only good thing we can say about that shot is that Pant wasn't tentative. He went all out for it, reaching for the drive, and got enough bat on it for it to fly clear of gully, high over him, but not the greatest shot by Rishabh Pant. That's pretty loose, really, all things considered at this stage of the game.
To be fair, he did throw his hands at it very hard, got a very thick outside edge, so maybe mitigating the risks by really throwing his hands at it. That way it would be difficult to catch. This one a little bit closer to the off stump. Another drive, but it's middled and goes to the man at mid-off for a single. 159 for 4 after the 59th over. Rishabh Pant on 24 and Virat Kohli on 46.
Almost like a battle of nerves here, because Rishabh Pant is showing great positivity, some daring stroke play, and the Proteas bowlers just need to keep to their lines and lengths. Trust that those will pay off.
As Duan Olivier will be continuing here from the Calvin Grove end. Don't worry about that, folks. You know how it is on your birthday. People just be calling you all the time. So, hey, can we forgive you? If it wasn't your birthday, hey, I would have been roasting you proper. How could that happen?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Smooth as silk. As always, Ken Borland. Don't forget, you can tweet us in at One World SR. The score here, as Duan Olivier comes in, 159. He's coming over the wickets to the left-handed Rishabh Pant. Pitches it in short towards the body. And this one just pulled, and a very controlled pull shot. It goes along the ground to what was a vacant third-man region. And the man at deep square leg does the sweeping. He's getting applause from everybody as the Indians get 2 more runs to their total. 161 for 4. And Rishabh Pant on 26.
That was actually a very nicely played shot by Rishabh Pant. Rolling the wrists, made sure the hook shot went straight to ground. He placed it nicely between the two men back on the boundary.
A good shot indeed. Duan Olivier continuing from over the wicket. This one, a good length delivery in line with off stump. Blocked to the offside, and the man at cover will pick it up. Still 161 for 4. We have a tweet here from Keith McIver. He says, happy birthday, Kenny Borland. Loving the commentary team. Great stuff. Well done. Another birthday a request. We'll be taking birthday wishes to Ken all day. Just tweet us at OneWorldSR. Happy birthday, Ken Borland. Duan Olivier just outside of off stump. A good full length delivery. Shoulders, hands from Rishabh Pant. 161 for 4.
Thank you, Keith, an old varsity mate of mine and a very loyal listener to One World Sport Radio.
Yes, Keith. Yes, Keithy boy. Yeah, drawing in the crowds here, the superstar Ken Borland, as per usual. Needing the crowds, the cricket chair. A very good performance from both teams. No team budging at the moment. Game in the balance. Short length delivery. Rishabh Pant gets on top of this, gets to it early, and just plays it in front of the man at deep square leg. He gets a single. 162 for 4. He's on 27 now, Pant, and Virat Kohli is on strike on 46 at the moment.
It's very nice to see directly opposite us the grandstand at the Wynberg end, next to the Western Province Cricket Club Pavilion. There are quite a few boxes with people in them up there, providing a little bit of atmosphere for this beautiful ground.
I saw an image of Laura Wolfart in the stands. Duan Olivier to Virat Kohli. Back of a length, outside off stump. Rishabh Pant was keen for the single. Found himself halfway down the crease. A little bit of a misfield from the man backing up. And Rishabh Pant wanted another single. This man is keen to get on the striker's end. Still 162 for 4.
He would not be popular if he runs out his captain.
And it's a no ball. A no ball from Duan Olivier. I believe that is his second today. This one a tight one, but still a no ball. 5 no balls today from the South Africans. And Duan Olivier continues. Has to re-ball that ball. And look, off stump, half volley. Punch down the ground, and the man at mid-off literally just tumbled over it. Did a little bit of a somersault. If they just turned around and went to go fetch it, they would have saved the boundary, but didn't. And now Virat Kohli is on 50. 50 runs, a well-played 50 for the Indian skipper, and a great way to get there with a fantastic shot. 50 runs in 216 minutes, 158 balls, 7 fours, and 1 6.
Well, Kahisa Rabada will be furious with himself as he just dived over that drive and allowing Kohli to go to his 50 in quite soft fashion.
Full length delivery from Jansen from Duan Olivier outside off stump. No run there. That shot took India to 167 for 4, and it also brought up the 50 partnership. 51 now, the partnership between Virat Kohli and Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, Kahisa Rabada, when he had the ball in the hand, really made Virat Kohli work for every single run that he scored off him, and they weren't many, but giving him 4 soft ones there. Kohli will really want to kick on now. Much talk about him not scoring a test century in a couple of years.
You can see he's very keen for that century, not throwing his wicket away at all, taking the responsibility on himself to get his team over the line, and you have to admire him for that. Not keen to throw his wicket away, much like what we saw KL Rahul do in the first test in Centurion. Marco Jansen will be starting his spell from the Wynberg end. He's coming over the wickets to Rishabh Pant. Back of a length delivery on top of off stump. That's Rishabh Pant just blocked out. Still 167 for 4.
3 men on the leg side for Jansen to punt. There's a mid-on, a deep square leg, and a fine leg. And 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, a man at cover, and a man at mid-off.
A vital period here for both teams as Marco Jansen continues. This one a full straight delivery in line with off stump, kept out by Rishabh Pant. Still no run, 167 for 4. Vital for both teams. 2 wickets here, and South Africa are in control. And if India continue with this, keep building on this partnership, they will really feel that they would have had control or will have control of this game. If they don't lose any wickets, if the score just or the day ends with only 4 wickets down, India will be firmly in control. Marco Jansen, left arm over the wickets to Rishabh Pant, a thick outside edge, and it goes straight to the man at gully. Keegan Peterson just catching it by his stomach. Back of a length delivery, sliced that, but did not find the middle of the bat. And he finds himself on his way to the change room after scoring 27. Rishabh Pant.
Well, it was a ball that he was trying to cut. There was extra bounce. I fancy it came back into him a bit. It made a softish sort of sound as it hit high up on the bat, maybe even the handle of the glove. So many catches behind the wicket. And Keegan Peterson right in the gap there. It went straight to him. He could not have placed it better if he'd been given catching practice.
True that. And as you said, Ken, it looked like it just squeezed up Rishabh Pant. It looked like the angle, well, he was going over the wicket, so it was angling in towards him. He tried to free himself up, but then just hit him on the gloves as he tried to just carve it through the offside.
That's Jansen's strengths very much on display with that delivery. He could bring the ball back into the left-hander and extra bounce, really making Pant's task very difficult there. One fancies it was the sort of delivery he really should have just been leaving.
He's been guilty of that. So we have a tweet here from Amar Pal Singh, a little bit late. He said, Pant can do this, but it seems like he doesn't want to be... It seems like he doesn't want to be into the bad book of Kohli. He has already moved closer to that book by playing that disastrous shot in the last innings. And this one just fell to a really good delivery from Marco Jansen. Sachin also sent in a tweet. As long as he saves his wickets, he'll be a hero. But he didn't save his wickets, so that's unfortunate. And it brings to the crease Ravichandran Ashwin.
Ashwin, a very, very useful batsman indeed. 5 Test centuries, averages 27 in Test match cricket. So still a lot of work to be done by the Proteas. Ashwin, the sort of guy who can really stick around with Virat Kohli. They'll be looking to form another good partnership here.
A very long tail, just the beginning of a very long tail here for India. Ashwin, Shardul Thakur also in the mix. They can add some very valuable runs to the total. Ashwin in the Wanderers test, getting 46 when India were all out for 202. So very, very vital runs here as Marco Jansen comes into the right-handed Ravichandran Ashwin, back of a length, in line with that leg stump. Still a good left-handed batsman line, but here an easy shot for Ashwin to get off the mark as he just glanced it to the leg side. 168 for 5, Ashwin on 1, Virat Kohli on a half century.
They bat quite deep, India. Shardul Thakur has got 3 half centuries in his 10 test innings. He will come in after Ashwin, and Mohammad Shami is no slouch with the bat either. He's got a couple of test 50s.
Back of a length delivery, a bouncer. Just over the head of Virat Kohli, just ducks under it, doesn't do anything too fancy, too elaborate. Still 168 for 5.
It'll be interesting to see if Virat Kohli tries to impose himself a little bit more on the bowlers now that the last of the specialist batsmen is out.
It depends. I'm sure it depends on a few things. Has a long tail that have the ability to bat with him. Marco Jansen coming in full, straight to half volley. That Virat Kohli just punches down the ground through the offside. All the man at mid-off can do is just chase leather as Virat Kohli has a very, very classy shot. He now sits on 54, 172 for 5 are India after 61 overs.
That was gorgeous by Kohli. Not much more than a firm push down the ground, but between the middle and the bowler, it's been racing away. And is that a sign that Virat Kohli is just going to start to switch gears a little bit? Are we going to see a bit of spin?
Yes, we are.
Maharaj coming into the attack.
Keshav Maharaj coming into the attack. Not going to lie, I wasn't expecting it to be this early, but maybe just trying to arrest the runs of Ravichandran Ashwin, knowing that he can, if he wants to, just go boom, boom, boom to the boundary. And South Africa could leak a lot of valuable runs here. Also with Virat Kohli on the opposite end, maybe just want to keep that nice and tight. rotate the bowlers at the Weinberg end, possibly.
Yeah, Maharaj bowling pretty much into the wind from the Kelvin Grove end, as you'd like your spinner to be doing, to get that dip. Be interesting to see if he gets a bit of turn. Maybe a bit of moisture still in the pitch, which will help him.
We saw a lot of turn on the practice pitch when everyone was bowling, even some randos. I believe Bjorn Hendricks even had a spin delivery that took a little bit of turn. Keshav Maharaj has himself a mid-on, a mid-off. He has himself a mid-wicket, a man at short cover, extra cover, a slip, and a man at short third man, and also a man at short fine leg at just 45. No one really on the boundaries that I can see. Ken, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Short leg? Did you mention the short leg?
I didn't, thank you. This one, a good length delivery, just bouncing on top of that off stump. Played very late by Ravichandran Ashwin to the man at, it looks like, cover, extra cover. It's not quite point. But the square region is vacant on the offside. Keshav Maharaj coming in again, a full length delivery in line with the stumps. Ashwin got to the pitch of the ball and kept it out. 172 for 5. Ashwin still on 1. And Virat Kohli on 54. This one, a good length delivery. Actually, a little bit full. Sorry. Took a little bit of bounce as well. Played off the back foot from Ravichandran Ashwin. So that tennis ball bounce on display once again.
Left arm spin bowling from this end. The wind should make it drift into the right-hander, then hopefully turn away.
This one pitching in line with leg stump. It looked like was there a little bit of turn. Took the edge of the bat as the man, not at slip, but at a short third man, went to go pick that up. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. Keen to read those tweets. Keshav Maharaj coming around the wicket to Ravichandran Ashwin. It's driven past the man at short cover. Dean Algar diving to his left. Temba Bavuma does the cleaning up. Still no run. 172 for 5. Sorry, we haven't seen a lot of your YouTube comments, but don't forget you can comment on YouTube and we'll catch up with those ones very soon. Maharaj around the wicket to Ravichandran Ashwin. Pitches inside in line with leg stump and just driven back to him. It's a maiden here for Keshav Maharaj in his first over. 172 for 5 after 62 overs.
Many of our older listeners will remember a left-arm spinner bowling from the Kelvin Grove end into the southeaster in January, the great domestic clashes between Transvaal and Western Province. In the 80s, Alan Curry, the left-arm spinner, who was a master of flight and deception and routinely used to take 5 wickets against Western Province just about every time he came down here.
I can imagine. If the spinners are already coming in early, we're just seeing Ravichandran Ashwin on the ground. His gloves are off. It looks like there's something in his shoe that he's just dealing with.
Maybe a spark has come loose.
We have a comment here from Morse Bas saying India underestimated South Africa by not playing Kohli in the previous test. It was actually a back spasm, just so you know. Thinking we want Kohli to play his 100th test in India, thus let more money spinning the commercial issues flow for Mr. Kohli, but it backfired horribly. I think that's not fair.
It's a good conspiracy theory.
That's a great conspiracy theory. As Marco Jansen continues here from the Weinberg end, the back of a length delivery, outside off stump to Virat Kohli. He just guides this to the man at deep point for a single. 173 for 5.
Knowing how desperate Virat Kohli is to be captain of the first Indian team to win a series in South Africa, 99.99999999999 recurring. Sure.
Marco Jansen in again, back of a length delivery. Ashwin just dots this down to the leg side, takes a quick single. No one here at short leg So the single was available. That last recurring, after you said 9 recurring, it was already recurring, Ken. We already established that. That's how math works, Ken.
I thought if the nines carry on into infinity, you've actually got to say recurring.
Yeah, but you should have just said 9 recurring, and then it would have been done.
Oh, come on.
That's math, Ken. That's math. Don't do more than
I
3.
had a lot of 9s in my system. I needed to get them out.
A good length delivery here from Marco Jansen. It looked like it went across the right-hander. Virat Kohli opened the face of the bat and just played it to the man at deep points. He gets himself a single, 2 singles. The first 2 balls, 175 for 5.
But, Virat Kohli spoke this week of how unfortunate it was that he woke up on the first morning of the Wanderers test with his back in spasm, forcing him to miss that game.
This one pitched well outside off stump. Shoulders, arms from Ravichandran Ashwin, still 175 for 5.
With the Western Province Cricket Club pavilion being closed to spectators, because that's the area that houses the 2 change rooms. Some of the Proteas squad have moved out onto that pavilion with their plastic chairs for a better view of the action.
Ooh, a great delivery from Marco Jansen, just going across the right-hander. Good length delivery. Ravichandran Ashwin drives at this, gets an outside edge, and Kyle Verreynne does the picking up. He takes the wicket there. That's the 6th wicket here for the South Africans. India 175 for 2. Ravichandran Ashwin getting 2 runs in 11 minutes. 10 balls faced, no 4s, no 6s. But he is the 6th wicket to fall, just pushing forward at a ball going across him.
Super delivery from Marco Jansen, just sliding it across the right-hander with the angle, and Ashwin pushing firmly and getting the edge. Another catch for Kyle Verreynne.
We have a YouTube comment here from Max Cadbury. He says 99.9 recurring is exactly equal to 100%. There is a math proof for that, Ken. So you should have just said 100%.
I would like Max to send that to us.
I want to see this for myself.
I'm thoroughly intrigued. I would love to see that proof.
Shout out, Max. Please give us a link. Give us a picture. Give us something. But give it to us on Twitter or on YouTube. You can comment on our YouTube channel, One World Sports Radio. Just come to the stream here. We'll be accepting comments. Or you can tweet us. If you prefer to tweet, you can do it at One World, the planet, SR, the letters. One World SR, and we'll be reading out your tweets here. We have one from Dr. Dan Diper. Just some illustrations here. Andy Warhol ×9. So shout out to that. Loving the illustrations, loving the colors. Thank you, Dr. Dan.
Shardul Thakur has come out to bat. He has scored 232 runs in his test innings, in his 10 test innings thus far. 3 half centuries, a very useful average of 25.
And he faces Marco Jansen coming over the wicket to the left-hander. He starts with a Yorker. Kept out by Shardul Thakur. Kagiso Rabada at mid-off is appealing for an LBW. The DRS timer is going. Yes, the South African tails are way up at the moment after that wicket. Still 175 for 6. They didn't take the review, just so you know.
What a delivery to get first up, though. A fast in-swinging Yorker by Marco Jansen. Just showing his skills there. That the previous delivery to get Ashwin out, just going across the right-hander, and then the next ball, he just swung it back in sharply at Tucker's toes. He did very well first ball to dig that one out.
What an exciting prospect Marco Jansen is becoming. Very smart bowling to the new batter. A very difficult Yorker to negotiate. Well negotiated, but was very, very close.
Keshav Maharaj will continue with his left arm spin from the Calvin Grove end.
Coming around the wickets. The left-hander takes the pad. A full-length delivery. Maybe a little bit of an outside edge. Just getting away from Virat Kohli. And it runs to the boundary on the offside. Keshav Maharaj licking his lips. The score 179 for 6. And Virat Kohli, with that lucky boundary, moves to 60. Oh,
Did that turn. Kohli was definitely aiming towards mid-on with the drive. And the outside edge flying wide of slip.
Keshav. Can't you see how your balls just hypnotize me coming from around the wicket here? A solid forward defensive from Virat Kohli, a full-length delivery there. This is pretty exciting cricket here. Exciting bowling from the Proteas. Still 179 for 6. India a little bit on the ropes here with their captain and Shardul Thakur in the middle. Flighted delivery in line with off stump. Nice and full. Kept out by Virat Kohli. No run. 179 for 6.
Still a short leg and a slip in place for Keshav Maharaj. They're the close catches.
Coming from around the wicket once again. Pitching this one in between off stump and middle stump. Kept out once again by Virat Kohli. No run. 179 for 6. The score remains.
And it's long off and long on in place just to dissuade Kohli from going the aerial route.
Keshav Maharaj in again. This one pitching just in line with leg stump. A little punch down to the man at long on for Virat Kohli to take himself to the non-strikers and take India to 180 and take himself to 61 runs. 1 ball left in this over.
And it looks like long on will come in halfway to a deepish mid-on. Long off stays back. Duan Olivier down below us here at the Kelvin Grove end. Shortish cover in place, short leg slip.
Keshav Maharaj, last ball of the over, coming around the wickets and well kept out by Lord Thakur to end the 64th over. 180 for 6 after 64 overs. Virat Kohli on 61, Shardul Thakur on 0. And boy, oh boy, do we have some captivating test cricket in front of us today. We have a comment here from Morse Bas. He says, how's this 21-year-old for you? Awkward, gangly, like a young Glenn McGrath? Don't let that fool you. 2.06 meters. Geez, that's a tall bloke. And tall bloke, one word.
Taller than McGrath as Jansen comes in again.
Coming in over the wickets to the right-handed Virat Kohli, coming across the right-hander with a back of a length delivery, and he just watches this into the hands of Kyle Verreynne.
There is an Australian quick bowler who was similar height to Marco Jansen, a guy by the name of Bruce Reid, played in the 80s and 90s for Australia. Very good left-arm quick bowler.
Looks like Marco Jansen's coming from around the wicket here. Exciting. Keen to do a little history lesson on that. Good cricket. Around the wickets to Virat Kohli. Oh, half volley, full. And just punch through the offside. A fantastic shot from Virat Kohli. Not backing down at all as he gets himself to 65 and India to 184 for 6.
Every now and then, Marco Jansen does overpitch, which is okay. He's trying to get the batsman driving. And Kohli all over that like a rash. That was beautifully put away through mid-off.
184 for 6 after that beautiful shot. Marco Jansen around the wicket here. Back of a length delivery, sailing across, or not across, past that fourth stump line. And Kyle Verreynne picks it up. Still 184 for 6.
Bruce Reid, I seem to recall he was the scourge of England.
The scourge.
In one of the Ashes series. We'll have to ask Tim Dowlace. He might remember. The name might give him nightmares.
Why are you hurting him? Why are you hurting him, mate? Marco Jansen coming from around the wicket here. Full length delivery, a little bit over pitched once again. And Virat Kohli does the business, driving it through the offside, this time on the other side of cover. And he gets another boundary. 69 he's moved to now, and the score 188.
I think Kohli has flipped the switch. The gears have been switched. And he's gone very quickly from 50 to 69. South Africans have their own left-arm quick who gives them nightmares, and that's Mitchell Jansen. Australia, of course.
Centurion.
He was shorter than Bruce Reid and Marco Jansen, more slingy. But, man, he was mean and vicious.
Oh, my gosh. And then he got a mustache for Movember. Coming around the wickets, Marco Jansen. Oh, quite a delivery. A good length delivery. It looked like it just jumped as it angled into the right-hander. Sailed over the middle stump. Rahane picked it up. Still 188 for 6. We have a tweet here from Vaden. I don't like the field set, especially against the new batters. There's no reason to have a sweeper on the offside and a deep square leg out, allowing an easy single. We need to keep building pressure through dot balls here. Couldn't agree more. Dot balls are the answer. Dot balls are gold. Last ball of the over. Coming from around the wickets, a little bit fuller, outside off stump, played on the front foot by Virat Kohli to the man at backward points, and that ends the over. 188 for 6. Virat Kohli on 69. Thakur still not off the mark, and we're going to have a commentary change here. I believe it's going to be James King as I vacate my seat.
And just the last word for me, that Tim Dowlace has managed to dig up those figures of Bruce Reid, and he will reveal them to you now.
Thanks very much, Ken, and also birthday greetings to you from my side as well. Sharing a birthday with the legendary Jamie Vardy from the Leicester City Football Club, whom I am a huge supporter, as the first delivery of Keshav Maharaj's third over is played down to long off by Shaldul Thakur, and they take a single. 189 for 6. Joining me is Tim Dowlace once again in the commentary box here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. And Tim, always good to have you with me here at Newlands. We've done a couple of matches together. It's been really great, and this has been an enthralling third session so far, as another single to India takes it to 190 for 6.
Just going to fill you in there. Bruce Reid's figures against England are 47 wickets at an average of 20, with the best of 7 for 51. So he was rather good against England.
Another single into the leg side from Thakur off Maharaj takes total to 191 for 6. 3 singles so far off the over. Every single one of those played into the leg side. Just a little bit too full, a little bit too much leg side for Maharaj, who's going to be bowling from the Kelvin Grove end to Kohli. Much better from the South African left arm spinner.
South Africa won't want this partnership to grow for much longer because of Kohli's expertise, the fact that he's in, but also because Thakur is a very, very useful batter and tends to score his runs quickly as well.
Next delivery was defended into the leg side by Kohli, 191 for 6. Maharaj in to Kohli, into the leg side again. Jansen comes around from mid-wicket and picks up and is in quickly to Rahane, but not before they take yet another single. 192 for 6 after 66 overs, a shade under 3 runs per over. And since the tea interval, there has been an uptick in the number of runs scored, but another 2 wickets down for India, which is going to be worrying them. 1 more wicket, 1 centres here, and into the tail for India.
Yeah, which is why from a South African perspective, they need to break it up. Virat Kohli is at 71. Thakur was only on 2, but as we saw the last test match, he was very effective with the bat. As Ken was saying earlier on, he's got a test match average of 25 at the moment.
Test match, yes. So he's been particularly hasn't had a very good last couple of years. He's a Rabada in now.
Rabada's in now to Kohli. Kohli lets us go in behind, and Rahane claps, gives a good applause there to Rabada, telling him that's where he wants it to bowl.
Marco Jansen being replaced by Kahisa Rabada, who bowls a no ball. Has been a feature of what he's done over the last period of time. Okay.
This one, back of a length by Rabada, same result. Kohli just lets it go through to the keeper. Kohli's looking more and more solid with every delivery he faces.
So Thakur, who has done very well for India in the last year, he's been involved in 2 of the 9 100-run partnerships in Test cricket for India for the away Test matches. So only 9 100-run partnerships for India in away Test matches in the last year, of which Thakur has been involved in 2 of those. So he is a dangerous man, as you said, Tim.
Yeah, we just missed another dot ball. Same result as the previous 2. Back of a length from Rabada, and it just left in behind through to the keeper. This one, Kohli decides to come forward and gets solidly in behind it, plays it back towards the bowler.
And please keep your tweets coming in at One World SR, our Twitter handle, and we look forward to hearing from you. So please keep that coming in. We look forward to reading out your tweets, and here's Rabada's in again.
This one short and length, and Kohli works it towards the leg side. They go through for a quick single. They potentially think about a second, but they decide against it rather wisely. There was never 2 there.
So Charlotte Thakur, the hero for India in the first innings at the Wanderers, he took those 7 wickets. Quite something. Best analysis for India against South Africa. Not able to repeat that in the second innings. We know what happened there.
This one is forward defence by Thakur. Good defence. All right.
Tim, the record for Keshav Maharaj at Newlands in his career has not been that great. 8 wickets in 8 appearances, 8 innings, should I say? 4 appearances, 8 innings. Overall, his home record, understandably, not as great.
This one is short and wide, and it is dispatched to the point boundary all the way. In fact, it carries all the way over the boundary for a 6.
Wow.
As I said, he's a very, very dangerous batsman. Is like a
Sure.
And India making reach 200 of 408 deliveries with 28 4s and 2 6s. Just that last one, really impressive shot there. Really good.
My goodness, he got underneath that and absolutely hammered it into the point boundary. The first 6 was the one that Virat Kohli hit off a top edge. I think off Kahisa Rabada, which flew over Duan Ulfia's head down to the fine leg boundary. A false stroke it was actually from Kohli, but so good is the edge of his bat, it manages to go for 6. Virat Kohli playing a crucial innings for his team here.
This one is driven to the man on the long-on boundary for a single by Kohli. And he just walks through for a fairly leisurely single. And he moves on to 73, and Thakur is on 8.
This partnership has already got to 26 in double quick time for India. Really has been good to watch.
This one tries to cut it behind square as Kohli is given a bit of width there by Maharaj. Didn't time it at all though, and the chasing fieldsman is able to cut it off.
So Keshav Maharaj, not a happy hunting ground for him really here at Newlands.
This one is too flat,
beautiful.
too short, and too wide by Maharaj, and dispatched by Kohli in front of square on the offside with the utmost of ease. Completely in control of the shot, got on top of it, and it raced away to the boundary.
Keshav Maharaj now into only his fourth over, gone for 14. Got to keep it tight. And you got it.
This one is
pops it up in the air,
edge,
and the umpires are conferring.
Leading edge goes through to the short cover fieldsman. South Africans appeal, and umpires are going to judge now what the soft signal will be when they refer to the third umpire.
I haven't seen the soft signal, Tim. Did you see it? Looked to me like it was,
out. It's out. Soft signal is out.
Okay.
The soft signal is out. Very difficult for us to see from our angle. It looked like it carried, but the fielder had his back towards us, so that may have deceived our eyes. But we'll see what the third umpire decides.
Keegan Peterson, the fielder, in there at a shortish mid-off position, dived forward, not sure whether he was able to get his hands under the ball. Good to see that he didn't claim the catch necessarily in any sort of dramatic fashion, waiting for the information to come through on the main scoreboard as to whether Shardul Thakur is actually out or not, and whether Keshav Maharaj has got his 9th wicket at Newlands in Test match cricket. It will be a huge moment for South Africa in the context of the match at 205 for 6. We are waiting patiently, as is everybody here in the ground. I think the third umpire, obviously having a very, very close look at this. It must be a difficult call. One senses then it's perhaps going to be not out. Tim, the amount of time.
It's a problem with these camera angles that they have with cricket. You've got a two-dimensional.
It is out. It is out. Yes.
But it's given out.
Yeah.
It has been given out. Yeah. So it's a two-dimensional cricket pictures on three-dimensional TV. But it's been given out. Thakur is dismissed for 12 of 9 deliveries. They show the delivery again. The ball just stopped on him a little bit, and Peterson was diving full length. Both hands in the ball, underneath it, and well caught. Very, very well caught. In the context of the game, in the context of the situation, that's very well be a very important catch.
A crucial wicket for South Africa, exposing the tail here now. Mohammad Shami is going to be the new batter, or is it Jasprit Bumrah? It's Bumrah coming in to face the next delivery from Keshav Maharaj, and left arm spinner has been successful, wicketless in his last test match here against India. He has taken a crucial wicket. The last remaining recognized batter for India is back in the hut. 12 of 9 deliveries for Shardul Thakur, and the tail is exposed. One senses now that Virat Kohli is going to want to farm that strike even more.
So India find themselves 205 for 7. Bumrah's record is 172 runs at an average of 6.61.
Oh. So South Africa almost like expecting a wicket every delivery now. Keshav Maharaj, if you were to look at his looking at his reaction to every ball he bowls, he's got his hands on his head after every delivery, looking, searching, striving for another wicket.
This one comes in forward defence by Bumrah, smothers the ball, squashes it down onto the pitch, nullifying any spin that Maharaj might be getting. That's the end of that over, and India are 205 for 7. Virat is on 73, and Bumrah has just arrived at the crease.
So just a word there for the captaincy from Dean Elgar. That fielding position Keegan Peterson is in was a very shortish mid-off position to the right-handed Thakur, and because of that, almost being adjacent to the wickets at the bowler's end, Peterson was able to launch himself forward to take the catch. So good field positioning, good captaincy.
Rabada, nice line, nice length, but Kohli gets in behind it.
Good to see here, Tim, that South Africa retaining an attacking field. Two Kohli, 2 slips, man almost at a 4th slip, and Peterson, man in the covers. There is a deep point. Temba Bavuma patrolling the covers at almost an extra cover area, mid-off, mid-on. A man at deep backward square and a man at long leg.
This one left in behind. Kohli lifts his arms up and lets the ball go through to Rahane.
And thank you once again for your tweets coming in from Rohit Singh saying, all hail the king. King Kohli is back. 73 not out, 186 deliveries. A very patient innings from India's captain. He has really, Rabada putting his back in here. Tim, he's that one, again, short of a length on the line of off stump, left alone yet again by Kohli.
South Africa will know, and Dean Elgar will know, that the Indian tail has wagged throughout the series, and they cannot afford that to be the case in this innings. They've got to keep the pressure back on the Indian batters' tail.
Kohli refusing the run on that occasion.
Yeah, it was a pull delivery down to the man on the fine leg boundary, and Kohli decided not to take the run, so it's already protecting number 9.
Sure. It's that is very interesting as the shadows lengthen here at Newlands.
This one forward defence from Kohli, and quick piece of fielding stops any chance of a single.
So the weather's now set fair for the rest of the test match, Tim. It's a beautiful afternoon here. Sun is out. The mountain has cleared over Newlands forest area and out towards Kirstenbosch Botanical Gardens on our right-hand side. It looks beautiful.
But in again, back of a length, and once again, Kohli gets in behind it, tries to work it to the leg to get a quick single, but it just goes back to the bowler. There is no run. 205 for 7 after 69 overs are India.
So a good maiden over there from Kagiso Rabada. He's got 2 for 60. Marco Jansen, the other bowler in the wickets, 3 for 50 of 15. Keshav Maharaj in the previous over, getting the wicket of Charles Thakur. And for 12, he's got 1 for 14 of 4. Olivia, 1 for 42 of 18. And then Giddy, who is wicketless, 0 for 33 of his 14 so far. It's going to be Maharaj to continue from the Kelvin Grove end.
Comes in, this one is sort of a cut shot from Bumrah. He's trying to desperately get to the non-strikers end, but is unable to because of good piece of fielding by the slip fielder. This one is a lot better from Bumrah's perspective. He comes forward to the delivery and blocks it solidly.
The field for Bumrah for Bumrah is slip, a third man sort of halfway to the boundary, extra cover, shortish mid-off. And that's going to be a big appeal for RBW.
This one is the straightest delivery by Bumrah and by Maharaj. In at the pads, there's a loud appeal They don't decide to take the DRS to South Africa.
Not interested, are they?
Probably drifting down there. Difficult to say for us to see. This one, a similar line, similar length by Maharaj, but Bumrah gets battled at this time. No run.
Interesting fielding change. The man's come around from a silly from a short leg to silly point position. Keegan Peterson, much faster from Maharaj there.
Much faster, much flatter, trying to get Bumrah to LBW. I suspect he's looking for that LBW dismissal, not looking necessarily for the large parts of turn. This one, again, the last delivery of the over. Bumrah comes forward, blocks it.
Another maiden over from the South Africans. Keshav Maharaj following up his wicket over with a maiden now. 5 overs, 1 for 14. And Rabada also bowling a maiden to Virat Kohli previously. Run rate has just slowed after that injection of runs when Shardul Thakur came out to join his captain. Kohli on 73. Bumrah without, so far, hasn't scored no runs in this partnership so far. A very interesting stage of play now, Tim.
Yeah. Next half an hour, it's going to be very telling. This one is played way away from his body. It's Kohli. It goes wide of slip fielders. There's no third man, so that is going to be 4 runs. But Kohli was not in control of that shot at any stretch. Playing way away from his body, pushing at the delivery, hard hands, and it rests away to the boundary. He moves on to 77. He won't care how those runs come.
But exceptionally well described there by Tim, that it played well away from his body outside the off stump, went through where gully would have been.
This one is much better played by Virat Kohli. Gets backing behind the delivery, closer towards his body, doesn't go chasing it.
Thanks for your tweets coming in from Werner. We'll read that at the end of this over. At Very sending us something through about the field settings to Bumrah.
Forward defence. No run there by Virat Kohli.
Yes, field 2 for Kohli. Rabada bowling. He's got half of his over left, 2 slips. A man now a bit wider. So Keegan Peterson's moved a bit there, Tim, to where that ball went through earlier on in the over.
Moving after the horse was bolted, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
This was a short delivery by Rabada. Didn't really do anything to Kohli. Kohli just got in behind it, pulls it to the man on the square boundary. They go through for a single.
Yes,
Kohli was under no pressure there. He was well in to play that shot.
22 runs away from an elusive test century, Virat Kohli, answering his critics in the best possible way with a really important score here. India 210 for 7, and it is Bumrah facing Rabada for the first time. This is going to be very interesting. I think a short one. What do you think? Or double bluff in the block hole?
I think it's going to be a short one, but I don't think it should be a short one. You've got 3 pegs to aim at. Hit the peg.
Oh, it is a short one. And is that out? Taken by the man coming around. Yes. And yes, he's on his way. Hit him on the glove.
Great delivery, to be fair. It was a short delivery. Bumrah tries to fend it away with his gloves. It goes wide of the second slip. Dean Alangar comes on to catch it. You see it here. It's off the shoulder of the bat. And second slip was diving. It went over the second slip's head. and because it was a bit sort of a ballooned up, Dean Elgar was able to take it behind second slip. So Dean Elgar's first slip took it behind the second slip, and Bumrah is dismissed for 0 of 9 deliveries. India now are 210 for 8.
Vicious delivery from Kagiso Rabada. So if you're going to bowl a short ball, that's the type of short ball you want to bowl. Tim here next to me is nodding in great, I don't know what quite the word is, but
agreement.
Yes, agreement and really showing this is what fast bowling is all about. Took his man out with that delivery in at the body. Bumrah could do nothing but defend it in front of his chest. Ballooned up over, as you said, over second slip, Markram diving across, but Elgar with the presence of mind to come in behind him and take that with his arms outstretched gleefully, must say, the South African captain taking that. And India 210 for 8. And drinks have been taken here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands with the fall of the 8th wicket. Mohammad Shamino, Umesh Yadav has come to the crease, 52 matches, 60 innings, 404 runs. By no means is he regarded as a batter. The tweet we got from Werner was around saying, why is Elgar having fielders out for Bumrah to Maharaj? And also Pranjal Messi asking, why is Elgar bowling the spinner to the tail enders? Bowl quick and at the head. Well, that's exactly what Kagiso Rabada did. He bowled quick and at the head of Jasprit Bumrah, and he got the reward for that. What is he going to deliver to Umesh Yadav, making his debut in the series in place of Mohammad Siraj?
It's going to be short again, I suspect. I think it's going to be short again. It's worked, so he's going to go with it. He's going to go with what fast bowlers do to the other fast bowlers.
Yeah. Short ball not been working today to the accomplished batters. They've been able to get either over the ball or punish it. But this wicket seems to be speeding up a bit as the day has gone on. Could be a very fascinating final session here. Still have another 45 minutes of play plus a bit of extra time for the overs. We still have 20, we have 19 overs and 1 ball left to be bowled. I think we're going to see all of those in this evening.
But it is a short delivery, and Yadav gets it behind it. The ball goes straight down onto the ground. Much to his relief with the short leg fieldsman there.
And they're waiting to check the no ball once again from Rabada. Thankfully for Rabada, the previous delivery was not a no ball. He has been guilty of bowling those, but that's declared a legal delivery. And Rabada taking a bit of a tumble there as his cap is thrown in front of him. Can't quite get to his cap, so he dives and rolls over in retrieving it. South Africa making a change at the Kelvin Grove end. Marco Jansen coming back in place of Keshav Maharaj.
I suspected that was going to be the case, even if the wicket had not fallen in the last over. I suspected that they would have gone to pace at both ends, particularly to the Indian tail. They want to finish this innings as soon as they can. What will be interesting is how Kohli now plays this particular innings. This one, driven on the offside. A lot of fields been out of the boundary. There was certainly an easy single there for Kohli if he wanted it. He decided not to go for it.
Did indeed decide not to take that, one of which I think was the correct decision, perhaps on his part, not wanting to expose his partner Yadav just yet to the bowling of the South African quick.
Just to give you an idea, we have 2 slips that are the only inner ring fielders for Virat Kohli. Everybody else is either on the boundary or 10 meters in from the boundary. So they've got a deep mid-on and mid-off. Very, very deep, not quite on the boundary, but they are singles all over the field here for Virat Kohli.
Literally,
should he wish to take them?
Yeah, could get two even if he just drops the ball in front of him. You sense he may be able to get through for two. He's hitting the ball a bit too hard for that at the moment.
There's now only one slip, so we've had a slip taken out and moved to the leg side, in front of square, the leg side, sort of cow corner region, again sort of 10 meters in from the boundary.
Let's see, 3 balls left in the over.
This one's a short one from Jansen, and it's worked to the leg side. This time, Virat Kohli decides he does want the single, and he takes it. India move on to 211 for 8, and Virat himself is now on 79.
Jansen into his 16th over, the young left-arm pace bowler, tall, lanky figure. He's going to be bowling around the wicket. Now he's changing his line to Umesh Yadav, who has to survive 2 balls. I think survive is probably what the right word. Expect it to be short, or do you think double bluff?
I think Marco might do a double bluff. I think Marco's a little bit more inclined. This one, it's back of a length, and Yadav gets it behind and blocks it. It wasn't short, it was just slightly back of a good length. Out of the off stump, Yadav has no problems there stopping the ball, hit his wickets.
Tactics here quite fascinating from South Africa. 4 wickets have fallen since the tea interval, 141 for 4, now 211 for 8. It is still quite possible South Africa could be batting tonight.
It's very possible. This one is bowled round the wicket to Yadav. There was a partial leave there by Yadav. I'll give him, I guess that's partial leave that goes through to the keeper. He was a little bit undecided, but luckily for him, he just took his bat out at the right time. That's the end of that over. And score is still 211 for 8.
So thanks for sending through the tweets. Another one from Pranjal Messi asking why Elgar's bowling the spinner, bowled quick and at the head for the pace bowlers, which is then what happened. Keshav Maharaj coming in to try and help get that over rate up, one feels, so that South Africa don't get penalised.
But in Kohli drives it to the deep mid-off. He doesn't take a single. You suspect he will not be taking singles for a good couple of more balls, so particularly with Rabada being the bowler.
Boundaries are going to be very difficult to come by now with this ring field, which is literally on the boundary. I mean, 4 men, 5-4 offside, leg side field.
This one is a half volley out of the off stump. It's driven nicely by Kohli, but it's not placed. Probably should have placed that better, seeing that he's on 79 already.
Yeah, he probably could have got a boundary for that. I mean, it was right there, was there to be hit, wasn't it? He just got it off the bottom of the bat, not quite moving across enough to that. He was so desperately want to get a century here.
This one,
he got him! He's got him! Oh, my word.
Feathers it through to the keeper. He seemed to be caught in 2 minds there, whether to go gung-ho with the innings or whether to try and get quick singles at the end of the over. But he is dismissed for 79 of 201 deliveries. It's a very well played innings by Virat Kohli. He will be glad that he's back to some kind of form, but the fact that India are 211 for 9, he will be a little bit disappointed, as well as the fact that it was rather wide and it was pretty much a nothing shot.
It was
sort of opening his blade and getting a feather through to the keeper.
You have to say clever bowling from Rabada. he drew Kohli out towards the ball. The previous ball had been very wide and a half volley, and played hard into the covers. This one wide again outside the off stump. Kohli desperately trying to get bat on ball on the walk into that short of a length delivery, and really was a nothing shot. Just trying to play it, angle it somewhere to get some runs, and the end of an outstanding innings by the Indian captain. He has been the mainstay of this batting effort, now at 211 for 9 in the middle of the 73rd over. South Africa's premier strike bowler, Kagiso Rabada, in his 50th test match, busy playing a little bit of football there with the ball. He is cock-a-hoop. He now takes his fourth wicket in the innings, and he has been on fire, leading the South African attack to what looks like is going to be an innings that they will be very, very happy with, having lost the toss this morning. India deciding to bat 211 for 9.
Barter in, and it's back for legs, and Shami gets in behind it, blocks it. Ball goes to the left of the short leg fieldsman. Shami has got 608 test match runs at an average of 11.8, I think. Just check. No, sorry.
Rabada in to Shami, plays that one out into the offside very, very nicely, and it is Ngidi who does the fielding at extra cover, but not before. Shami is off the mark. He goes through for the single. That means that Yadav will be on strike. 212 for 9. Set an average of just over, was it 10? Not any real pedigree with the bat, but certainly the Indian tail, a lot of them with averages that are hovering around the 9 or 10 range. So certainly can hold a bat. In fact, a lot more than that. Most definitely. Rabada will be steaming in towards us.
Jansen behind it solidly. Good piece of defending by Shami.
End of the over, as Tim is just getting some of those details for us. 212 for 9 of 73 overs. Rabada now 4 for 66 off 20 overs. He has been the pick of the bowlers for South Africa, together with Marco Jansen, 3 for 51. And it's not surprising, Tim, is it, that they're in tandem at the moment? Jansen from the Kelvin Grove end, Rabada from the Wynberg end. They're looking for the last Indian stick here to 212 for 9.
Yeah, Shami's average is 11.25, so I was roundabout right. It's 11.25, 608 runs.
Oh, my goodness.
This one around the wicket, and it's worked down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. They won't care how the runs come now, but India, it was beaten. It was a good delivery. It did get the edge. But it was quite well played there by Shami.
Very well played, actually, yeah.
Goes through to the boundary. He moves on to 5, and India are 216 now for 9.
Send something a bit shorter of a length here from Jansen.
This one,
good fielding.
Cooper's fielding, back of a leg, and Shami tries to work it to the leg side. Bounces in front of the short leg fieldsman. Dives to his left, takes a good piece of fielding to stop any thought of a run happening.
Great work by South Africa's premier fast bowler, taking 4 wickets, backed up by this man, Marco Jansen,
who is back over the wicket now, and this one goes across Shami, and Shami plays a nothing shot, cutting underneath the ball to a ball too close to him, but goes through to the keeper. But you maybe think that this is more the angle that Jansen should be going across to the tail, number 9, 10 and 11.
Yeah, not too short They did a fly third man in the previous over.
This one banged in short by Jansen, and it's worked down to the leg side to a man behind square. They don't go through for a single.
So 2 balls left in this over, and then I'm sure we'll have another Kagiso Rabada over. KG bowling from the Wynberg end has been devastating in this final session.
This one pitched up by Jansen and driven beautifully, but straight to the cover fieldsman along the ground.
Top order batter would have been proud of that shot. On the up, trying to play that through the offside. It's there. The shot is there to play. Dwan Olafia, we seem to be hobbling a little bit on the edge of the square, managing to cut that one off at extra cover.
This one is a short ball. It goes way above Bumrah's head, Yadav's head, sorry, and goes through the keeper.
216 for 9 after 74. It is fascinating test cricket. Since tea at 141 for 4, India have scored 72 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. Last man to go, the captain Virat Kohli for 79, caught by the wicketkeeper Rahane, who now has 5 catches in the innings. Big moment for him here on his home ground. Only his second test as wicketkeeper.
Rabada comes in. This one is a lovely line outside the off stump, that fourth stump, the corridor of uncertainty. Batsman didn't have too much idea of what to do, and rather fortunately didn't get an edge through to the keeper.
This has been a particularly impressive spell from Kagiso Rabada. He's into the 5th over of this spell from the Wynberg end.
This one back in the left, and Yadav goes for the big heave towards the leg side. Doesn't connect, it goes through to the keeper. But the purpose is there. He's obviously not interested in hanging about for much longer. If it's there to be hit, he's going to have a swing.
Yeah, how long is it going to be before Rabada produces that trademark IPL Yorker of his?
Interestingly, Alaka has positioned himself as a fly slip for that particular shot. As Rabada comes in, and this one is worked. It's fullish delivery on the leg stump, and it's worked to the leg side, and they do go through for a single.
I think he was looking for that Yorker perhaps there, and just angled it into the pad a little bit too much was played out to Marco Jansen, who is in a forward deep square leg position, forward of square on the leg side.
This one is worked on towards the gully fieldsman on the bounce. Good piece of bowling, and Alaka has positioned himself back into his standard position at first slip.
Peterson taken 2 catches today. Also looked sharp in the field. Had that one that went down earlier in the day off Agarwal, which was a very difficult chance.
This one is a short delivery, and it's worked down to the fine leg fieldsman, and Olafia comes round and they go through for a single.
1 ball left in the over. The field to Yadav, difference to the field, as you said, Tim, very interesting. They are employing this fly third man position. We used to call that long stop when I played cricket.
Long stop, fly slip.
At school.
They meant the same thing.
Behind the wicket keeper.
Back of the legs from Rabada, and this one, Yadav is not entertaining the idea of having a swing and just gets in behind it, and they are 218 for 9 India at the end of that over.
5 overs until South Africa can take the new ball if it lasts that long. Shami and Yadav at the crease, 7 runs between them so far. The last wicket to go down, that of the captain Virat Kohli, with a score on 211 for 9. Almost caught in two minds he was as to whether he should attack the bowling and take the singles and get his batting partner Yadav on strike, and as a result drawn further and further across to the offside, kissing the edge through to Rahane. It was Kagiso Rabada who gleefully took his wicket. Rabada probably muted a little bit in the celebrations, but he was really happy about that.
Jansen bowls over the wicket to Shami. Shami gets it behind a steeping delivery of a back of a length and works it goes through on the offside. There is no run.
They are attacking Shami here. 2 slips, gully backward point. There's extra cover, forward short leg. Leg gully and a man at the deep square leg boundary. It seems interesting, perhaps the deep square leg boundary. I'll leave that ball for you to describe, Tim.
This one is again dug in short by Jansen. Rather interestingly, Shami is riding delivery rather than getting in behind it. He's riding it, so there is a bit of a risk, but that one went straight down to the ground. So there was no particular danger with that delivery. But it is a risk if you're going to play those shots, play those deliveries. This one again, short again. Not quite as difficult to play, this one. Didn't rise up towards his shoulder and chest, more just above the waist, and sees it off fairly easily.
So, Tim, you'll love this tweet coming in from Sashin at Sash Bra saying, at One World SR, I'm relieved to see Kohli go, hey? Is Tim Cricket smiling yet? I can tell you he is most definitely smiling.
This one, bit fuller there from Jansen, but similar, same result with Shami getting in behind it. There is no run. Shami is on 6 and Yadav is on 1.
Jansen changing to around the wicket now. Going to be peppering the body onto Van der Dussen under the tin helmet there at that forward short leg position. He must be thinking he's going to be in business.
Must be. That is the idea. I'm not sure I agree with it. But as you were, this was not a good delivery. Too much leg side. Again, didn't rise up at all, and Bumrah just ducks underneath it nonchalantly, so it goes through to Rahane.
Rahane had a good day behind the stumps, a couple of buys earlier on to one wayward delivery, particularly in the first over, I think.
This one in at the ribs and worked behind square, but there's a fielder there, so they don't get a single. That's the end of that over. The score is 218 for 9 after 76 overs.
And so this partnership 7 since the loss of Kohli's wicket. Anis Mohammed has been tweeting into us saying, is Kohli going to get stranded? Well, it pretty much did look like that, and I think that's why he was playing the way he was. It was a very wide spread field to him, and he was trying to farm the strike as much as he could to get India to a bigger total, having decided to bat first.
But in short, Yadav decides to play this, swats it down in a sort of tennis shot in front of square, wide of the short leg fieldsman, well enough for him to go through for a single.
Oh, and another no ball from Kagiso Rabada. Unfortunately, Rabada was guilty of that in both of the 2 previous test matches, and again, it is bugging him here.
This one is driven on the offside by Shami, and Shami goes through for a single. Nice piece of batting that was a good line, good length from Rabada, good pace, but Shami didn't have too many problems with that particular delivery.
South Africa will want to wrap this up quickly now. The 9th wicket going down at 211, 10 runs added already for the 10th wicket.
This one is driven in the air. It's over the middle fieldsman. They go through for a quick 2. It was in the air for a while, but you realised fairly early on that it wasn't going to be caught because of the fielder being quite close into the field. And he just needed to get it over the inner ring, which he managed to do just. They're going to scamper through for 2. This one is a bit of a retribution for being driven like that. It's a short ball bouncer to Yadav, and Yadav gets underneath it nonchalantly and goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, valuable runs being added by the 10th wicket pair for India here. 223 for 9 halfway through Rabada's 22nd over.
This one is a great bouncer.
Yeah.
Really zeroing in at Yadav. Yadav didn't have much clue about it, putting his hands there at the ball, and rather fortunately didn't get it feathered through to the keeper. But it could have got anywhere. It could have got gloves, it could have got bat, it could have got shoulder, it got nothing.
Just missing everything, the gloves, the helmet, everything, as he just swayed out of the way at the end. Oh, yeah.
This one is a wild hack by Yadav. Fuller ball, so it was a sort of length that you can play the attacking shots to, that Yadav wants to play, but gets underneath the delivery, doesn't connect with it.
He was almost, he was onto it. It was onto him very quickly.
His head was also up.
It was. Not looking at the ball. He has a good full go at that one again, doesn't he? Timmy's just been. This is the Wild West out here.
I repeat to the previous delivery. This one is maybe a little bit more out of the off stump. A repeat shot, trying to hit it into Claremont, which
I think so.
Several kilometers away, and doesn't connect. India are 223 for 9. 3 overs before the new ball.
This is the 3rd Betway test, and Tim, Dale Lace, and myself, James King, are really happy to be bringing this broadcast to you from One World Sports Radio. And thanks to Cricket South Africa for this opportunity to bring this broadcast to you. And Tim using some local knowledge there to indicate to you that the ball was going to be hit into Claremont. We can give you some geography soon, as Guinea's away from us now.
This one is short down the leg side, and goes through to the keeper. Shami tries to pull it, but the ball's through him by the time he plays the shot.
South Africa searching now. They seem to be doing too much, trying to do too much, Tim. They dispensed with the line and length that got them the wickets in the first place. That, I think, is something they just need to go back to the disciplines, get themselves back in the channel outside off stump.
This one is full ball, a big heave-ho by Shami. Got a bottom edge. The ball didn't go anywhere at all. Just went straight into the ground. They're just showing you now.
Into the pad,
It's got an inside edge onto his pad, but it was a real heave-ho of a shot by Shami, trying to hit it out of the ground and not achieving anything like that.
Wanted that ball to go into the train and into the centre of town, certainly. And
This
that
one
is the end of the innings, is it? It is indeed.
Yeah, short and wide the delivery by Giddy, but Shami can't help himself, has a wild swoosh, and it's caught at the point by Captain Temba Bavuma, and that is the end of the Indian innings. They are 223 all out. You'd have to say South Africa will be the happier of the two sides having lost the toss.
Very good for South Africa there. The umpires just remaining out in the middle, perhaps just getting the call in terms of whether it was a fair catch by Bavuma at backward point. We're just having a look at it now, and that does look like a very fair catch. And so that is the end of the Indian innings, 223 all out for India in their first innings. India winning the toss and electing to bat first in this third Betway test match in the Freedom Trophy series between South Africa and India here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. It has been a very good bowling performance by South Africa, having been put into the field by India, and South Africa ending the Indian innings with that final wicket. And that was the one of, was that Shami or Yadav? Sorry, I missed the, Shami it was.
Shami.
Was it Shami that was out? The final wicket falling at 223. 10 minutes break of innings will be coming shortly, just to then give you all the information around that Indian innings. We'll be going through that now, and Tim will be going through the scorecard for you and give you all the information around the wickets and the bowling figures. And we'll hand you over to Tim.
So KL Rahul was caught for Verona, bowled Olafia for 12. Mayank Agarwal was caught Markham, good catch from memory of Rabada for 15. Tatawa Pujara was caught for Verona, bowled Jansen for 43. Virat Kohli was caught for Verona, bowled Rabada for 79. Very important in the context of that innings. Rahane was caught for Verona, bowled Rabada for 9. Rishabh Pant was caught Peterson, bowled Jansen for 27. I thought maybe this might have been a time for him to make a good score, but he was dismissed for 27. Ashwin was caught for Verona, bowled Jansen for 2. Thakkar was caught Peterson, bowled Maharaj for 12. Bumrah was caught Algar, bowled Rabada for 0. And right at the end there, Shami was caught Bumrah, pointed by Giddy for 7. And Gadaf was the not-out batsman, 4 of 14 deliveries. The South African bowlers, it was a good day for all of the bowlers. Rabada, 22 overs, 4 for 73. Dwan Olafia, 18 overs, 1 for 42. Marco Jansen, 18 overs, 3 for 55. He just keeps getting better and better. Luki Ngidi, 14.3 overs, the 1 wicket, which was the last one of the innings, for 33. And Maharaj was very useful with his 5 overs, 1 for 14. So India are 223 all out, and South Africa would look to want to keep the pressure on when they do come out to bat.
And thank you very much, Tim. Just going through those partnerships for India. So the first wicket was down at 31 for 1. Partnership between Rahul and Agarwal of that 31. A very good partnership for the third wicket of 62 between Pujara and Kohli. Then the next partnership, and only other one of real significance, that between Kohli and Pant for the 5th wicket of 51. But other partnerships, not really building the partnerships. Tako came in and scored a quick fire 12 off 9, put on 30 with the captain. But once he was gone, caught at that shortish mid-off position of Maharaj, which was pretty much a bit of a 3-card trick from the South Africans there. Keshav Maharaj coming on to possibly up the over rate, and he managed to take that wicket. Very good fielding position put in there by captain Elgar, getting the wicket of Tako a bit early on the shot, just popping it up to Peterson, who took a good catch, diving forward. And that partnership of 30 meant that India were 205 for 7, eventually out for 223, all out. South Africa will be facing, I would reckon, about 10 overs before the close of play. And those 10 overs will need to be completed by the Indian quicks in approximately 35 minutes. I think we're not going to get everything in today. That may be possibly a problem for South Africa. We will have to see what the statistics show. Thank you so much for being with us and listening to us here on 1WSR, courtesy of Cricket South Africa, broadcasting the 3rd Betway Test match in the Freedom Trophy series. This match coming to you from 6 Gun Grill Newlands. It is an absolute picture, and we might be biased because we're here. We are here in Cape Town, both Tim and I living in Cape Town, but this is truly one of the great grounds to be watching Test cricket. Thank you for your tweets that are coming through. A couple of tweets that I just want to read out to you now. One from Lorenzo Darius. Thank you, Lorenzo, just saying that the OneWorld amazing commentary while I sit here in the media center. Thanks to all the gents involved. Thank you very much for that kind tweet. We really appreciate it. And from Werner, great bowling by the Proteas to dismiss India for 223, despite Kohli's sublime 79. Rabada at his very best. A very important passage of play with the bat coming up. South Africa need to try and go into close without losing a wicket or one at the most. Most certainly, Werner, if you are a South African fan, which you are, they will want to make sure they do not lose a wicket going into the close of play. We will certainly have play right up until the close at 6 p.m. tonight. The weather that has been threatening for some of the day has now cleared, and we are set fair for another 4 days and 10 overs of outstanding cricket here. You mentioned the innings from Kohli there. Werner was sublime. Tim, what an absolute privilege to watch Virat Kohli bat today. The man left incredibly well in an innings that was tough to be out there. 33 for 2 he came in, a man who's been under pressure, basically under the cosh in terms of being out of form, potentially out of form, being told he's perhaps been out of form, coming back fighting at the press conference yesterday, and he showed that with the bat today, taking India to 223 when they could have been out for 150.
In a similar fashion that Elgar wants to lead from the front with his batting, Kohli did that today with his batting. When India were under a lot of pressure for large periods throughout the day, there was never really any real let-up, even when they had that partnership of 62. But he played exceptionally well throughout his innings. He played and missed a lot, but that happens in cricket. You play and miss a lot, you make it count. He made it count. You'll be disappointed he didn't get to the 3 figures, but it was still an innings of real note. And I don't think this test match is going to go 5 days. So you might find it might be a very important innings in the context of this match. Long way to go. There's a lot of cricket to be played. South Africa still need to bat, but it was a really good innings. It really did exceptionally well.
Yeah, we had the privilege today of witnessing one of the greats of world cricket at his very best, leaving the ball incredibly well, mostly on length, it must be said, and line as well, but his leaving on length was impeccable. His technique outstanding, and when the ball was over pitched with the South African bowlers just reaching for something to try and get him to play at the ball, he managed to take full toll of anything over pitched. A couple of classic cover drives from Virat Kohli, the like of which we're perhaps unlikely to see again at Newlands. This may be his last test match at Newlands, age 33, I think he is now. Possibly only another one tour that India may be able to make while he may still be batting. But what a privilege to be witnessing that. And also to witness Kagiso Rabada. Let's not forget about South Africa's premier strike bowler. Now in his 50th test match, the third highest number of wickets for South Africa after 50 test matches. Took 4 wickets again today, Kagiso Rabada. And he was the real mainstay of South Africa's attack. You spoke a bit about Marco Jansen, but how good was Kagiso Rabada today?
He was back to his best. There were periods in the last test match where it wasn't right. There was something just wasn't clicking for him. Difficult to say what it was. But in this test match, right for the ball one, you saw that he was serious, he was pumped, he was bowling with genuine pace, and he never let up. He never slowed down. He didn't have a bad spell. There were a couple of half volleys here and there, but arguably the most annoying part of his bowling today was his low balls.
Yeah.
But he bowled exceptionally. He troubled every single batter that India had today, and they all find it difficult to play. It's one of those days where he got exactly what he deserved. He got the wickets that he deserved. He deserved those wickets, all of them. There was no luck involved today with his bowling. He was right back at his supreme best. We're going to have a slight commentary change at the start of South Africa's innings. Paul is going to come in for me.
Yeah. As we see, the South African team is South African batters and the Indian team on the field. Jasprit Bumrah is going to be opening the bowling for India from the Kelvin Grove end. Thanks, Tim, so much for your insights and for being with me and with us, with you listeners, for the last period of time.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for holding the fort.
Yeah.
Busy with recording one of our podcasts that we'll be playing on One World Sports Radio later today.
Bumrah from the Kelvin Grove end, first ball of the South African East, the South African captain, Dean Elgar. And it is played a ball short of a length on the off stump, played into the leg side, and there is no run. Thank you, Andrew West from the US, tweeting us in saying, enjoying a morning cup of tea here in the US. That's my poison is coffee. Enjoying a morning cup of tea here in the US while taking in the cricket with your commentary. So grateful. Thanks so much. And we're grateful to you for listening to us on One World Sports Radio. Bumrah again from the Kelvin Grove end into Elgar, and that is on the pad from leg side, just on a length, and he plays it into the leg side, fielded by Taka, who is at he's at square leg, coming around to field that one. So the field for Bumrah is 3 slips, a gully, point, a man at a shortish mid-off, which is R. Ashwin, a man at mid-on, square leg, and a man on the deep fine leg boundary. Bumrah coming in now for the third ball of the Indian bowling innings. Outside the off stump, just short of a length, quite good bounce there from Bumrah. That's what we're going to see.
Gotta love to see, and that's what the Indians need to find comfort in. That I really do feel 223 is advantage South Africa, but that advantage can only be carried through should you bat out today. South Africa can't lose a wicket, or they can't lose too many right now, and they'll be hoping to be able to get themselves through to the end of the day, especially with Aiden Markram and his fundamental flaws.
Yeah, it's absolutely right, and Paul. This delivery from Bumrah outside the off stump, defended down on the bounce into the gully by Elgar. That was another very good delivery. Elgar perhaps not needing to play at that one, a little bit wider than perhaps he would like to be playing at this early in the innings. But no harm done for South Africa. They remain on 0-0 after 4 balls. It is going to be a fascinating test match, one feels, all to play for. Into Elgar again on the line of leg stump. That thunders into the thigh pad, and that's sore.
First body blow Dean Elgar's taken, a sign of a good innings. A pretty innings for Dean Elgar tells you it's not a lot of runs. The moment he starts getting hitting on the body, a sign of a good innings. So he's the warrior, of this team. He took a lot of blows at the Wanderers, and he survived a lot of them. And he obviously led South Africa to the win. And that's the type of character that you want from this batting. It's not going to be easy. Bumrah is on fire. And on the money.
Pass Holstock now, and that is outside the off stump. Elgar plays it in. Must have just missed the outside edge. That is a peach of a delivery from Jasprit Bumrah, but no reward, as it is the end of the first over for South Africa. They are 0-0. Elgar having taken first strike. His opening partner, Aiden Markram, who will be facing, and who is going to be bowling to him. It's going to be Shami, is it? From the...
it's Umesh.
Is it? Oh, Umesh Yadav, who's going to be bowling from the Weinberg end. It is the number 19 on his back in the team in place of Mohammad Siraj.
Yes, it's his 52nd match today. He's taken 156. So imagine having a 50 test fast bowler on the bench.
Well,
they've got 100 test fast bowler on the bench in Ishan Sharma. It was a discussion between Sharma and Umesh Yadav. They went with the quicker, more skiddier bowler in Umesh.
Umesh Yadav in for his first delivery of the series to Aiden Markram, and Markram is up on his toes, not really moving from his crease, defending into the leg side, fielded by the man at mid-on, and there is no run. So for Umesh Yadav, and Aiden Markram has 3 slips, a gully, a man at point, mid-off, wide-ish mid-off, almost an extra cover, or Ashwin, a man at mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. And into Markram and South Africa are underway in the first innings of the Newlands Test, as he plays that one backward or between gully and point, just guiding it into that area. Not too much footwork, but coming into the body, able to get on top of it, short of a length, and he manages to get South Africa underway. 1 without loss in the second over. In reply, if you haven't only just joined us, in reply to India's 223 all out, the key innings there for them. The captain Virat Kohli, sublime 79.
Yes, really great innings from Virat. He'd be disappointed with the way he went out, but wickets were falling around him, and India kind of letting South Africa back into this series.
So this one from Yadav outside the off stump to Elgar, and probably about the 6 stump line, and he leaves alone.
You'd say, James, India again, like at the Wanderers, about 60 runs short.
Yes.
And they're going to have to bowl extremely well, make the South Africans play. And like at the Wanderers, they made South Africa play a lot of balls in that first innings. They weren't expecting, and the thing about making a batter play is he's making a decision every time.
Yes, and Elgar makes the decision to play this one, which is across him outside the off stump, but it's of the width and length that he can play on the up through the offside. He's underway in South Africa's innings here at 6-gun grill. Newlands takes 2 as he pierces the field between the man at point and mid-off, and bit of a chase there between Ashwin and who do we have there at point? We'll get an idea of who that is now.
Rahane.
Rahane at point. It's going to be Yadav in again to Elgar. This is much straighter on the line of about a fourth or fifth stump line, short of a length, and he just defends into the offside, picked up by Ashwin, who comes in from cover, extra cover.
3 without loss, Elgar on 2, Markham on 1. Chris TB on Twitter saying, talking about Umesh and Ishant, the 2 bowlers who they had the debate about. Kohli said he didn't know who was going to bowl yesterday. It blew my mind. That's what Chris is saying, that Ishant is actually the younger of the 2. Yes, Umesh is 34, Ishant Sharma is 33.
That is amazing, considering the debut, difference in debut for the 2. This delivery from Yadav, the last of the over to Elgar wide outside the off stump, short of length, left alone.
3 without loss at the end of that over. So the interesting thing about Ishant Sharma on ESPN Cricket Info, they speak about his comparison from the writer is of a younger and slightly taller Javagal Shrina.
Okay, interesting.
I found that quite interesting. Yeah. But Ishant's not here. We've got Umesh Yadav. I thought it's a tough call to make.
Yeah.
It's a really tough call to make. India have traveled the world with these 5 seamers. They've given them a lot of help and a lot of good moments throughout the year. It's about the squad mentality, James, rather than looking at the 11. Remember, they even have Navdeep Saini, who is a net bowler on this tour, but made his debut in Australia and did really well at the beginning of 2021.
So I just wanted to ask you a question a bit about that, because I think very interesting. I'll come back to it after this Jasprit Bumrah delivery. Bowling to Markram for the first time, and Bumrah's just on the line of just outside the off stump. Markram comes forward and defends. Yesterday, watching the warm-ups, it looked to me like they'd kept Azan Nagwaswala on the after the A tour, because they had left armour bowling in the nets. And there's no other left armour as I can see in the squad. So I think perhaps with Marco Jansen being around for South Africa, we're trying to just give there's this one from Bumrah is wide outside the off stump, left alone by Markram, short of a length once again, and the score remains 3 without loss in the third over.
So that's similar to the South Africans who you have Prenelin Subrayan in the camp. He is the Dolphins off spinner. We've obviously South Africa have the left arm spin option of Linda and Maharaj, but they've got Subrayan to be a net bowler to mimic or replicate what Ashwin does.
So very interesting, the calls that the teams make. Of Bumrah's in again to Markram. This one is on the line of the off stump, short of a length. Markram on his toes, half forward, defends into the man at mid-on.
3 without loss. That ball from Bumrah on the money, on off stump, making Aiden think again. We just have to have a look, James, to see where Aiden's guard is in relation to Bumrah. It looks like he's on middle, so that could be a little bit more helpful, because I think at the one reason he was on off stump, and many were saying it was falling over.
That is very interesting. This is a bit straighter from Bumrah this time. Once again, the ball seems to be shaping a little bit away from the right-hander from Jasprit Bumrah, but probably over-pitched a little bit that time. Once again, Markram not quite getting his feet moving yet. He sort of just plays that one under his eyes, but no run.
Still very hot hands.
Very hot hands.
Said his hot hands aren't necessarily good for an opener, but it's worked for him so far.
Bumrah from the Kelvin Grove end outside the off stump, wide, short of length, wide outside the off stump, and no shot offered by Markram. Score remains 3 without loss with 1 ball left in the third over. We will have, I think there's a minimum of, say, 8 overs left after this. So 7 overs and 1 ball that are designated to be bowled. I don't think they're going to get them in before 6 o'clock.
Yeah, so I think we'll lose about 2 or 3 overs.
Well, so let's
it only takes about 7 overs for like 30 minutes to go through 30 minutes for 7 overs.
Bumrah from Kelvin Grove, and that's a beauty of a delivery. Exactly what he has been looking for. This one moving away from Markram. He comes forward to that short of a length delivery, misses rather than kisses the outside edge.
And the members of the Aiden Markram fan club were had their hearts in their mouths there, and that ball was just outside that off stump. How it missed the bat and the stump is something Bumrah and the Indians will be asking.
They will.
And he was working with that angle. You're talking about ball that was going away slightly. That one went straight on with the arm. That's very dangerous of what Bumrah does. And essentially, that's what you need as a bowler. You need one ball going away and one straight, and that's it. You don't need to move the ball too much.
Yada from the Weinberg end into the left-handed Elgar, wide outside the off stump, left on bounce and width by Elgar through to the keeper punt. And there is no run into the fourth over. South Africa 3 without loss. Elgar on 2, Markram on 1. And we have 3 slips, a gully, a point, a man at a wideish short mid-off, wideish sort of short, wideish mid-on, man at square leg, and a man on the long leg boundary. Yadav into Elgar. This has gone quite quickly to the left of Charlotte Tucker, who's the fielder in that mid-wicket square leg, or sort of forward square leg position, and they can scamper through for a single on the legs of Elgar. And he's going to get a run there every single day of the week, one feels.
Well, that's the easy one. As the score goes up to 4, if you bowl on the pads, Dean's going to play it out, and so it's you don't want that to occur. Very early on, you want to keep each batter on their end and apply pressure by bowling really well. Sometimes, as Dale Steyn has said, when runs are flowing and you don't want, runs aren't flowing here, just play catch with the keeper at times with some of the balls, just to make sure that you have, because these teams have planned for each batter. They know what their strengths are. They know which bowler can manipulate each batter's strengths, which is why I think Umesh Yadav is going to enjoy bowling to Aiden Markram.
Yeah, to Markram. Markram plays a beautiful drive down the ground. He's standing up almost as he plays that one, slight weight towards the front foot. Just doesn't get it to the boundary. They go through for 2 straight back past the bowler. It did look like a really lovely shot.
Good signs for South Africa. Aiden playing the ball that straight. That ball he misses. That ball at the Wanderers and at Centurion he's missed. Him playing that straight past the umpire is very good sign, because he normally plays down the leg side. That's really good to see from South African perspective.
Yeah, doesn't want to turn his bat on that and try and make it to go down the leg side. And this delivery from Yadav is a bit shorter of a length up into Markram. Plays it very well under his eyes defensively into the offside, picked up by R. Ashwin, who's at that mid-off position. So we've got 3 slips of gully. 3 slips are Pujara, Kohli, and Rahul, and the man in the gully is Rahane in the gully. So you have your top batters that are all in there in the slip cordon, and they have been busy today in the South African Indian batting innings. Left outside the off stump on the line, and Markram looks behind him a little bit tentatively there. That ball just left. It was actually coming into him. He left it with a nice stride forward. No run.
The great thing about where Markram is today, where he's taking his guard at middle stump, is that when his trigger movement happens at the point of delivery, as he waits for the ball, he is on off. So anything outside of that is he can leave, and anything inside he can play.
Plays that one beautiful on drive by Aiden Markram, full into the pads. And he stands up and he creams that ball past the man and at mid-on for 4.
There's 10 without loss. Aiden now moves to 7 with a beautiful on drive in the V. It's the straightness of the way he's playing is telling me that he's now gone back to what he did earlier on against Pakistan, against Sri Lanka, where he was playing a lot straighter. I felt that with him playing in T20s, for the Proteas and ODIs, he became a lot looser and playing around in a more squarer, which is what ODIs and T20s require, you know. But here at Test cricket, you need to play straight. He is playing straight. It's a beautiful on drive. Was a half volley. It was very straight, and he punished it.
It's going to be Bumrah from the Kelvin Grove end. First ball of his 3rd over to South African captain Dean Elgar. It is outside the off stump. Elgar just moves across, defends into the leg side. Gets on top of that one, slightly short of a length. and there is no run. Score remains 10 without loss at the beginning of the 4th over. South Africa chasing the first innings total of India, 223 all-out India, with the major contributions there from 79 from Captain Kohli and 43 from Pujara, getting to them to that 223. Bumrah in again. And this is a good delivery and takes the edge of Elgar's bat, but it's an angled bat and it bounces once before it's bunted off by the man at third slip. And the man at third slip, that is, I'm trying to see who that is, KL Rahul,
yes,
at third slip. And that is, there is no run, but some warning signs played though with an angled bat, soft hands.
That's all. That's important. That's why Dean is so important to the side. He nullifies the attack.
Bumrah past umpire Holdstock, and again it's into Elgar. He's up on his toes. That one short of a length, angling into him this time, and he plays it into the gully where Rahane does the fielding, and there is no run. Big feature already is they're making the South Africans play a lot more than South Africa made the Indian top order play.
Yes, and that's the. Well, I would assume that's probably growing up on Indian pitches that are a lot flatter. So you have to make the better play from ball one. Yeah. Try ball a lot straighter, wicket to wicket, and it works here.
Bumrah. Hey, he's got him. He has got him. That is a great delivery from Jasprit Bumrah, and Dean Elgar, the South African captain, is squared up by that beauty of a delivery from Bumrah.
It was 3 balls in a row. First ball edge bounced in front of third slip. Second ball, edge soft hands, went square of the wicket. Bumrah then said, I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to bowl it on that middle stump, going across Dean Elgar. He had to play at that. It squared him up, got the edge that went to second slip. First slip, I beg your pardon. And that's how you set up a batsman. Yeah. That is exactly how you set up a batsman. He had nowhere to go. He was on his back foot, and Dean Elgar is out, caught Pujara, bowled Bumrah for 3 runs. He spent 16 balls, now 10 for 1. What's going to happen now, which is what we've seen on the stadium a couple of moments ago, and as we see now, is Keshav Maharaj is going to come out as a night watchman with 15 minutes to go.
Whoa.
15 minutes to go to till the end of play. It's going to be quite interesting.
It is going to be interesting. That's a tough ask. This is the pitch is still there for the bowlers to exploit something out of it. We've seen the South African bowlers have done that. A bit of bounce for the bowlers, whether you're prepared to put your back in. If you're bowling the deliveries where you gain that short of a length, it's able to come through at a good height. They've been making the batters play, and that's exactly what you're saying. Yeah, it's he didn't have any choice but to play that, Dean Elgar.
Yes, and the first 3 balls put Dean on the back foot, and you kind of feel sometimes that you're stuck there.
Yeah,
you know, and that ball was just so beautiful because he was coming back in. It was as if Bumrah was aligning his line. It was a little bit wide, then he came back in. He came back in again. Shades of the Markram wicket with Shardul Thakur at the Wanderers, where Shardul Thakur went down the leg side. It hit Markram on the pad, it was high. Then the next ball came in. It was a little bit too full as well, but a lot straighter, or a little bit too high and a lot straighter. Then the next one was on the money, full and straight. Aiden played all around it. And you kind of see how the Indian bowlers are essentially setting up these South African batsmen.
New batter in, and Bumrah into the right-handed Maharaj, and he defends into the offside, slightly away from the body, but there is no danger there, no run, and South Africa remain 10 for loss of 1 wicket. The Imperial Wanderers man, Dean Elgar, is gone back in the hut.
But isn't that the same thing with these two's partnership? If Dean doesn't score runs, Aiden's going to score runs. It's either one of them is out very early.
From your lips to the South African Angels' ears, or whatever it might be in this one, because that will be exactly what South Africa will want. As another good delivery from Bumrah is wraps Maharaj on the pad, just pops out in the leg side, and there is no run to end the over. 10 for the loss of 1 after 5. The wicket of Dean Elgar in that over. Just the artistry of Bumrah's bowling in that over was outstanding.
Yes, and remember we were talking the previous over to Adam Markham. He was getting the ball to just swing away, hold it. Well, yeah, to swing away a little bit from the right hander. This time he went with that angle of his, that jagged bounce, that jagged, the ball that jags away off the surface with that extension of his elbows. And so you find that that's where Dean Elgar struggled in that over with the ball, that angle, and you got one that straightened a little bit of a touch, and that edge came through and it went flying.
Yadav again. It is Yadav. No, so change of ball. I thought so. I thought the action looked very different. So Mohammad Shami, after 2 overs of Umesh Yadav, we have Mohammad Shami who's coming in from the Weinberg end. First delivery to Aiden Markham, just to let that one go outside the off stump to Rishabh Pant.
Yes, Johan Liversage on Facebook says that is our captain. 1 innings up, next one down.
Yeah, so it is Shami in to Markham. That one outside the off stump takes off for a quick run, and I think that Keshav Maharaj would have been in trouble there had that hit, and it seems like he may have pulled his hamstring going for that quick single there. Called him through, didn't he, for the quick single, and he's really struggling.
It's 11 for 1, Markham on 8. It was a quick single that Aiden Markham called. Keshav Maharaj was on his back foot, on resting on his laurels, and he had to scamper through as R. Ashwin was taking a shy at the stumps. It was closer than we thought. Keshav didn't make it in, but the problem is now Keshav looks like he's pulled a hamstring, which effectively, James, could mean that he may not be able to continue.
He may well not be able to continue. That would be a huge blow for South Africa, not just from a batting point of view, but no opportunity for him to be substituted in the field from a bowling point of view. And he's doing a bit of stretching now. Physio's come out.
So as Craig Govender stretches out Keshav's hamstring, and it's also really important for South Africa from a bowling perspective, because if Keshav has a hamstring niggle, does that mean he may not be able to bowl, or he might be under 100%? But let's go to the tweets. Pranjal Messi fan saying Bumrah has bowled the fastest ball in the match, 143.4 kilometers per hour. That was 4 minutes ago. Then he says, what a miracle. Elgar finally nicked a ball. In his last innings, he missed 14 times and didn't get out at all. We don't talk enough about luck in cricket. Look, there is an element of luck, and to a certain extent, that's where even that Wanderers innings was so important, because it actually the Wanderers track got better to bat on as the days went by, you know, and there is an element of luck there. As I said, the Indian bowlers make the batters play a lot, but there were a lot more play and misses on day 4 without getting an edge than there were in the previous days, whereas today now, all of a sudden, edges are flying. I don't think the groundsman would have wanted 11 wickets to fall on day 1 and the game to advance so quickly.
Perhaps not. I mean, I think that it is a sporting wicket. I mean, so we're back with the action, and we got 2 gullies in place for Keshav Maharaj, the change of field, and he plays now that ball into the vacant area in point where those fielders came from, and he's going to go through for 2 hobbled runs. Keshav Maharaj coming forward gingerly and playing it into the covers just after that field placing change was made. Just being pointed out to me there by Paul Mutlwani, who is commentating here with me James King, here on One World SR One World Sports Radio, coming to you from 6 Gun Grill Newlands, the 3rd Betway Test in a very fascinating series between these 2 teams.
Yes, and this is a period that could change where the series goes if India can make some inroads here.
Ooh, short one from Shami over the head of Maharaj, and the score remains on 13 for 1.
Give
in
those
the
hamstrings
6th over.
a stretch.
Yeah,
that's what Shami is doing. That's what I was thinking. If he's hobbling and he's got a hamstring issue, bowl it short. and then you'll get him with one full on off stump. Might not be as comfortable now to get behind the ball, knowing that he's got his mind on his hamstring.
Facing up once again to Shami in from the Weinberg end. That is a beauty of a delivery to Maharaj, and he can do nothing but jab at it as he's sort of caught in two minds. He's neither forward nor back to a ball short of a length going away from him, and it misses the outside edge just off the pitch. A beautiful delivery, kissed the seam and went away from him.
Maharaj presented that bat for the full face of that bat, asking for an edge there, it looks like. But he missed it entirely, played inside of it, but it was a peach of a ball from Shami. He's got his tail up. India, smell blood.
He squares him up with this one that's on the line of middle and leg, and he plays it out into the offside. Oh, it's fielded in the covers by Shardul Thakur, and there is no run. South Africa now at the end of 6 overs, 13 for the loss of 1. And again, calling for attention is Maharaj, and that will certainly delay a little bit here. Time-wise, probably only going to get 2 more overs in for the day, Paul.
He's getting probably some pills,
I think so,
to help him with his hamstrings, and so that's a good thing for him.
He's still hobbling, but he's going to be.
He's going to have a very tough night tonight. He's going to have a very tough. It's ice bath. Then probably Craig Govender just easing up that hamstring.
I think so. A lot of stretching, a lot of work on that tonight. Bumrah into Markram. Markram forward. His front foot down the line of the off stump. I think with you saying there, Paul, taking that guard on middle, understanding where his off stump is. That one going away from Bumrah and taken by punt behind.
And sometimes as a batter, you just forget. You just go. You find yourself back in the old, and it's muscle memory. And this is something he's worked on. For a couple of years.
That one a lot straighter on the line of off stump on a length, and Markram just sees it onto his bat, and more than actually plays a shot. He just lets it hit the bat into the offside. Score remains 13 for 1 in the 7th over. Jasprit Bumrah bowling what will most likely be his last over of the first day. South Africa trailing India by 210 runs. Away from us now is Bumrah. He's into Markram again, straight and aimed in at the off stump. Markram defends into the offside. He's a bit further forward this time, but not planting his foot necessarily down the wicket, which he has also been known to do. And he's just playing that one into the leg side. It's fielded at the mid-on position by Thakur, and there is no run. 3 slips, a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at fine leg for Bumrah to Markram. Outside the off-stump, classic Markram leave as he takes his hands high up above his in the air and puts his left leg right across to defend his stumps.
Some pleasing signs for the South Africans. The only problem is that with cricket and its natural breaks, you're going to have to come back and do everything that you told yourself in the last 30 minutes that you do, and you did so well. You're going to have to repeat again tomorrow morning. And you might get different results. We obviously, South Africa, we're hoping you continue the way you came. That's the nature of the game. It's really, really tough.
Bumrah to Markram. That is straight again. Plays it into the ground. Bat firmly placed in front of the front pad. Bounces once through to Bumrah. Catches it with his right hand. Shapes as if he's going to throw it at the batter's wickets, and decides against that score.
That ball had Markram had his guard on off stump. That was a clear LBW.
That one's the one coming in, not the one going away. It's 13 for 1. 1 ball left in the 7th over. From the Weinberg end, from the Kelvin Grove end, it is Bumrah, and the last ball of his 4th over of the innings is defended by Markram into the offside, fielded by the bowler on his follow through. There is no run. The score after 7 overs, 13 for 1. Bumrah's bowled 4 overs, only conceded In fact, he's bowled 4 overs, 4 maidens, and 1 wicket. How's that? 4 overs, 4 maidens, 1 wicket, and that wicket, the one of Dean Elgar.
Just what your captain needs, especially being bowled out for 223. The deficit is 210. India were bowled out for 223 if you're listening to us for the final 3 minutes of the day. It was a really great bowling performance for South Africa after being put into bowl.
Yeah, as it's Shami from the Wynberg end to night watchman Keshav Maharaj, who's struggling with a hamstring injury after a quick single was taken by Aidan Markram. Maharaj clearly in pain and struggling. That one a bit short of a length, gets on top of it, plays it into the offside, fielded by R. Ashwin, who is patrolling the covers. The only fielder in the cover region. We have now 2 slips. And then a 4th slip. We have a man under the helmet at a forward sort of short leg, very forward. We have a man at the short mid-wicket. It's Shami again, beautifully driven this time by Maharaj. He gets slightly forward as his leg will allow him to, that injured front leg, and plays it into the covers. It remains 13 for 1 in the 8th over. And this has been a very interesting first day's play as we wind down towards the end, and this will most likely be, with the clock at 17:58 and 4 balls left in Mohammad Shami's over, this will be the last over of the day. He's in right arm over the wicket, wider of the crease this time to Maharaj, down on the leg side, over pitched. Well played.
That was the money ball. That was the money ball. As you see Keshav stretching his hamstrings out there. Shami was honing in on that off stump, honing in, forcing Keshav to come forward with that hamstring, and now you have Shami trying to get him out.
Shami into him again. That's a very good delivery from Shami, and well avoided by Maharaj. He just sways out of the way, tries to keep his gloves low, and just bends the back so that he doesn't get himself into trouble. And he has to survive another 2 deliveries in this over with South Africa on 13 for 1, coming towards the bottom of the 8th over. And that will mean the end of the day's play in 2 balls' time. And once the wicket falls, then yes, maybe now.
He just needs to survive these final 2 balls.
Yeah. And that is then job done. Will it be job done? We see now Shami into me, angles that one down past the man at 3rd, 4th slip, and goes down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Keshav Maharaj goes to 6, the total to 17 in the 8th over, and that is not what Captain Kohli wanted. He showed his frustration there in the slips as that ball was angled past.
Yes, because in the two previous balls prior, he took out those 2 gullies that he had, and he put them at silly at short leg, as well as silly mid wicket or silly mid on. That was Rahane. Rahane now goes back to gully for the final ball of the day. Captaincy by experience, I like to call it.
Interesting. Bowler not bowling to the plan. Shami, is he going to bowl to the plan with the last ball of the day? He doesn't. In fact, he bowls that one to the area. He should have perhaps bowled the previous delivery, but it's played well by Maharaj out into the mid-on region. And that, my friends, is time called by the umpire at the bowler's end, Maria Rasmus. And they have now, that is 8 overs bowled in the South African first innings in reply to India's 223, 17 for 1.
So, right, thanks, James. We are at the end of the first day. If you want to, let's give you a recap of what happened throughout the day. India won the toss and chose to bat first. They were going really well with KL Rahul and Mayank Agarwal. They had a 31-run partnership to open up, but the first wicket fell was KL Rahul. Duan Olivier, the bowler, getting KL Rahul caught behind by Kyle Verreynne, the wicket keeper. Next wicket to fall was 2 runs later was Mayank Agarwal. Next over later, and Mayank Agarwal was
Yeah.
Mayank Agarwal was out for 15, caught Aiden Markram, bowled Kagiso Rabada. The next wicket to fall, there was a really lovely partnership of 62 between Pujara and Virat Kohli. Pujara was the next bowler out after lunch. He was bowled Marco Jansen, caught Carl Verena. South Africa toiled for that wicket. Was caught behind 43 of 77. Great catch by Carl Verena, low down. Next wicket to fall was 116 for 4, Ajinkya Rahane. He was out for 9 off of 12. Caught Verena, bowled Kagiso Rabada, who was bowling in his 50th test match. At 167 for 5, there was a 51-run partnership between Rishabh Pant and Virat Kohli, but Pant was out for 27 or 50. Caught Peterson at Gully, bowled Marco Jansen for 27 or 50. Next wicket to fall, 175 for 6 was R. Ashwin. He was caught Verena, bowled Marco Jansen behind for 2 of 10. Then South Africa went to Keshav Maharaj, who got the wicket of Shardul Thakur. He had a lovely partnership of 30 with Virat Kohli. He was out at the score when the score was 205. He was out. Caught Peterson at more slip. Bowled Maharaj.
Shortish mid-off.
Oh, shortish mid-off.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it was. 12 off and 9. Next wicket to fall was Jasprit Bumrah. 210 for 8. He was out for a duck. Bowled Rabada, caught Dean Elgar. And Virat Kohli then was out a run later. He was out, caught Verena, bowled Rabada. Incidentally, that was Kagiso Rabada's first international wicket when he made his debut in Mohali against India. He gets Virat Kohli again in his 50th match. And then final wicket to fall at 223 for all out. Mohammad Shami, bowled Ngidi, caught Bavuma, 7 off 20. India were all out for 223. South Africa's bowlers Kagiso Rabada 4 for 73 off his 22 overs. He bowled 4 maidens in that period and 5 no balls if you were watching the no balls like some of us in our team. Duan Olivier came out with figures of 1 for 42, 5 maidens in his 18 overs. Bowled much better than the Wanderers, a little bit quicker, but the pace is still a worry. Marco Jansen, the star of the series, the find of the series, now goes up to 15 wickets in international cricket, 3 for 55, 6 maidens in his 18 overs. Looking Giti returned 1 for 33, a really lovely economy rate of 2.27, 7 maidens in his 14 overs. Keshav Maharaj 1 for 14, 2 maidens in his 5 overs. South Africa had to navigate 30 minutes at the end of play. Dean Elgar was the man who was out. He was also out to a very good ball from Bumrah. Caught Pujara 3 of 16 balls. But at the crease right now is Aiden Markram, 8 for 20. Keshav Maharaj is the night watchman at 6 for 12. He's got a hamstring strain, so that's something we need to watch tomorrow morning. It's 17 for 1. South Africa they're behind by 206. We'll be back again tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. here at Newlands Cricket Ground under the shadow of Table Mountain. It was gloomy most of the day today. I don't think it will be gloomy tomorrow, but the story for South Africa is to bat as long as possible, bat through the day. If they do that, they will be in control of the Freedom Series, as well as making sure that India do not conquer South Africa, and they leave South Africa as one of the places they've never won a test series. And intriguing day's play tomorrow, James. We'll be back here at 10:30. Remember, do follow us on Twitter at OneWorldSR. Do like our on YouTube the video, but most importantly, please do subscribe so you are notified when we go live at 10:25, so you can listen to the cricket while you go about your day and do everything else. Let your friends know, let everybody know, share widely that we've got live ball-by-ball commentary for the cricket, for this Betway Test Series between South Africa and India. For myself, James, and all the commentators for today, thank you very much, and goodbye, good night. From here from Newlands, the Sale Kakahiso.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
Once one.
That's him. The finger will go up. And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.